burn.
Did you get what you wanted? What you were hoping to find in me? A willing victim. Maybe I needed you. I know that it scared you. Remind you of your insecurities. So you took it out on me. Never be that malicious. Better watch where you step, cause I'll make you a witness.
Has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Has to make you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn. I wanna see you burn. I wanna hear you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn.
Feel the pressure, let's go get it running side by side. Yeah, pretty devils pushing levels, yeah, you heard that right. Kiss, kiss, goodnight.
Yeah, watch us flip that switch. No, you won't put a leash on this. All my ladies take position. Don't get comfortable, cause then you're gonna know. We'll dip and dash. Got the car with my girls in the back. Ready up, let's get that bag. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Too bad, so sad, don't turn your back. We halfway crossed the map, we're making it. Yeah, watch us flip that switch. No, you won't put a leash on this. All my ladies take position. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. We'll dip and dash. Got the car with my girls in the back. Ready up, let's get that bag. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. 세상은 왜 이틀에 한번 미치겠어 저기가 볼 때마다 빨라지는 심장 잠도 못 자 빨개져 눈만 너네보다 부족한 점 하나라 목표를 심각해 많은 것 같아 머리 안 내려놓고 싶어 사실 근데 무겁기에 버티려 했지 난 순간 진심으로 와 시간은 올 거야 무조건 한숨도 못 자던 네 꿈 밖으로 답이 쏟아지는 그대여 이제 외로운 나요 못 알아줘도 rain star 파란새보다 멋지고 찬란한 그댄 꼭 승리할 거야 나도 있잖아 rain star yeah 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 whoa yeah 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 whoa yeah 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 That's me falling in and out so fast, holding you back, back, back. Guilty of the pain I caused and of the conscience I lack, lack, lack. I will hold your hand while I'm 1 foot out the door. And it's all because I don't need you anymore. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. That's me falling in and out so fast when I feel trapped, trapped, trapped. Hungry for another one, anyone. I don't look back, back, back. I will hold your hand while I'm 1 foot out the door. And it's all because I don't need you anymore. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. Heartbeats Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh.
Nah, mate. Oh, knock, knock. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door, but what's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, lying, nothing in the core. Buying, buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, lying, nothing in the core. Buying, buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Boring, never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money now, yeah, more tax. Suited it now, don't worry about that. Boring, yeah, I've never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money, but yeah, more tax. But suited it now, don't worry about that. Flexing, yeah, but your soul is empty. Dripping in diamonds, Fenty. Dripping in vibes, got plenty. Got the technique, yeah, like Jet Li. Ow. One little chop like pow. One little hit like wow. Living for the now, live for the sound. Nice for the dollar, but I'm making a pound, yeah. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, lying, nothing in the core. Buying, buying, yeah, what for? Do what I need to, always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, 4 more squads will join the competition, including our top teams from Brazil and the Pacific. Hello, and welcome to Day 2 of Game Changers Championship. We're coming to you live from Lowell Park in Seoul, South Korea. I'm Mimi here, joined alongside by the wonderful Potter and the Dan Dryad to bring you through the action today. Are you guys excited?
Yeah, super excited.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. We get to see the second Brazilian team. I'm so excited.
Yeah. The first Brazilian team, already very exciting. And it's the first event where we actually get to see 2 of them. So it's a little treat. But if you fans at home want another little treat, well, we've got something for you. Drops are enabled for this here live stream. You can get some cool stuff, the KO Punch spray or the Go Off title. All you need to do to watch them is to link your YouTube or your Twitch to your Riot account and watch this stream. And then you can get them in game. Are you going to be going off today, Dan?
Oh, I'm always going off.
Yeah?
Of course.
Pop off, yeah.
Yeah, what about you?
Of
Are you
course,
going off?
in the server. Yeah, you know about me in the server. Dan. You know.
Of course they know about you in the server.
When was the last
My
time
Reina, your
KJ,
KJ.
Did you
of
guys actually
course.
play together?
I farm her all the time.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't think that's how it went.
I've seen her at the Breeze doors. I know what Potter can do. But before we get into today's game, we've got a very special message for our players, courtesy of the pop superstars, Cat's Eye.
Hey, it's Cat's Eye! We sang this year's Game Changers anthem, EMEA. We hope you enjoy it, and to all the teams competing, good luck on the tournament in Seoul! We love you! Hi, team!
Hey,
Cat's
Cat's Eye. What's your bias, everybody? My bias is Manu.
I know a bias is like your favorite member of the group. I know
okay.
that.
Yeah.
Is that?
Who's your
I think
bias,
your
Christine?
bias is Megan.
How did you
Megan?
know? You know me so well, Dan.
Do you want to assign one to me as well?
Megan.
Yeah, of course. Yours is Lara.
Laura.
Yeah.
Of course. I always love Laura.
Yeah.
And Laura unfortunately wasn't playing yesterday, but we did see some really great games to kick off GCC. And let's talk about it because Nova, our Chinese squad, won the first ever match for a CN team at GCC. And they did it especially in that second map, Potter, in pretty dominant fashion.
They did, they really did, and it's so good to see that Clementine, she's not skipping a beat. You know, a lot of the questions were, is she gonna be able to prove herself once again on the international stage? And 100% Shirazi was a force, her aura completely bleeding through for the rest of her squad.
I like that you've dropped the full Clementine.
Clem-
You don't know
Yeah,
her like that.
been
You
doing
don't
it.
know her
her
like
that.
Clem.
I know her like that. She told me I can call her that.
That's
Yeah.
kind of sick.
Yeah.
You know her like that. I respect it.
Well, players that you know like that, Dan,
oh, I
we're
know.
competing in the
Paula.
second
You
game.
guys know who Paula is?
I don't.
Bastarda.
Oh,
And you guys don't
her
know
first name
that,
like
but
that.
I know her like that. And you know what? She popped off yesterday, so I'm really glad that I know her like that.
Yeah, I want to ask, how did this game shift or like maintain expectations for you for MIBR? Because they could have lost it 2-0, but then they really set on themselves. They get that dominant third map. Does this push the narrative either way?
I think it definitely brings up some questions, but as you say, Mimi, they were able to close it out dominantly, at least in the third map, right? But I was a little bit worried. There were some signs for Giants to be able to 2-0 them. I mean, if they didn't lose that anti-eco in the second map, I really do think it coulda, woulda, shoulda been a 2-0 for Giants.
Yeah, at the beginning, I was definitely worried because we expected MIBR to be very, very dominant right from the beginning. And it wasn't necessarily that way, but I'm glad that the more rounds that we got to see going to the second and third map, they felt more confident and more like the MIBR that we were expecting for this tournament.
Well, another Brazilian team hoping for dominance today. That'll be Team Liquid making their debut in the Visa v Visa game up against Visa Crew Blaze. But that's after our opening match, which will be Zipto taking on Carmine Core. A very new Zipto against a KC who will be making their first debut at GCC. But we were already talking a bit about Brazil, and I want to hone in on that and have you guys judge a take of mine. My take is, despite never having won a Game Changers championship, Brazil is the strongest region with the highest potential in Game Changers. Your thoughts?
I completely agree. I mean, Brazil has been making it to the top 3 every single year that we had a Game Changers. And it's not only that, but you see the way that they play in the region throughout this year. They are incredible, not only mechanically, but they've been able to keep up this high level that I feel like other regions and other teams in specific haven't been able to do so. So we knew that it was going to happen. We knew that for that LCQ, it was going to be MIBR making it through. So I'm really glad that now we have 2 teams and maybe 2 chances for Brazil to finally lift that trophy.
Absolutely, and Team Liquid later today is going to be proving why they deserve to be here last year as well. So it's good for them to be able to come and prove themselves on the international stage, and I think MIBR showed exactly why they're here to kind of defend their title from last year.
Yeah, back-to-back years with one of those two Brazilian squads getting to be in the grand finals of GCC. Now, finally, both of them will be here as Team Liquid takes the stage later. But we're not in Brazil this year, we're in South Korea. So we have an opportunity to talk a little bit about that region and ask this desk how well you know Korean culture. We have a K-pop quiz, which isn't just about K-pop, but popular culture in general. How do you guys think you're gonna do?
Better than you.
That's so confident.
What do you mean? I'm gonna kill
so
it.
confident. Well, this might be your wheelhouse, Dan. Our first question is, what term refers to members of a Korean musical group or solo act? There's 4 options on your screen. Dan, I want you to answer second. And
Okay.
let Potter lead off.
All right.
A. Idol.
Yes, idol. I agree.
Okay.
I
And
hope
the
I'm right.
answer is, it's Idol. You're correct.
Yes.
Okay, nice, easy one to start. Let's move on to another question. What does maknae refer to in K-pop culture? Your options are the cutest singer in the group, the lead singer in a group, the youngest singer in the group, or the oldest singer in a group.
You go first this time, Dan.
Oh, does the like translation say it? Well,
Yeah,
it's
I think so. I think I
it's
know
C.
the answer.
Is the youngest member.
Yes, it's C.
Yeah.
You speak Korean, right?
I do. So
you
it's
get to
kinda-
cheat a little bit by
I
just
cheated
knowing.
a little bit. Yeah, that
Yeah.
one was
You know who
clear.
the magnet in Cat's Eye is? Yoonche, and she's Korean.
That's
job.
cool.
Very cool.
I like that you know all this. You got it right for the second
I
one.
got
It
the
was, in
knowledge.
fact,
I
C.
got the cat's eye knowledge.
Let's move on to one that you should surely get, Potter. What are the side dishes at a Korean meal called?
This
Here's your
one's easy.
options.
This
There's
one's
4.
easy.
Dan?
What?
I think this one is easy. I know this one.
Come on, Dan. We're in Korea. It's obviously kimchi, right?
Wait, I really don't know. I know it's not kimchi.
Well, then guess. You're good friends with
Process
Lee, Jen Lee.
elimination.
You're sitting next to a Korean American. You've spent a lot of time in Korea. You should know this.
D? It's A or D
No,
or
it's,
C?
It's not. It's
I
it's
don't
A.
know.
It's banchan.
Okay, it was one of the. Okay.
You did say A.
I did.
She said all 4, so I don't know if we should
She's
really
like
laud
A,
her
B,
for
C.
that one. Okay, final question. This one is very much about popular culture. Korean dramas, aka K-dramas, are what genre? Action, historical, legal dramas, or all of the above?
What are you thinking?
D.
Yeah.
I think it's.
I feel like you know more about the K-dramas than I do.
I think it has to be D. All of those can be K-dramas.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah.
Are we locking in D?
I'm locking
I'm
in D.
locking D. Yeah.
You're correct. It can be any of the above. I imagine it could be any number of other subgenres of drama as well. But other than your one failure, Dan, I think you
sorry.
guys did pretty well overall. That's a passing grade, I'll say, which brings us to today's Mastercard fan poll, which is an easy one. Which team is walking away with the win in Day 2's opening match between Zipto and Carmine Core? Guys, what are you picking?
This one was actually a hard one, but I think I'm going with Carmine Core.
Okay, Potter?
Going with Carmine Core as well.
So 2 for 2 for Carmine Core there. You can vote as well. The QR code is on your screen right now, and make sure you get involved in the conversation on social media by using hashtag VCT Game Changers as well, if you want to give a little bit more context on your opinion. Let's get into the match that we just had you both predict, which is, of course, between Zipto and Carmine Core. And in this game, well, we've had a lot of repeat players, repeat teams at GCC. This is going to be 8 out of 10 fresh faces, Potter.
Yeah, and that's so exciting. I mean, we rarely get to see this kind of fresh new energy coming through in GC. We're always talking about legacy building and experience and veteranship. And in this series, there's only 8 of them, or rather 2 players that are coming through with that experience. So I'm excited to see the fresh perspective of these new players and the vibes. I mean, you can't deny the vibes on a GC international stage.
It really represents the future in a lot of ways of this scene. To see that next generation of players finally getting to come up and have their shot at international competition. And what's interesting is that, well, we do have so many new players, Dan. It's a very familiar organization in Zipto who have competed in past championships, but this is a completely different team with no crossover. So walk me through the story of how we came to this Zipto representing APAC.
Yeah, the story that we have for SIP2 right now is really interesting. You guys might recognize them from last year. This is a team that got 4th place, but now we have a completely different roster. Previously, they were known as Sisu or Ascent, and they were always second next to that SIP2 core that we know last year. It was Alexei and Camus that ended up going to Falcons. We had Shirazi that we got the chance to see yesterday that went to Nova in China, and then Tara retired. So that means that SIP2 had no players, and they picked up this second team. And even this year, going into this year, this SIP2 squad, they were always second to still that core of SIP2 that we had last year, always second to Falcons until that last match in the upper bracket semifinal. The one match that mattered the most to move to the grand finals, to make it to GCC. Finally, they're able to beat that team after fighting against them last year and to be in this position.
Yeah, and I think what will always stand out in my memory from Zipto or SMG they were back in 2023.
Sure.
It has to be the 5 duelist lock. It has to be the 5 duelist lock and making it work for themselves. And we talk about energy, and even though it's a completely different roster, those vibes from this new roster coming through on the international stage, they've got it. I mean, they're always consistently popping off.
Yeah, they really do bring that energy no matter what, and they showed it in the regional final. They change around their roles a lot. They play a bunch of different compositions. Potter, for you, looking ahead to this team getting to come into big patch changes to a new meta, what were you impressed by when they played regionally, and what would you expect or be excited in seeing them change in Seoul?
I'm super excited to see how they handle this Cypher changes. I mean, the Sentinel, for especially Khan coming through, she was dancing around and flirting with the chamber, especially on this map Abyss. With the changes coming through with Veto, I think is a perfect opportunity for this team to bust out the Veto, incorporate it into their game plan. A lot of the kit on Veto is very similarly with the chamber, and especially with that new Interceptor, you're really able to highlight the double dive coming in for Zipto. I'm assuming they're going to be playing the Waylay, and having that sort of Interceptor to eat up all that util, to easily slam into the sites. I'd love to see that.
I really like this team because this is the most flexible team that we have in this GCC for sure. There's nobody that is coming close. So I think yesterday when we got to see Bastarda playing that Cypher, we were kind of questioning if it's maybe a little bit of a comfort pick. But for this team, they can run whatever they want. They actually, I was surprised yesterday seeing Ninetales being a little bit more creative because usually for that region, it was Zipto that was willing to experiment because everybody's comfortable playing pretty much everything.
A team with a lot of creativity and getting to represent the Pacific region playing here in Seoul. Jen Lee managed to catch up with Piety ahead of today's match. Let's take a listen.
Hey guys, it's Jen here with Zipto's Fieri. Now, Fieri, welcome to Korea. It's so amazing to have you here because we had your brother, NDG, last year here in Seoul competing for Tier 1, and now you're here. You picked up the baton playing at Champions. So what is it like for you to be able to get this moment that you can share with your fans, family, and also your friends?
For me, it really feels special because my brother played in Seoul last year, and it's like I'm following his steps, and I'm really proud of it. And for my fans and friends and family, I'm really grateful to be able to share this moment with you guys, and their support has been giving me the strength to keep going, and yeah.
I feel like there's something about some of these Southeast Asian players and it just running in the family. You've seen it this year with Forsaken and his brother, Xfero, both getting to compete, have that same kind of relationship here with someone getting their debut at GCC.
It's really cool. I feel like we've seen it mainly, for this Asian region. We've seen it a little bit for something else, but I feel like what is really cool about this one specifically is that NDR is always talking about how proud he is of his sister and kind of supporting all the time. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen to that.
A lot of players that are very easy to root for, even if you're not related on this team. One of them is Grams, who had such an outstanding performance in the finals. Potter, the MVP of that event, and constantly coming up in the clutch for her squad.
Yeah, ridiculous stats coming through for Grams, and she plays the controller so well. And I think a telltale sign of a controller who's really leaning into those anchor abilities is how and the timing of when they're dropping the smoke and how they're able to isolate duels and play around and dance around the smoke. And Grams does it so well. She's able to have the confidence to no matter how much utility is coming her way, she's going to stand her ground and find those kills.
If anything, I just mentioned a little bit of that flexibility that we've seen for this squad, but when it comes to consistency for kills and for a player that you can always rely on, I feel like Grimes is one of them, which is kind of impressive because we think about it, you know, I believe a few years back, maybe a few months back, she used to be known for that player that didn't play with a mouse pad. It was her own choice. So if you're able to be consistent without a mouse pad, now that she has a mouse pad
again, what was she using?
She was. It's
So
just
she
the
just
table.
straight up mouse on the
Yeah,
table?
just the table.
That feels so bad. Like it skips too.
So she's been upgraded now.
Yeah, so
scaled
if she was
up.
good without a mouse pad, can you imagine how crazy she is now?
You couldn't ask for a better upgrade. That's the star of this Sipto team. Another one, the faces you'll need to watch today, is their leader, Capricious, who, similar to the rest of this squad, Dan, is also so flexible in the roles that she's playing and is just performing on all of them. The talent across the board on Sipto is very impressive.
It's really cool. Capricious has been incredible. And like you said, willing to play anything, but a little bit back when the meta was a little different, she was a bit, she was known more for that Jet, for the chamber play, for that operator. And I feel like today, when we get the chance to see her play with the operator, she's really impressive. And she's such a smart player as well. It's not only, you know, being really good at finding those openings, but also playing around the map and having those different players, those different support players being there for her, no matter what the map is, for her to take a little bit more space on the defense. So I feel like that is what is the most impressive thing about her. And of course, being the captain, it just adds an extra layer of how impressive what she's doing is.
Yeah, stepping up behind the scenes and also in the server, it's hard to balance both those roles, Powder.
It is. And you know, I'm glad you mentioned the op as well, because for sure we've seen Capricious with the op, but they hot potato the op all across the board, right? Because it's either Capricious or Khan even lurking around on the chamber or on any of the Sentinel roles, actually. I've seen her with the op in her hands as well. So I'm curious to see who their main opper is going to be this time around, but for sure, dynamic is this squad.
Yeah, well, Carmine Corps, their main team, could not make it to Paris Champions, but the GC squad, they're pretty great, and they won 2 stages of the EMEA to qualify on points here to Seoul. Let's talk about this squad, and if you're someone who's just coming in to see this team for the first time, what should we be excited for, Dan?
I feel like this is a team that people were maybe not expecting at the beginning of the year, and they won stage 1, they won stage 2, and this is a team that is very coordinated. We talked about yesterday maybe the inconsistency that some of the other EMEA teams have had throughout the year when it comes to the roster, when it comes to maybe finding themselves. But for Carmine Corp, they look really comfortable. Even if they were not able to win this last stage, they were able to take down G2 in a way that nobody else has been able to do.
And they did it twice.
Yeah, out of all this, there's been 12 stages in EMEA since the beginning of GCC. 8 of them, G2 has been able to win, and that means 4 of them that they lost, 3 of them they lost specifically to Alkia. So one was when she was part of BBL, and the other 2 just now with Carmine Corp. And I mean, that's not easy to do for G2 specifically.
Alkia's got the kryptonite. I mean, it's clear when you're watching KC play, this is a team that has strong fundamentals. This is a team that is very choreographed and very drilled. They've got a very thick strap book. You can see it. I mean, their executes are clean as well. And I think the biggest point is the fall off towards the end of this season. They had a hot start. And if I think of yesterday, Giants X from the EMEA region as well, they could have 2-0'd.
Yeah.
And in the third map, they fizzled out as well.
And that was a team that was consistently losing to this squad regionally.
Right, right. They were beating Carmine Corps. So for me, I'm hoping that Carmine Corps are going to be confident through and through from start to finish, because clearly their game plan is a strong one.
It really is. Part of that strength might come from the veteran on this roster, Glantz, who won the inaugural Game Changers Championship back in 2022. Now finally returning to this stage. She's over with Jen Lee. Let's take a listen.
Hello, welcome Casey, welcome Casey, woo! And Glantz, we are so happy to have you here in Seoul. I know everyone's like kind of ready to go, itching to play, but we had major patch updates, you know, and we got to see the new Agent Vito yesterday as well. So when it comes to preparation, how much did the patch updates affect you guys and the way you play, or maybe the comps that you would play?
I wouldn't say it affected too much because we didn't have a lot of time. We had like only 2 weeks to prepare, so we just had to do what we can. So we could have changed some comps. Maybe we will use some veto, who knows? Because the agent is cool, I really like. And just in general, just fast adaptation from us. It's just a little time to prepare, and that's all.
Okay.
Not a huge amount of time to prepare, but Carmen Corr still going to have to come in ready. Let's continue this conversation about Glance, because you've seen her evolution as a player, really, in these last few years, from that breakout success stand with G2 to now having been on this KC roster for so long, waiting for this moment to return to international competition.
Yeah, didn't get the chance to see her last year in the international stage for 2024, but now she's back, and she is that experienced player that is gonna be the difference maker. She has been incredible on that initiator role. I feel like recently we've seen a lot of that Soba, a lot of the Fade. I'm wondering how much that's going to change. I mean, Jen was just asking, maybe some changes, maybe not. But even when you look at what she was doing at the beginning of the year, I feel like she's that reliable piece that for the side of Cameron Corb, and the way that they're setting each other up, they're very well coordinated, and they're very methodical about how they are approaching these sites, and part of it was because of Glance.
Yeah. I think the key word that I think is so important, you mentioned, Dan, is the reliability part. I mean, all of her teammates can completely depend on Glance. She's a fundamentally sound player, and again, I want to see her finishing strong on that, on whatever map we're starting off, because again, her teammates are going to be able to feed off of that.
Yeah.
And well, if it feels great for her to finally return to GCC after working at that for so many years, it has to also feel amazing for Sofia, the sole French player on this French organization, getting to come out and attend an international tournament. I wanted to ask you, Potter, about what you expect to see from her, because regionally she played a ton of Cypher.
Yes.
She was excellent on that role, but that agent has had some pretty big nerfs.
Some really big nerfs, and I hope that Glance wasn't just baiting us. And you know, she mentioned Vito, she mentioned it. I think Abyss should be a huge map that should be in contention coming into this series. So I would love to see either a Chamber, a Vito, really any of the other Sentinels on this map would work out better than Cypher.
There's a chance that we get the chance to see a little bit of what MIBR were doing yesterday with the Cypher, especially because Carmen Corp here, they play with no duelists, in fact, for this map of Abyss.
Yeah.
But in general, when we look at stage 1 and what Safia was doing, she was still playing a lot of Killjoy, so I feel like that is going to be still a possibility for some of these maps that we're going to be seeing today. And when she was playing that Killjoy, that is kind of when she was at her peak this year. She got in that grand finals for stage 1, 100 kills, was a top fragger, was the MVP. So maybe once she's back into playing a little bit more of that agent for today and for what the tournament is going to be, she could be back in that best form.
Well, I think it's time to really get serious about this match, because we have a special video that Mitch managed to prepare alongside Glance and Ancilia, speaking only about what matters most to this competition: emojis.
Hello everybody and welcome to Emoji Masters. Here we're going to put some players to the test and see if they can figure out what the hidden messages are on these cards here. Some of them are easy, some of them not so much, but you'll see as we go. Thank you very much for joining me, first of all, to Glance and Anacilia. How was your travel here to start this off?
Long
Yeah,
travel.
long flight. Are you over the jet lag?
Me, yes, absolutely not.
I'm in the same boat as you, Glance, but it's worth it to be here to eat some beautiful food here in Korea. So I've got your first emoji quiz locked and loaded. Do you have any idea what we're looking at here?
Yeah.
Jellyfish minus fish.
Jelly?
So,
Jelly, exactly. So that's the thing. Every single card here represents a player. That's our first one, our primer. They're going to get a little bit harder and very difficult at the end. I apologize for that. So the first one's out of the way. Any ideas what we're looking at here? This is a player in this tournament.
Okay.
Do you think you know who it could be?
Blue girl.
Blue girl. It's, you know, it's close. You're on the right track.
Is it blue?
It is, well, it doesn't have the word blue in it, but it's, the player's named after a fictional character, and the fictional character is blue.
Sonic.
No, close? Hey, that's a good guess. I'll give you another hint. They're very little, tiny people, little blue people.
Smurfette.
Smurfette, exactly. Very good. All right, another one out of the way. Now, any idea what we're looking at here? People at home.
The planet, the moon.
The moon?
Okay.
Moon. And would you say it's a half moon, or would you say it's a
full moon.
Full moon, exactly.
Insane.
Got it. This is going very well so far.
Icebox. There's a girl icebox.
Icebox, right away. Very good. Okay, we're flying through this.
If you do it with maps, it would be so easy actually.
Exactly.
But I respect
Maybe it would be too easy though.
Yeah.
I don't even think we showed the people at home before you guessed it. That was very quick. What about this one though? Any idea what we're looking at here?
Speedrun, I don't know.
Running fast.
Running fart.
Running forward. Wait, what? I don't remember the name of it. You know, like,
Yeah, so this is a tough one. They're starting to get a little bit harder now.
Yeah.
So this one is, I mean, it's to do with running, it's to do with going fast. It's another word for going fast or to do something with
speed.
Okay.
Skip.
Skip.
Okay.
This one, well, you know what, I'll put it to the back and see if you want to guess it later on.
Donut.
Yeah.
Donut, yes, very good. That is technically a stag, but you know, we'll look past it. It's fine, whatever. Now, good luck with this one. This is a real doozy. Any ideas? I mean, let's start with what are you seeing here?
But it's not the name of the player, yeah?
It is.
It is?
This is the name of a player.
Oh, this is a tricky one, no? Cap, reverse.
Pack.
Cap.
So, cap, all of cap,
Okay.
and then a bit of this and a bit of this. I'm really not helping that much with that, but this is a tough one.
Is this a family?
I don't know, first thing what I saw there is changing MIBR and Team Liquid. I was like, they changed players or something.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's the case, but no.
Not giving anything. I mean, this one is really hard.
This was the last one that is super hard. I'll go back to this real quick.
Okay.
Any last guesses on this one before we throw it away?
Team? Like a hint?
No.
Oh.
I don't think we can give that hint. That'll be too obvious.
Okay, maybe, yeah. Maybe from our team, no?
Do you want to? Okay, I'm going to give you the answer. It's haste.
No, I would
To
not
move
get
with
it.
haste.
I would never.
Okay.
Speed,
yeah,
you know?
I understood. Yeah,
Okay.
makes
This
sense.
one,
Okay.
Okay.
I really want to guess this one.
cap, repeat, us, capricious.
Sorry, my English level is not that good.
Neither is mine.
I would never.
I stared at this for 5 minutes and I
Okay,
still
who
didn't get it,
cooked
so
this?
there's no problem there at all. Okay, you know what? Honestly, I thought that was going to go a lot worse. You did very well. Congratulations on I guess, winning Emoji Masters. It's a big win to start out here in Korea, and hopefully there's many more coming for the both of you as well.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck in your games. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Time for the results of our Mastercard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you folks at home who would win today's match. It was an easy one to start, and I'm very interested to see where the community went here with 63 predicting Carmine Corps to take this home. Interested to see where you guys land on this. I think Carmine Corps on paper feels like a favorite to me, especially with that more structured style, but Zipto has some real talent to them, and they are a very explosive team to play against.
Yeah, that sort of unpredictability is definitely, it can be dangerous, but I think it makes sense. I mean, even as I was re-watching some of Carmine Corps' matches, a lot of it was unlucky for them, especially towards the end here. Some anti-ecos here and there that they lost. So I think it makes sense. A lot of faith still on the Carmine Corps side.
I feel like at the beginning of the tournament, I would definitely expect more people going for Zipto because, yeah, they're really hard to predict and they're really good at doing those strats that maybe you can run one time, maybe 2 times, and then the other teams start to catch up a little bit more as the tournament moves forward. But, I mean, I still voted Carmine Corps, so I don't know. Yeah, I get it too. I understand.
Let's see where we all ended up on the votes and if we're matching up with the community's expectations in the talent predictions here. And it looks like for the most part we are 6 out of 8 with Jen and Ender going for Zipto instead. I feel like a 2 out of 8 is a reasonable upset percentage for me here.
Yeah.
Or 1/4. I can reduce my fractions.
We're doing some, the math is mathing.
I just see a 2-0 under my picture.
Dan
so
just can't get over being in the lead. She's like, y'all
I'm
see that?
saying,
I'm up there.
I mean, you were the one believer in Nova, but today you're following the line that everyone else is.
No. Everybody's following my line.
Oh, we're following your line?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
didn't realize that.
Yeah,
I
well,
was
now you
looking
know.
over your shoulder last night to see who you were predicting
Exactly.
And just writing down exactly
Yeah,
what Dan
100%.
did.
It's okay, guys. I mean, now you know that we're gonna get the predictions right.
Well, I'm on the train. We're almost ready to get started here for day 2 of Game Changers Championship. 2 new squads with 8 brand new players trying to make their debut today. It's Zipto and Carmine Corps ready to take the stage. Day 2 of the Game Changers Championship starts right now.
Zipto GC.
The next generation of game changers takes the stage in our opening match today between Zipto and Carmine Corp. 8 of these players have never had an opportunity to play on a stage like this before, but now in front of a surprisingly Carmine Corp favored crowd here in Seoul, South Korea, they both have an opportunity to impress.
I love how the Carmine Corp fans are everywhere. I mean, every time
They
any
travel
Carmine
well.
Corp, yes, they're always there. I mean, you see the amount of jerseys that they have, and I'm very excited by the way to see these maps.
Yeah, let's take a look at the OMEN map select. We talked a lot about Abyss and where we might go. It's a map that both teams quite like. So interested in your thoughts on that as our opener, Christine.
I'm so excited for this series. I'm excited to see these maps coming out specifically. I hope again that Glance wasn't just baiting us. I'm really hoping to see a different duelist and a different sentinel coming through for both these maps. Abyss, it is a playground for Waylay. Both these maps are a complete playground for Waylay. And Zipto, they've been flirting with it.
What did you guys feel about the no duelist composition that Casey was playing on this map regionally? Not a lot of other teams play that style.
They don't. I will say her Omen, Achillea's Omen was impressive. I like the fact that she was busting out the op. It's really just not very normal. It'll catch you off guard, and the way you're able to follow through with the blind and make your great escape with the TP and go on a different line. A lot of playmaking opportunities, but with how good Waylay is on this map right now, with all the different kind of playmaking and combos you can do, I do think Casey's probably putting themselves short if they go with the Omen again here today.
There's a couple questions. I mean, we talked about the Cypher as well, if they're going to play no duelist. I mean, I don't remember the last time that I saw this, but on the side of Zipto as well, I do really like what they're doing on this map. With that Waylay specifically, you see a lot of those A hits coming through once they have the ultimate to work with, and otherwise, they keep it a relatively simple game. They leave one of those players to explore a little bit towards mid as they get a little bit more aggressive. So I feel like Zipto does have a good understanding of how they want to approach this attack side, which is how they're going to be starting with. And if we're going to see no duelist, then I feel like Carmine Corp, they have what they need as well.
They do. I mean, but Zipto, they should be running the double duelists, and that's why I like the idea of Vito coming in for that chamber, just because when you're running those two duelists and you're diving, oh my.
By the way, these Carmine Corp fans are jumping in coordination. We are in a studio behind that wall, and we feel it right now.
Yeah.
I got scared for a second. I'm like, what?
Is there an earthquake going on? Oh,
That is wild. The coordination on these fans traveling all the way to Korea from France, from Europe. That's what, a 12-hour flight just to make it out here and show up for their team. Very cool to see. And it has to feel amazing for this team, especially for those players that are coming to their first event ever, to get to feel at home so far from home.
Yeah, and I was talking about running out of gas. I mean, but KC, with that kind of energy in this arena, there's no way they're going to run out of gas. Now I'm hoping Zipto, full focus, eyes forward. Do not let this KC crowd get to you.
It felt like yesterday MIBR were really feeding off that energy from some of the fans, but it was not nearly as the amount of fans that we're seeing right now for Carmine Corp. So I think that is something that they're going to love. And Zipto too, I mean,
look, they're playing up to the crowd as well.
Yeah. I love that. Zipto, they're so nice. They're going to be standing up as well no matter what. They're cheering, they're screaming no matter what. So I feel like with the crowd, you also get a little bit more energy with that.
How important is it for a team with a lot of debut players on a stage this big to have teammates that are bringing that energy into a match?
It's so important, especially in our game. It's so momentum-based, the snowball that you can build, whether it's the snowball going in the losing direction or the winning direction, both directions, you're able to contribute to it. So I love that momentum. I love this energy. They're definitely going to be able to use it.
We talked a little bit about the hope to see a Vito into play. Let's pull out macro a little on Abyss right now. What are we expecting? I see a jet hovered there. That is an interesting one. I feel like this is a great Waylay map, a great Yoru map, but still looking at that jet.
Yeah, I mean, it's tried and true. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so we're talking about player comfort. Alicia, the fact that she was on the Omen before, you know what, I like it. They're busting out the KO to be able to set her up with those pop flashes. So instead of the Omen, it's the jet. I like it.
We also talked about Glance and how good these two initiators are on the side of Karma and Corp. So that slight change bringing in Duelist, it feels like it's kind of what they need. Even if they're keeping their standard composition, they still have a lot of util to work with and a lot of ultimates as well. But on the other side, Zipto, we've seen this almost similar composition. We've seen the double Duelist with the Waylay and the Yoru. We've seen everything else, but triple Duelist, surely not.
We've not seen the triple Duelist, but it worked out exactly as I wanted to for Zipto. I mean, I'm glad to see that Khan is changing out the chamber and busting out the veto. It just synergizes so well with the double Duelist. Again, the interceptor is going to be a huge nuisance for KC to be able to handle.
People know how good that veto can be on defense. What is he going to bring with an attack side start?
It's just a pack mentality, right? The three of these players, the Vito, the Yoru, and the Waylay, getting set up with the Sova utility. Once they decide to slam a site together, they're going to be able to coordinate with the Interceptor, and whatever retake protocols that Karma and Core have, whatever utility that they're throwing their way, this Interceptor is just going to eat it all up.
It's two very different approaches to Abyss. The double controller from Karmine Core against Zipto's Veto double Duelist. I'm so excited to get into our first match of today with your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Mimi. We're very excited as well, especially after seeing that agent select. What do you make of these different ideas on the server today, Tom?
I think you're more excited about it than I am.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be honest
with
you. I'm interested to see what people do with the veto, because I think it's an agent that seems to have a lot of potential, but I don't know if people will be able to necessarily get the full potential of it just yet because it's such a new agent.
Sure.
But then also teams won't necessarily have the direct counters to it just yet. So it's whether or not Zipto have managed to come in with that sort of unorthodox style that they have. Like in the past, they had a chamber instead of the veto, so they were still looking to run, well, a sentinel, but in a slightly more aggressive way. This time, though, it is going to be that sort of like opportunities to trap people as they come in, and that denial of utility, which I think especially with the old composition that was on the other side, where you have the additional smoker instead of the Jet, I think that would have been high impact. I think actually the Jet kind of throws a spanner in the works, because a lot of what Jet is doing is running at you and trying to shoot you in the face.
Yeah, playing that a little bit more direct. I am, you know, in terms of an eye test, I like what Zipto are bringing to the server. Maybe that little bit more, and Nini mentioned it on the desk. In fact, this map now seems to be very favored towards the likes of a Waylay. The Waylay Yoru especially is such an impressive composition to play against in terms of how quickly they can be on your ass and how quickly they can get out of there as well. So it gives a lot of tools on the tool belt for Zipto to work with coming into today. But which team will prevail? Well, that's decided round by round, not by the comps they bring in. 0-0, pistol round, and barriers up, and we'll see Zipto on the attack. Take it nice and slow and steady. They've already popped a reveal inside a main, trying to deny aggression there. And I think they got around that corner quick enough to know that there's no players in that tight corner. No one pushed up in A main. While there's also a bit of a default in holding mid and B aggression. They're hoping that KC are the ones to make a mistake early on, and oh, KC are almost the ones to draw first blood.
Yeah, a lot of what I expect as well from the veto is the opportunity and value it will bring on the defense. I'm especially excited to see what Khan is going to be able to do on this attack side with the agent. It can be a little bit tougher to get that utility into play, but patiently waiting on the other side, and is actually going to potentially hit a nice timing, a wonderful timing, in fact. Helps out Graham's with the double, and that's already a wonderful start. And the worst thing is, these players were just faking. They're pulling a full rotation to the other side of the map, but without finding that pick onto Anasilia. Anasilia now knows at least the direction of the play.
Yeah, I think got that info with the spike plant, but Capricious takes Anasilia down, and now a 2 versus 5. It's Glance all alone. And this one, I think, too far gone. A great round by Zipto. I love the fact that we had such a slow and steady approach. They played the fake well, and even after losing so much HP in that B main fight, that player's able to reposition and play off the timing. 1-0 start for the attacking side. The pistol's theirs, and, well, should be a 2-0 beginning to the map.
If I learned anything from our cast yesterday, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. It's always going to be different with every single team, but I like the patience. I think a lot of what you can kind of expect with that double duelist is a very explosive execute. We've seen it quite a lot, I think, on either side of the map. And well, the fact that they were so patient, waited, caught the aggression of the opposing side. I also think as well it's going to make the life of Glance and Anasilia especially a lot more difficult. A lot of thrown utility wanting to be utilized as well. And already massive brawl in that main position. It started off a little bit dangerous, but the cleanup from Graham's, wow, she's almost getting towards her ult with that one.
And this is something that, you know, I don't think we've even seen the full potential of just yet, which is the Spectre. Like, this meta, it feels so strong since the last patch. No, it really wasn't. It was a pretty trash gun, but now we're in an era where genuinely buying the Spectre over the Stinger for, I would say, the first time, in my opinion, is actually worth it. The Stinger obviously has taken a little bit of a downtick as well, which I think was needed. It's a cheap weapon that used to be able to do a lot of damage. I mean, hell, the win rate of a Stinger, a full Stinger buy against a rifle round, it was just too high. So now, when you look at the Spectre, I think there's good potential for going for those second round forces, especially when it comes to attack side if you're losing, but you're still getting a spike plant and pistol. And I think we'll see a lot more of it in any rounds where you have those weaker investments. For Zipto right now, that's not going to be a problem.
Spike planted.
Is Safia playing? She hasn't moved in a, in a long time. Either she is locked into the angle she's playing,
someone's gonna flank for B,
or has DC. But she has been stood completely still for, I think, at least 30 seconds. So.
Right here. That is a pretty solid guess. Yeah.
We've also not swapped her POV as well at all.
Yeah, Zipto have got to be even more confused than us. Is thinking, well, you know, it's an eco. You'd think they'd jump off the map or certainly come in for the fight.
Oh,
there we go. Okay.
Was she genuinely holding that angle the entire time?
I guess so. I'm perplexed, but
okay,
hey.
it looks like, I don't know. We've got Cam, so I'm assuming maybe there was some sort of problem there because she was just fully AFK at the spot the entire round. Even in the replay, you can see she's not moved from there. So yeah, I'm guessing that we might be getting some sort of early tech.
Either that or we are seeing some new tech from IGLs, like the greatest strats being called of all time. But yeah, it does appear that's not going to be the case, as you'd expect. It will be.
It would be, to be honest, if I ever saw a player hold an angle for that long, because it's like in your head where you're like, they're going to peak. They're going to peak soon. So I'm not gonna move. The second I turn away. So I never turn away. And then you can never be upset that they peaked. Unless, of course, they've gone into the spawn and peeked from the other side. But no, I'm guessing that we are seeing Safia with a, hopefully a slight technical pause, but obviously for Zipto, decent start. They lose a couple of players in that last round, so likely going to have a couple of repurchases here and there, but I'm definitely liking the ideas they came in with. I think this looks like a squad that maybe expected to see this map come into play, look to reinvent themselves a little bit with what they were running, even though you are still going to see that double duelist in the form of the Waylay and the Yoru, and it's been a double duelist that I thoroughly enjoyed when we saw it at Champs. I think DRX definitely one of the sort of catalysts of that composition. But yeah, I think a lot of intrigue with how things are going to be run. And I'll be honest with you, on the other side of things, the comp that was being run before of the no duelist double smokes, I much prefer seeing Alkia on a duelist. I understand that you might have the perfect, like, logical game plan of how you want to do things, but when you have a player like Alkia, a Turkish Jet, put her on Jet. Like, she's almost definitely going to put up numbers, and I think her Neon as well, especially, is phenomenal, which, okay, on this map, I don't want to see it, but on any other map, I'd be quite happy to.
Yeah, sometimes better to just let those stars shine, and comfort prevails more often than not. For KC, the 2-0 start, but, well, they're on the 0 side, so they got the rifles out. This is their chance to fight back into things, and Anacilia's already done a very valuable kill. Capricious out of the round. They've lost the Astra, and going in for more is Anacilia. GX is pushing down very slowly on mid, but there might be no one left to roll with by then. The stars shining bright for KC in round number 3.
And that's a pretty good way to come back onto the border. A flawless in response. Of course, a few weaker weapons here and there, but you can definitely see the confidence that's come in. And I think it was Anacilia even describing herself in some of the graphics we put out as, I'm a more supportive player. I think you might have to redact that statement, Anacilia, because that was incredibly aggressive, even re-peaking while on 13 HP. And this is sort of the flair that I was talking about with Alkia.
Let's go, guys.
Standing her ground. Good way to get back on. Now, interestingly, Con has now picked up that operator. So still looking to run it. Wow, this is aggressive. GX immediately dealt with finding where the majority of the opponents are, and in fact the knife will really give them all that information, but I don't think that was a worthwhile trade.
No, I think that's fair to say. You know, losing out on, luckily not all of your smokes, having Safia in play here gives KC that little bit more to play with in terms of the delay, but Zipto can now play this round much slower, already having that advantage, and it looks like sending the duelists to farm up a battle on middle while KC go pushing down. A big brawl on its way, and the reveal will be broken in time, so no info on that push, but it looks like Yumi's got an idea. Alki the one to hit the first shot, but now she's stuck down on mid, has to stand her ground, and she will! Go supernova to take a triple, but it's still even numbers with Capricious bringing it back, but now all that weight on her shoulders, surrounded and dealt with as KC tie it up.
I feel like for Zipto, this has got to be a bit of a tilting round, if anything. Like, you're waiting for a lot of this aggression. I think they even put the chokehold, that's the new trap from Vito, to block off any more aggression in main. So, okay, you're going to have to reveal yourself. And even having the idea that the opponents were going to push into mid, and then Alkia still kind of wrecked them, like spinning on a dime, finding kills that it looked like she was dead to rights. And then the re-aggression again from Glance to flank them. Like, you got to almost feel like you're in a box in these early rounds. Like, if I saw a team doing this when they're like 6-0 up, I'd be like, fair.
Yeah.
Doing this when you're losing is another story altogether, and they're not stopping, even versus a low buy.
But it made sense last round. They were already a player down. This time, they know they've got the advantages in terms of weaponry, and they're not afraid to flex on them. Not even reloading. Out for more is Alkia. The classics in hand now. Cool down. The rest of the squad pushing from all angles, and Graham's having a tough run of it. KC steaming into the lead now with some convincing rounds. Zipto, they're going to start to feel that pressure.
Yeah, it turns out Safia didn't have tech issues. She was just powering up for the round. That one was hers. A couple onto the board. And this is always the difficult thing. You have to bear in mind that, I think it was mentioned on the desk, 8 of the 10 players
Spike down mid.
are currently playing their first map on a GC champ stage. For Glance, well, she's won one. So it's a slightly different ball game for her. And Alkia, the other who's been frying so far, also played here with BBL Queens. The 2 experienced players on the server, and you can see that little bit of extra confidence. You can't count Zipto out just yet. They're up with another buy. Ultimates coming online as well. Graham's has now got that dimensional drift. The Bladestorm's there on the other side, so still the opportunity for impact. But they fall back into this slow style of play, trying to catch that aggression. But this time, Mitch, for KC, there isn't much of it. They're now grouping up towards mid.
Yeah, they sent the drone out on mid. It got broken about 20 seconds ago, and that gave them the idea to stick with 3 players and then later 4, just in case Zipto were late pushing it. But for Zipto, that's worked wonderfully because they made the call to back out of mid, send their players towards this A site. Now they're seeing, and it's open for the taking. 1 player there, but Anasilia drops out of heaven, manages to put a spanner in the works. And now it's on to GX to find that value. Shorty in hand, in the smoke, and that's the spike down. They've got to push into GX's hands, and she is crushing them. Fight after fight. 1 player has managed to slip through to the back lines, but just got spotted. That timing was terrible as Alkia manages to find that one. Capricious stands no chance. And KC, they keep putting these rounds on the board now, 4-2.
Yeah, it looked like there was a little bit of danger in this round initially. I think it was Piety managed to find some space out of the smoke. I think also even the initial battle from Graham's looked like it had some danger to it. But it was kind of just Anasilia being ready for it and GX just dancing with death the entirety of the round. You saw the way it started. It was only her on that side of the map and Anasilia coming in for a little bit of support, but she worked wonders. I think it was Bayer coming into this tournament said that was her player to watch, GX, and you can kind of see why. Just a safe pair of hands on the site, and that, again, these rounds have got to be a little bit frustrating because for Zipto, at times, it definitely looks like they've got the right idea on what they should be doing, and then they get caught just by somebody making an individual play or somebody staying alive a lot longer than they should have done. After 4 rounds in a row, it's not too surprising to see a pause come out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, the third win for KC was up against the Eco. So for Zipto, it's like, okay, we've lost the lead, but that wasn't the round we're supposed to win. Coming into this one, though, it very much was. Anasilia being able to drop out of heaven and catch them off guard was one thing, but GX finding so much value inside that smoke, dropping the spike, catching a second player who's trying to push around the back. I mean, you heard it in the replay. I think if we put a glass in front of her, it would have shattered with how much noise she was making. Excited to get that much value. And of course, having a 4-2 lead, it's a good start, but for Zipto, they know this could get a whole lot worse for them. So the timeout, as they look to course correct early, but they don't really have the weaponry to fight for it here. Really, they will be talking about the next round, but still coming in with some potential. A rifle, a marshal, and a lot of sheriffs. We've seen stranger things than rounds like this being won.
It's interesting the rifle is actually on Haiti, who has the Hunter's Fury as well. And maybe would have expected somebody looking to get a little bit more aggressive, and maybe then she can be reactive if that happens. Yeah, just that's the straight up wall bang from GX, and
Need that back.
Cons, I feel a little bit hard done by from that one. Capricious looking to try and put pressure on the other side of the map, and has managed to pull a rotation, but it's not like Zipto is exactly ready to execute anywhere. There's two players now route clearing mid, one being patient and Capricious trying. I guess maybe a hero play, expecting it to be a solo player on that side of the map, but unfortunately for her, it wasn't.
And GX has got to be feeling pretty good as well. You know, you look at that last round, obviously she had a hold that Spartans would be jealous of. Then coming in here, team flash to start and gets dropped. And ends up getting the opening pick, finally. We have one of the KC members fall, but it's left into a 2 versus 4, and with the weaker weapons, it's not looking good. The sheriffs have fallen, down goes the rifle and Piety, and now only Yuumi left. Marshall in hand, and the question is damage. The sheriff won't find anything. 5-2 for KC, 5 rounds in a row, and that gives them, with how convincing they've been, a huge boost in terms of the economy. I mean, we're talking max credits before they're buying in this round on pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
With 4 players alive, it's not going to make much of a dent in that economy.
For sure. The good thing is, for Zipto, they come into this one with a buy, and they also have themselves high-impact ults that will be coming up, that convergence path, evolution as well, which even just based off the healing alone can be quite a nasty ult to try and deal with. But it's safe to say, I do have the expectation, okay, I was going to say that Con will do better on the other side, but it seems like they're going to be playing the defense already at the beginning of this one, just trying to hold on after being pressured, knowing there's only one player there, but Graham's does well. Keeps things even for now, and actually, GX has been caught.
They have indeed. Yeah, that aggression not working out, as now we look to that site with only Anasilia standing, Safia miles away, a star there to help, but the first shot lands on the decoy. They know that she's here now, and they'll look to the backside just to get around. Get this plant in. Anasilia quickly invading the smoke after the nade, but nobody walks in. From Zipto's perspective, they don't want to give away picks, and they almost do, with Safia finding one, but it's traded out. Safia 1v2, and the AWP might not be the perfect weapon for it, but if she can isolate these fights, this could still be her round.
And he gave her a small amount of margin, but now that starts to get a little bit scary. The newfound Cubby definitely going to be a more difficult position to clear, but she's got the right idea. Oh no, the shot's missed! Was a little bit too quick with it. And for Piety, that doesn't get much easier when your opponent misses an operator shot. Zipto back on the board. Finally, that patience paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they made the right call and just pumping the brakes, waiting for extra aggression to come through after that initial pick. And well, they got exactly what they wanted, and I think a large part of that is KC feeling a little boxed into that play style. Not only because they're 5 rounds in a row, the confidence is there, but Alkia had pushed up close and gotten stunned. So even after that opening pick, she's kind of in the open. So they decide to keep looking for that fight. The Sang glance with her, and it doesn't work out. But Zipto, 1 round win ain't enough. We got to see probably even 2 from this point, and the AWP is right back up because those credits for KC riding high. Alkia playing a very risky game, but almost getting the reward. Still a 5v4, even without that second shot hitting.
Now she's over to the other side of the map, just waiting for the reclear elsewhere. Space taken in mid. Now, Anasilia has been around this position quite often, and Con is aware. Ready for the peak. Maybe something KC have to be a little bit careful of is overheating in some of these positions. You already had a 2-player advantage, but they looked for a little bit more. Well, the plan here is to go into the Lion's Den. And that's where GX will be waiting.
Well, the evolution active. There's not much to really avoid in terms of ultimates, but utility, that paranoia for the retake, not going to do a damn thing.
Maybe a dart.
Con. Yeah, exactly. A few pieces of utility that don't have to be worried about now. For KC, player advantage already up on its way, and that's what they're waiting for. They want Alkia with this push. Alkia's been hitting everything. The rifle picked up, and it's still just as deadly. But Yumi's got a great position. One found. And now the ult active as well. That's going to cause problems. Maybe even give Piety a chance inside main, but smoked off. That smoke fading. Here's the chance for the fight. Catches Glance. Spray! So close to the kill! But now Alkia can continue the defuse as GX picks frag after frag. 6-3. You got a feel for Zipto, though. That one was damn close.
Yeah, again, it feels like they had some of the right ideas. I think especially that second layer to the lurk back into mid, the convergence path, which stunned them all up. But unfortunately for them, Alkia and GX right now are just looking like they're in insane form. Like where we talk about the evolution, unfortunately, she didn't evolve to stop bullets. And this is exactly what I was talking about when I was saying putting Alkia back onto that jet. It's not even just that, like, okay, she can now dash, she can now have a blade storm, whatever. It's the fact that you just see that level of confidence of I'm just going to swing in and I'm going to win this fight.
Like that.
Case in point.
That's got to be frustrating for Zipto. Good round for it at least. They haven't got the rifles. It's only the Sheriffs. But 7-3. And for KC, they can climb even higher. So if they win this one...
is literally giggling during the round. I just want to say that. Like, they're enjoying themselves so much in this match at the moment. And honestly, she is 13-4, so you can understand why.
Yeah, I mean, 6 out of 7 rounds. And a lot of it has come off the back of her performance. There's the TP, but Anacilia will catch it. She's catching everything as all Zipto are catching her bullets. Finally, really? GX going to close it out, shorty in hand, but no, 1 HP left on Con. Just about surviving that engagement. And
Alkia's pushing this.
I guess at least adding some damage onto the tally.
I'm telling you, Alkia's pushing.
Not thinking about the TP, though.
Oh.
They haven't considered...
Punished.
Trap destroyed.
Well, Con at least now knows 1 HP in a dream. It really would be a dream, and it's not going to come true. Xavier, the safe pair of hands. Are they going to get the operator back? No, they are not. So it's a little bit of a waste, but realistically, credits-wise, they are not going to be having any problems to repurchase them for the next round.
And for the rest of the half.
Yeah, that's also true, especially with the Blade Storm in the back pocket. 7-3 up on the defensive side. This has looked phenomenal for KC. But if the last couple of rounds go back in the other direction, my worry though is it is again just how dominant so many of these rounds have been and how almost disrespectful at times they've been.
No, Anacilia's feeling it. This aggression into A-Main has gotten them a lot of information, and maybe more importantly, it's gotten them the orb onto Glance. That's going to be Hunter's Fury online, 4 ultimates for KC. And you see exactly why they choose this round to go for that aggression, rotate, coming through, players close to mid, but the idea is to back up that B site. But look where the spike is for Zipto. They're playing for mid control right now, but no real direction in terms of where that plan's coming in. They're looking for fights, and they're about to get them, but it's Alkia who's taking the challenge. You see her, and you just get the hell out of there. Nice dive in from Yumi, but Glance, too quick to pull out the shorty, has made this one a little bit more difficult for Zipto.
Alkia on the angle, or maybe not on the angle, but it doesn't matter. Quick enough in the reaction, the second player coming. She's nervous that maybe mid has been lost. But both players stick towards main. A chance at least for the cross to the site, but not only is it a 2 versus 4, but they have 3 ultimates ready and raring to go, and they may not even need them with how Alkia's been playing. It's labored, maybe for the first time, but it doesn't matter. She still gets away with the frag. And all that remains is Con, and Alkia is already looking to try and send this one. The utility's being denied, but that also helps let them know exactly where she is. Con with a second, though, starts to get dangerous, but again, GX is there. An 8th round, a defusal guaranteed, and hopefully an orb for GX.
The scariest part about this is we talked about the economic advantage that KC have in so many of these rounds. We saw that one victory for Zipto when they put the third round on the board in round number 8, and an immediate buy-up, immediate op, and I think Alkia got a double opening. Now, they still have the op, they still have the economic advantage, and now look where the ults are at. We have got 4 out of 5 to play with GX 1 away from the shadows, but the reality is, that might not be the ult that you look at to do the impact. Anasilia can get them into a site. Glance can clear angles. Alkia with a Blade Storm to back up that off. This is a terrifying round for Zipto. And GX, the one going hella aggressive. They know she's up close, but dealing with her is another thing altogether. GX back to her old ways down there on mid. She's having a whale of a time in this map.
Yeah, they combined it with an early Hunter's Fury. That created the distraction, and then she did the rest. At least seen her go down, and actually a fair amount of space taken on B. Capricious has found a gap, and the jump spot from Safia, you can tell that she believes they are far, far further back if they've managed to get anywhere. I think this is going to be a nasty surprise, potentially for Glance, unless there's some very poor timing. Oh, that one's for free. Now going to give the space for team. Safia's just jumped in. She's jumped into the side. I think only just realizing there's a player so close, and because of that, she's still gone down as well. I think some clear oversights in this round from KC. And now, Alkia and Anasilia have to try and save the day.
Yeah, this has turned from a favorable position, even in the half here for Zipto. This is going to give them a leg up moving into the next, if they end up taking it, but it's Alkia to deal with. It's Anasilia, ult popped already, so no utility to slow down this advance. It means Alkia's going to be here real quick in that close left corner. Oh, not even going to be cleared. No chance to clear it, as Khan was quick on the frag from deep in main. Capricious with her third, and Zipto with their fourth. An 8-4 half, and you know what? At least in old meta, we saw that double duelist comp do a lot when it comes to the defense as well. So not all hope is lost.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're going to be able to sort of bring it back on that second half. But first, a short break.
Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that?
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Not let you know, but I'll let you know. Wanna tele non sai cochino. Tengo estilo, mucho estilo. Tu parli italiano, yo hablo español. Saca el pinol, dame el kilo. Cómete la papa con el alocito. ¿Tú me entiendes? No me entiendes. Ok, hablamos francés.
Well, if you expected our Coinbase Econ report to be on anybody but Alkia, I would ask, have you just tuned in? Because what an incredible half she had.
Yeah, well, you can see the damage dealt to everyone. Normally there's like one or two players like, oh, maybe I didn't see this person, especially when you're playing defense. Like, I feel like there's a good chance that either you get traded or you're on the wrong side of the map. No, Alkia was everywhere. And this is what I was saying, like, compositionally, is the Jet the best option on this map? That's up for debate. Is it the best option for Alkia on this map? Absolutely. Like, she is phenomenal, and I think going into the attack, it's going to become even more prominent with, especially more opportunities for Con to deny a lot of the utility. They're going to have that reliance on, can she get in and can she get an opener? And if it's anything like the first half, she can.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, that it's difficult sometimes to comprehend, I suppose, from the outside perspective, that you have these sort of ideal compositions on a map. In theory, right? You can see how this comp could be the best way to play it, but you also have to look at the players that you have, the teams that you have, and your strengths.
Yeah.
And playing into those, often, as we've seen over the last few years, it often is what works. You think about CNET on an OMEN, and then you just wish he could dash at them. And I think that's exactly what we see here with Alkia. Like, this Jet, it's not for everybody. The comp on the other side, I said, is my favorite. I prefer what Zipto are bringing, especially with the Veto. Like, is it being used to its maximum by anybody right now? Probably not. But I think in theory, it looks like a comp that gives you more tools, more options, and therefore it seems better. But when you got someone like Alkia pushing in A main to take opening picks, or fighting mid the next round and immediately rotating to B main, just global presence, it's hard to argue against that pickup.
I think that was the issue. It's like what we talk about with this sort of Waylay Yoru combo is the fact that you can have one go in, the other fly in after with the info and potentially get an opener. They didn't get a chance to execute in any rounds. They were pressured across the map all the way through, whether it was A or B main pushes or even just like crazy mid-aggression. And also you didn't even know which player was coming. Like most of the time you'd assume it was Alkia, but then the next time it would be GX just doing like a shadow step down mid. So yeah. I genuinely think it was a very well calculated plan coming out of the side of KC. And Zipto so far haven't been able to beat that. And it does make me a little bit worried because sure, as said, I think that compositionally, although I definitely favor the double duelist on the attack, I do think the potential to struggle against the Veto comes in a lot more on the defense.
Yeah, 100%. I think, again, even stats-wise, like I think it was last season, again, old patch, but Double Duelist was putting up more rounds on defense than attack. It was, I think it was JT pulled up the stats for that for me. So it's something that, like, it's difficult to imagine where it's going to be at in this day and age, but the problem is Alkia on the attack. That's where I think she's going to pop off. Now has even more freedom to run around the map and be that tip of the spear, already finding itself under the armor of Zipto with Khan out of the round. But Safia, too, has fallen.
Oh, this is already looking like a bit of a peculiar one with how much space that EMEA has been able to get. It's been a poor match from her thus far. Struggling to really get going. Someone who's definitely one of those talented individuals. A newfound one at that, and this might be the chance, but again, Alkia is just so quick with it. Sheriff in hand. Actually just taking the space on her own. Look at where the rest of the team is. They are currently entering the A site, and Alkia is just selling a ruse that has pulled every single member onto this side, but the ruse is still doing damage. She is completely alone, but somehow has almost killed her fourth player of the round. In fact, she's doing it all. She's just fully faking them out, and finally Capricious has put her down, even with a little bit of spam. But what Capricious has only just realized is they're not going B.
Whew, Alkia on the attack, huh? I mean, I don't even know how she's gotten away with that. She was 35 HP going in those last two fights and wins them both. Well, I suppose the last fight was technically Capricious, but the smoke fading has caught her off guard. KC quick on the trades and right back to winning ways. 9-4 and the pistol going their way. That's got to be a real blow to Zipto's confidence. That was their opportunity to close the gap.
It's funny as well. Like the thing I've learned from watching a lot of the EMEA GC is I think Smart 7, as his name suggests, not the 7 part, is a very good coach at building structure. I almost feel like he had to like maybe sacrifice a little bit of pride here and just go, fine, I'll put Alkia on Jet. Yeah, let's just let her go kill everyone, because that pistol was absurd. Like that was no help, just running around killing everyone. Like that's the dream of a Turkish Jet, but very few can make it that much of a reality where she literally looks like a one-woman army at the moment.
It really is just wisdom in the simple things, I suppose. You know, some teams want to come in with the gigabrain comps. Sometimes basics are the way to go. For Alkia, you know, I'd like to chat with anyone. I suppose I wouldn't like to chat with anyone who'd like to argue the opposite, because that just doesn't seem to have any foundation in our reality. This is a classic pushing up here. A fake on the A site with a classic from Anasilia while the rest of the squad goes B. She gets one, goes down, but here's where her value is found, right? That B site much more open. The only player close by is Can, and well, there's 2 smokes between her and any form of impact.
Yeah. It's like even for Con, like denying
Nice shock.
any utility here wouldn't have any value, and it should be easy pickings from here on out. To be honest, I'm going to upset someone here, but I would rather they jumped off the map purely because Alkia is 2 away from a Blade Storm.
Yeah.
Don't give her the Blade Storm. Don't give her a gun, but like the Blade Storm just, yeah, she's just got an extra orb, and now, like, they got nothing from that. I think falling, even though it might hurt the pride, not worth it.
I think it hurts the pride when you bought a Sheriff, right? That's when you're like, I can't make it costly. We could do, and actually, when you look at where KC are at, those 4 players all had rifles to work with, one of which was an Outlaw, but then you go to the 2 Bulldogs and the Vandal. So, you know, you get 2 exits there. That's huge.
Even
but
if you killed her, she's still 1 off Blade
yeah,
Storm.
yeah. And if she kills 1 and dies, then yeah, Blade Storm's there. So that economic damage would have been difficult to find, but I understand. Sometimes you got to roll the dice, and when 9-4 down, or 10-4 as they would have imagined they'd be, they didn't think they were winning that 2v4. Yeah, why not? For KC, a huge bonus round. They've got a lot to work with. GX, we saw this mid-aggression when it came to the defensive side. We saw her go down on mid a couple times. Well, we saw her push mid, rather. She didn't go down. It was only her opponents who hit the floor. And now, nice little bait, actually, towards A main, but Piety down after 1. Alkia already around them, and GX, here is her moment to strike. Patiently, she has waited, and a reward is found in the form of Graham's. And the advantage for KC. Oh, about to be doubled up on with Yuumi down.
Oh, that's a 24th kill for Alkia. I'm not going to tell the desk how to do their job, but I feel a highlight might be coming. Con has at least been able to trade 1 back. Now, Alkia is desperately low on HP. There is an opportunity here. Anasilia always loves to take the fight, even though she calls herself a support and does actually get dinged up for it. This is now getting pretty dangerous. Con has definitely been the player to watch the jump up, though. Alkia, again, was the bait, but you'd never believe it because she hits the headshot anyway.
25-8. I mean, KC, they're playing a good game, but right now, I think there's one factor that's having more impact than anything that they've done before this game started. Alkia, whether with supportive utility, because that's what we see a lot, right? A duelist popping off, and it's like, oh, great, Flash is coming in here. Oh, those players were blinded. There was a smoke. There was something to help out. Well, that's not quite the case here, you know? These players, they may not need to be revealed. We've seen 3 players run at Alkia looking for the fight, and they found it, but ended up falling almost every time, and this time she was 6 HP going in for the last one. Caught updrafting as well. Truly ridiculous level of impact, and I think this transcends Abyss as a map, right? You look at this whole series, then you think Corrode for Zipto. If they go down like this 13-4, if it's Alkia dropping like 30, especially if she keeps up at this rate, before this map is done, in like 18 rounds, then you do get worried about Corrode. Even if Zipto feel more comfortable there, I don't think any level of comfort is going to matter if you cannot deal with this Jet on the other side.
The funny thing is, the other agent I highlighted that she likes to play is Neon, and that's what she's playing on the next map. So, well, in theory, maybe they've swapped things around, who knows, but to be honest, she's so good at it, I really would be upset if they didn't. And I'll also say, again, this one kind of directly goes out to Smart 7. I never want to see her play Omen on this map ever again. Even though they won it last time with her on Omen, I think she's almost doubled her previous map's kills. So it's just a different beast, and this composition looks so comfortable for them, and specifically for her. And, well, as if she hasn't got enough orbs and enough kills, they've given her the Outlaw to kick off the round versus players that don't have heavy shields. Nice start, though.
Yeah, but this is the problem. Alkia's going in. They've got to deal with her. The shot has to land, and it does. There we go for Zipto. Sheriff's in hand, and a 5 versus 3. Potential rifles to be picked up as well inside of A main if they want to go for the risk. They want to reinforce the site quicker, as in fact a big fight on middle comes in. Con.
Nice shot.
The death blow onto GX has left KC without a port to call their home at this point. It's all just about the battles, and they have no information on where a favorable fight would be.
don't know if you'd expect Yumi to be in this corner, but given an individual fight, I'm not sure I like it. The group up for the rest of the players is a little bit better, it seems, although there is still an isolated duel over on the A site. Grahams is now going to go looking for the weaponry. Safia desperately trying to get something here, and we'll find another. In fact, she's ended up with 3. A 2v5 just moments ago.
30 seconds left.
And now into a 2 versus 2. Now Graham's position, I was going to say was wonderful on A, but she's now gone back towards middle. They should at least be able to get an additional rifle into the hands of Com, but this is very quickly swung in the other direction.
This is the thing. With Can so desperately low and Glance aggressively holding that rotation. We leave it all into the hands of Grahams now. 2 fantastic sheriff shots in A main to start out this round. But we need more with the rifle now in hand. It's Glance in that tight corner. The flash will catch. Oh, but Graham's not quick enough to swing, and now they're going to fight this together. What a recovery by KC. These two make their own look as 12-4 on the board.
I think that one maybe shows just a little bit of that inexperience. Like, I understand the concept of like, okay, I've got this close angle, they're not going to fight it, but when you have such a hefty advantage, when you're in such a deficit in terms of rounds, the fact that we see some of these more individual fights, and sure, Safia did wonderfully well to find 2 while they're peaking, but definitely some mistakes made from Zipto and the experience over on the KC side, and while the KC fans are absolutely loving this. 12-4 up on their map choice. They have not looked like they lost control at any point of this map.
There really is nothing like the KC fandom, especially when they're putting those dubs up. Glance waiting for this push. Will find a trade. Will find even more with Yumi down. And the push from Alkia has been caught. And she won't be drawing blood, at least for now. But of course, she sticks around. The confidence sky high. A 26th kill is what she's looking for. And of course, she will find it. GX dealt with, but the swing into Alkia, death sentence with Glance by her side. Can, the last alive, 1v3, spotted by the drone, and the Hunter's Fury is sent out, but Anacelia with the death blow. 13-4, KC dominate their map pick.
An incredibly clean victory on their own map choice. I came in today looking at this one as potentially a fairly level playing field, but with Alkia's performance already on this map, she went far and above expectations switching over to the Jet. We will have to see if going into their own map choice, if Zipto have any form of response.
Zipto and GX, the one going hella aggressive. They know she's up close, but dealing with her is another thing altogether. GX back to her old ways down there on mid. She's having a whale of a time in this map.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Betcha flashes in, and down goes Light.
What you want?
Sorry to bother, I don't mean to be blowing your cover. No, we probably shouldn't take this no further, but you beat the cookie up like no other. I seen your whip was parked in the lot out front, you was fine on me. I know I could never be a Cinderella. Together we started a messed up telenovela. I like the way you rock my whip. I like the way you lick my I like the drugs you let me hit. Do me so good, I'ma pass out. Love it when you keep me your mask on. Love it when I'm running dirty with a rough boy. Guess I gotta take my mask out. Ice, my money, sex, trees. Everything's bliss when I'm paying my bills with the money you give me for free. But being tired down, we make sure you can do you and that I can do me. I feel like Rapunzel, I am your secret treat that no one can see. If you wanna have some fun, call 415-1999. I'm thinking it's another way to call on my line. I'm out and five, this cookie ain't free. Yeah, but it's something about you. Love the way you giving me brain, but he never gon' say, cause that's gon' make me go and say, hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah.
Call my phone, I like that.
Hey, I see you stuck in my page. What you doing up so late? I be loving the trade. I got this one on the way. Big headed, he'll eat it, he do it, I say. He like to hear it a crate. Saying for me, he gon' fight. He's catching a fade. Giving, but he never takes. Where you at? I can't take you in your sim. I think that he's an imposter. I'm thinking about jumping ship. Really call it a toss up. I don't know if it's clipped.
Corporation, they take map number 1 of this series, 13-4, a very dominant game against Zipto. Welcome back to the desk. Let's talk about what happened in this first game by hopping straight into our HyperX reflex moment of the day. And that, of course, goes to Alkia, Dan, because she had an outrageous map 1.
Yeah, we were trying to decide which round to pull from Askia because she had so many incredible moments, and I feel like this second pistol round is what guaranteed that it was going to be not only a dominant side, but a dominant map on the side of Carmen Corp. She was incredible, was able to find that opening, and throughout the map, a few of those body shots to close it out. Gave her that 4K. I generally just really like Alkia, and we got the chance to talk about it before, but what she's doing right now, I feel like is unstoppable.
Yeah, those are some crazy stats, crazy numbers. And, you know, we were talking about the question of whether she was going to be playing on that OMEN, but I'm glad to see her on the jet. She was playing loose. Yes. She was playing aggressive right when they needed her. And the operator, I mean, just not missing a single shot.
Yeah, I think we have to talk about it. It felt like Zipto could not find a solution for that op once she got it in her hands.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen a little bit more aggression, taking advantage of that double duelist, applying that pressure on Alkia. I gotta be honest, those were some easy shots, and I'm throwing up air quotes because Alkia absolutely delivered, but there was not a lot of utility to put the pressure onto Alkia's crossline there.
But that's a little bit of what happened in the grand final for Zipto against Ninetales, where Dana was just getting every single one of those openings on defense with the operator, and it felt like Zipto, they could not find an answer. This is the one map that they lost in the grand final. They lose it once again, and it is a little bit of the same issue. When they have those opportunities, even when they have those ultimates to take space, to take control, they're not able to do so, and Alkia, on top of that, is having an incredible day, so it's just a perfect mix for Carmen Corp to find that success.
The other big question coming out of Agent Select was what we were going to see from this veto. You were very excited about it, Potter, and after having watched that first map, what were your impressions? Was there anything you saw you were very excited about, or anything you felt like we missed out on in this showing of veto?
Definitely moments of excitement for sure for the side of Zipto. Of course, it didn't pay off for them in the end, but you saw a little bit of it in these highlights as well, working that mid, and especially when this veto is paired with that Yoru on the defense side of things towards the B, the playmaking potential with both these agents able to TP and misdirect a lot of the time. So there's a lot of playmaking opportunities. I wish Zipto would have had a little bit more time to be able to cook those opportunities. Sure. But KC, they were just so confident in all of these engagements.
It seems like they definitely had the right idea. You're mentioning those two TPs, and we saw a couple of those rounds for the side of Zipto when they were trying to get that space towards mid, and you see both of those TPs trying to work out, but then there's Alkia finding a pick with the operator. There's a little bit of push as well coming for Karma and Corp, and they were really comfortable taking that space, so they couldn't really find the value that they wanted out of those two agents.
It was a very dominant map one, though, on Abyss, with that new composition not entirely working out, but still time to bounce back as we head to Corrode, map 2 of this series, and the pick of Zipto. Dan, from watching Zipto in their region, what are we expecting on Corrode? Do you think we could get anything new from them again?
That's what I'm hoping for. They already brought us this first change in this map of Abyss, where honestly they were struggling with in the past, but for Corrode, I feel like they can absolutely bring something different, something a little bit more aggressive, something that allows them to take more of that space that sometimes can be hard in this map. If anything, I'm more curious though about Karma and Corp. They've played this map once ever in their whole career, in their whole history. So there's chances for us to see new things coming in for both of them.
Yeah, but I do think that that bodes well for Zipto, right? They're absolutely going to have to lock in, and this is their map pick. They weren't able to showcase any of really their game plan. It didn't pull through for them in map 1. But Corrode, I'm expecting comfort for these players. You can see them leaning back, doing the cosplay of Aspas, locking in for this map of Corrode. And I need to see these ladies loosen up on this map and just start going for more plays.
And that is the style as well of Zipto. That is the style that allows them to have success, and that gave them that trophy in their region. So maybe that is what they need to do. But I mean, in these maps also, they're playing a double sentinel. They were playing a double sentinel with the Deadlock and the Cypher. I hope not. I hope they change it, right?
I think that is the big question, though, because in my mind, there's a lot of ways you can go with Corrode. I think the most obvious is, like, look at something like what NRG was doing with the double initiator waylay at the end of Champs, but it seems like there's a lot viable on this map right now, especially after the changes.
For sure, Mimi, and we just saw it on Abyss in the first map, that waylay Yoru combo. I think we can probably expect that coming through for Corrode, but I'd like to see Zipto leaning onto that double initiator that you mentioned. I think it's going to allow the players of Zipto to plan and problem solve and go for those plays that I was talking about. Because on the attack side, they didn't take advantage of that double dive. They didn't have those aggressive, high pressure moments and just thriving in the chaos. So hopefully with a double initiator look, they'll be able to coordinate their util and make something happen.
They should be able to do so. We talk about this team as the most flexible that we have in GCC. Everybody is willing to play a bunch of different roles, a bunch of different agents. I think the only one that we've seen in a single role is Waimi on this duelist. And I feel like she is also a key of success. She was struggling a little bit on that first map, which is a little bit of uncharacteristic for this duelist of Zipto. Could be a little bit of comfort stage, nervous. I mean,
Yeah, to update you guys at home, there is a slight delay on the stage. We're hopeful to get into map 2 Corrode of this series as soon as possible. We'll update you if we know any more. While we wait for the game to get started, I want to talk further about what was the big picture of map 1. That was Alkia's operator, which absolutely dominated. Potter, I feel like we're going into another map where, especially on defense, Zipto is going to have to take some quick lessons on how to deal with that operator.
Yeah, and trial by fire, for sure. I mean, Alkia, it wasn't as if she had such good utility layered that was getting her those picks. That was skill expression. That was individualism coming through. She wasn't missing a beat. And playing off your intuition like that, when your duelist is locked in and is just in that flow state, things get really dangerous really fast. So for Zipto's side, they've got to be able to reset and they've got to be able to come into map 2 with that in mind. When the enemy can afford an op, you've got to change your approach.
I love when you can always tell if it's a rookie player, because people always struggle to put the IEMs in right when they're on stage. Did you have any players when you've been coaching, Potter, who you had to teach them?
It is a struggle, and it's always, you've got, the key is you've got to be prepared. The prep leading up into the match is all about the prep.
It's all important.
Get the size right before. You know, don't be lazy about it. You've got to make sure you've got the right size before you go live.
In there.
Yeah, the ear tip. That's the key.
Was that ever something? Did you ever struggle? Or were you?
I did, because my canal is very small. It's actually, and after like 10 minutes, I get a headache.
Yeah.
I can feel my
So you were
heart
playing with a
pulsing
headache
in my ear. No, I was prepped.
Oh, yeah,
made
yeah.
sure
She got the right dice for the
You got it
in-ear.
down.
was correct
Okay,
mundo,
respect.
yes.
The all-important discussions going on right now. I have an even more important question, Dan. You've been so excited about the players' hair here at GCC. We have a lot of players with very cool dyed hair. Can you run me through a review? What are you liking? What are you impressed by on the stage today?
Right now, obviously, I mean, Alkia is not only, incredible in that map one, but have you seen her hair?
You can see her in the foreground right there with that blue hair.
You see it right there. The blue hair, and also she's been switching it up a lot. You see her a few months ago, she had all pink hair as well.
And what does that bring to a player when they're constantly coming out with a new dyed hair?
10 aim.
Okay.
Which you just saw.
And so I know you often change the color of your dyed hair. And what rank are you again?
Right, so I really like the players that we're seeing on stage. It doesn't apply to me.
But it applies to them, certainly.
But it applies to everybody but me. And that's why I appreciate them so much.
You could call it Dan's law, right? You can create a law, but it might not necessarily apply to you.
Exactly. It's like, okay, never mind.
We're free from this discussion, Dan. We can move on. Thankfully, we are done with our delay. Thanks for bearing with us at home. Agent Select is up, and Zipto, Potter, hovering that double sentinel.
They're going for it again. They're gonna stick to tried and true and what their comfort is, and they've got to know that Carmine Core, they've seen the footage. They know that this team likes Corrode, and so they've got to be used to this double sentinel line, the anchors.
Yeah, they don't change anything at all on this side of Zipto. They keep the same composition that we saw on Corrode last time that they played it. But for Carmine Core, I mentioned it, they've only played this map one time in their whole career, and they do change it a little bit. Alkia before was playing that neon, a little bit more of that early neon composition that we saw in this map. But going for this Waylay, I mean, I know that you love the Waylay, Potter, so.
Yeah, and it's because the style that you're going to be able to do, and especially with what we just witnessed Alkia do in map 1, with the pocket KO, the kind of flashes that you're used to. We've been seeing so many Yoru flashes, but these KO flashes are deadly on this map. The way you're able to find the angles, find the lines, you don't see this flash coming. So Zipto, they better be ready.
Zipto on the ropes, down a map in this series, and with a big task to bounce back on Corrode and stay alive in the upper bracket. We'll find out if they can do it, or if Carmine Core will continue on with a 2-0. Those answers come back with Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Mimi, Potter, and Dryad. It's time to get in to the second map, and what could be the final, certainly if KC are playing the same game that they did over on Abyss. But this is Zipto's map pick, and somewhere that hopefully they'll be able to find a bit more success. The main thing, though, will be dealing with Alkia, not her jet, though, on the Waylay.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad for Neon's gone. Her Neon's unreal, but she's pretty good and on any agent, so I guess I'll have to accept the change. But it does look like they're shifting a lot of their stuff around to deal with the fact that Cypher kind of got obliterated, whereas the player on the other team, Piety, has decided to stick with it. So it's going to be interesting to see if the struggles will be there. I am a big fan of Con on the deadlock. It definitely didn't seem like the veto went particularly well for her, so I think having a little bit more comfort on this agent in general, it should look good, and hopefully the same for Yumi, who really did struggle in that last map. Didn't go well, will still be that sort of focal point for the team going into this map, and a map that they've definitely had a little bit more success on. And for KC, well, we've really not seen them play this map much at all. They defeated SK on it, but they were not the ones to choose it.
Well, barriers are up and KC's defense begins. Zipto, understandably cautious, waiting outside of this B site. And it looks like on the side of KC, they are waiting for a noise, for an indication that they can go in for this blitz play. Flash is being held by both sides. You see the paranoia in Graham's, and Anacilia holding on to her own. But now Alkia goes walkabouts. The knife gives the info, but in fact the big swing gives the info first. Zipto opening pick, and well, the menace of the previous pistol round over on Abyss, the 4K Sheriff Queen, has already been taken out of the equation.
Attempted to try and refract, but opponents were a little bit too quick on the trigger. The resurfacing of the smokes, but they are just waiting behind it. Bear in mind, though, there's been quite a bit of aggression from Sapphire on the other side of the map that has taken full control down towards A. They still have a spot into middle, so they can gamble at least a couple of players on the side of B. It's definitely not going to be easy trying to hold on to this control. The bait being made to try and make them not look in the direction of GX. She's done some damage. Rotation coming in for support, but Anasilia trying to hold the line. Glance battling and brawling, and a low HP couple of players, but it's going to be left on to Safia. The advantage sitting with Zipto, and so does the time.
Oh, this fight is everything for Safia with low HP left on Yuumi. That could have decided it, but Capricious comes ahead with a 1-0 start for Zipto. And I love that we've already seen from round one just this patience from both teams, each one waiting for the other to give something away, waiting for their signal to go. And when they eventually got it, it was Alkia to fall and the round with it, but it comes down to a very, very tight margin here in the pistol.
Yeah, that definitely got a little bit shaky in the middle. But they did get the job done. Of course, they got the early start on the previous map as well. It didn't do too much, and they took some casualties in a round like this, but Yuumi in and out. All right, so's Alkia, I guess. Didn't take her long to get back onto the scoreboard, but they've taken a lot of damage in response. The main worry, though, is how many weapons are in for Zipto. This is less of a normal bonus round. I believe that the other weapon was also an outlaw, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so they had 5 rifles in this round.
Every little helps for KC. Damage is going to be felt with reinvestments from Zipto and already one player down, but it looks like no more will fall. Khan with a great opening there on middle, and 2-0 start for Zipto that, look, it's not nearly as costly as it could have been.
I love that from Khan. Gets 3 kills, whips a little bit on the 4th one, and then is slapping her own hand in punishment. You can say what you like about Zipto, but those players down on the stage definitely have a lot of personality. 2-0. Okay, they lose themselves. Look, there you go.
Oh, well, gotta be happy with that start, even with the 4th kill not going your way. Zipto now face off against the rifles of KC. There will be a Bulldog in play for GX. I'm more concerned about Alkia and where she's gotten off to. Already pushed all the way down, and of course, that's going to be opening pick onto Capricious from right behind the trap wire. Spike down, held by Alkia, but they've lost GX in the meantime. And this attempt to push down middle, well, I was going to say it's not going to work out because there's so many players from Zipto, but now there's so many bodies left on the floor. And Asilia joins the dead as a 3v2 in play, and Zipto, they still have a chance, but they need to get that spike back. And it's going to be a big problem having to cross back on middle here. I doubt that Safi is going to be nice enough to put the wall up, but... Oh, inside the smoke! That's a big risk from Alkia! And now, it's down to a 1v2!
This was one of the issues, was in the last map, Zipto were failing to punish these aggressive plays. Maybe they found their footing. I think for Zipto, there's definitely got to be that expectation that Safia will have pushed up.
30 seconds left.
She will have now heard the steps. That's the information she'd want. The problem is there's still utility holding her back. That Cypher still standing, and she'll have to give the game away now. They'll know exactly where she is as they hightail it on towards that A site. A chance for this somewhat bonus round to pull out a victory, unless, similarly to the pistol, Safia can try and win a 1v2.
I think it's a nice play from Zipto, though. Even with the low HP, this makes it a much more winnable round. Having the plant for spawn, the post plant there as well. The cam still in play from Piety, but hasn't been put up just yet. Might be played reactionary as Safia already spotted. Snake bite, that's not fully covering that angle either. Grahams can still sneak through. 16 HP. If that had full coverage, it gets a little risky, but a 3-0 start for Zipto and a hell of a bounce back. They only got 4 rounds on the previous map, remember, and this is their pick where, at least hope that they'll be able to build on this in the second half.
Yeah, this feels like kind of what maybe should have happened a couple of times in the last map. Like, don't get me wrong, I think KC definitely were in the driver's seat for the majority, but they were able to get away with a lot of plays where they already had a massive advantage, tried to just choke their opponents out of the round, and it feels like this time they finally bit the bullet for doing that. Alki's swing into the smoke definitely felt like a bit too much, but you kind of understand it with how the last map went. For now, at least, same level of aggression, taking that early space, but their opponents, Zipto, are hightailing it forward. Anasilio to the smoke is going to at least get an early trade, but she has lost her bucket.
Safia flies under the radar in the corner, shoots the decoy, and then the Yoru as Yumi goes down. Safia will finally fall, but GX topples the rest of the totem. It is a Mastercard thrifty from KC and a remarkable twist of fate.
GX is giving it there. I don't know if that's audio that could be played, but she was giving it.
She's been popping off, man. Every time we go to a replay of her, she's getting loud. I love to see it. That energy's so important down on the stage.
This is insane. Like, genuinely insane to be able to react while completely blinded. Yep, we couldn't play it. I had a feeling. Oh. Well, AC, they're on the board. It's not the round we expected them to get onto the board, but they will take that recovery. And already Safia clearly feeling it. The push down mid again. Already having a player advantage is a bit of a risk. Paiti has spotted an opponent and expects the reswing. Glance is gone, but Aoki is actually still going. Her opponent now sits in spawn, and well, for Safia, this is all about denial, but a player has already managed to make it past her utility. That's capricious. In the corner, this could be scary. Wow. Aoki just about gets away with that one.
Crazy reactions on that play. And Safia is here playing off the swing of Anasilio, but then goes in when the smoke pops, and they have just dominated this round. Safia with a 3K after the double kill with the Sheriff that basically got them, certainly the leg up, maybe even the round in the previous. You know, we talked a lot about trying to shut down Alkia, but now there's some brand new heroes stepping up to the plate for Zipto. That lead that they had in the early half, just like map number 1, they now see those walls close in on them. The economy in the dirt. They're looking at a likely 3-3 scoreline, and if this keeps up, it won't be long before they start to sweat again.
Well, this round at least is not going to have the best of investment. I'd like to see them challenge a little bit more for that middle control. I think they've done well to punish KC when they've aggressed on that side of the map. Alkia having the ability to refract just feels unfair. And while thankfully for them, she no longer has that ability.
I like what they're doing here in sorry, just waiting, not pump faking. Waiting for this, because you've seen Alkia use that refract to run down and break the trip to deny that information for Zipto just 2 rounds ago. So they're waiting. Okay, maybe she does it again here now that we're reset into a buy round. Now we've got those weaknesses. Why not see if it works? But Alkia taming, you know, finding strengths in the scars of yesterday, just like Zipto, where she knows that aggression is being punished, and so starts to taper off a bit in that regard. And I like that. I think it was necessary, because Zipto definitely have her number in terms of, well, she's going to run at us, and by now I'd be surprised if they didn't.
Managed to get a player pushed deep into middle. Can hold for those rotations, and it's not going to be checked. As said, this is a position they've been able to punish quite heavily so far this game, and Paiti's done well on her lurks to make sure that is the case. Safia's timing not the best, but does at least trade 1 for 1, but that's an extra gun that can be retrieved. Paiti already managing to find the other. The major worry is the time, but they will be able to get that plant in with nobody able to deny.
Spike planted.
Goes the wall as well. That's going to cause a bit of delay. That has to be broken. Glance waiting as all this noise is made in main, hoping that players go deep towards the spawn, that someone steps out of line while the rest of the squad distracts. Sees as well, Anasilio caught in the net, will eventually pop out that ultimate big swing coming through. Damage done already, but Graham's down, but Paiti quickly trading it back, although she falls and leaves just one standing, not for long. KC 3-3 now. They have climbed right back into this and demolished the lead that Zipto had just moments ago.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shaky one, especially considering the buy. And I do think that Zipto have started to make that realization that, okay, these guys are going to continuously try and push us into mid. I think Paiti's been doing a good job of making sure that
This goes here.
that can be punished, even in rounds where you have those vulnerabilities. This round, though, it's a very different story. Almost all, well, I was going to say all 5. It's almost all 10. Only Anacilia unlikely to find an ult in this round. But especially with the combination of Dimensional Drift and the Annihilation, that could be the opener they need. And I'll be honest, they should be hunting for Sapphire.
That's exactly what they're doing. Already found her. But Alki is going to delay them. Looking now to get a little bit aggressive as the Nightfall comes into play. Those players are main flanked up on his GX. Pops the ult, gets a double, but somehow Zipto stabilized. The decay starting to fade as Yumi up top and third in the round already. This was looking like KC had snuffed out the flame of Zipto.
Catch them.
But still, the spark was there until Glance comes in. A blaze on the other side as KC 4-3 take the lead with a Red Bull clutch.
What the was that round? What have I just witnessed? The initial TP in combination with, I think that may have even been 2 ults. I think that was a Nightfall and a Convergence path at once. Then the Dimensional Drift having so much impact from behind with Yumi take it over, and then 2 bullets. Yeah, honestly, valid. Like, it's a round where they recovered from such a horrific position and then get wrecked by just lining up to almost being 2 in sync. And Glance, wow, that's not a round I think she's going to forget for a while. That was a great clutch from her to take, but it's got to be infuriating. You did a lot right in that round and end up losing a 1v3.
Yeah, even the swing at the end. I mean, they lined up, sure, but the idea was there.
There was a slight gap. They weren't peaking at the same time. It was just the spray transfer of dreams from Glance, and I'll be honest, I think 9 times out of 10, Zipto takes the round. Unfortunately, that was the one.
1 in a million round. Not just, I mean, to be honest, in the first place, for Zipto to stabilize like that was already really impressive. Like, Yumi making the best of that deep position that she'd gotten towards the spawn, moving up into heaven, and really starting to put the numbers back in their favor. But from that point, another miracle happened.
KC used 3 ults, and you come out with an advantage. That's impressive.
It's very impressive.
But
and then KC
doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So it's a rough one. And they used a lot of ultimates themselves as well in recovery. So we've kind of ended up in a level position in terms of the ults. But I don't think Zipto are going to feel happy about that one. They are going to come back in with an investment. And they do have the Annihilation available to them still in this round. That one wasn't popped.
You've already seen the Haunt go up, the reveal from your Fade. So Glance doesn't have that. And a Prowler on mid. Zipto then late play after super passive mid control. They late play into mid to look for this fight. I love this idea, allowing them to dump their utility and then trying for the battle. But the problem is they might not need the utility. Glance is here looking for the battle up close and a 3rd kill! In a matter of seconds, the round is over. A literal blink and you miss it. It only takes a glance. It's 5-3 for KC. 5 in a row. And you know, we had those 2 big rounds from Safi and now 2 big rounds from Glance.
Yeah.
It's got to be demoralizing for Zipto to face into this incredibly deep running level of skill that this roster has.
It's the crazy thing. It feels like this is more than a Glance half full, as she's currently feeding on them. It has been an insane couple of rounds. You like that one?
Tom, never change. Or do, you know. I'd be fine with that.
You'd think I was preparing these, but I'm not. I'm just an awful human being. Nonetheless, again, a lot of what Zipto have been able to do in the rounds they've won have been punished the aggression. It's GX to be, but I feel like GX is a lot of the time the one being punished. Like to get aggressive. Well, Glance knows where Paiti is. She's done well and actually sets up Grahams for a trade. A big advantage once again, but don't go counting any chickens.
KC left chasing waterfalls. They don't know where this play is coming through, but no, they're going to find out pretty soon. It's the B site for Zipto. I mean, the one downside being that all those kills they found on mid, those rifles won't be recovered. So they're playing this late with a lot of sheriffs. But in a 4v2, The numbers by their side. The wall towards the connector to stop that mid-rotation. The flank being watched here. And the thing is, Con doesn't necessarily want to win this fight. She certainly doesn't want to lose it, but spotting them is all that she wants because you have that sonic sensor behind as well. So the second that they look to swing that angle to fight you, they should be going down. Certainly will be stunned, and there you go. Exactly according to plan for Con. Very nicely played, and a Mastercard thrifty for Zipto as a result. This game is far from gone. 4 rounds on the board. How much more can they get with 3 left to play for?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a KC timeout coming through. I think especially in some of the lower buy rounds, they are getting punished for their own aggression. And it didn't happen as much on the last map, so I think you can understand the style that they're going for, but I think this is the moment where Smart 7 is going to take a break with the team and sort of say, like, look, okay, we are getting, especially pushing mid. I think that round, it was their A push initially. Like, they've been losing these rounds off their own decisions at times, and then if Zipto get put into a good spot, they should be taking it over the line, and that's exactly what they do here. And especially when you consider that their composition for post plant is nasty. The second they get into that, especially if Deadlock's still standing, it's really hard to break back in.
Think about what happened last time, though. It was KC making a mistake. They got a little bit overconfident after winning, I think, 6 rounds in a row on the previous. It was 5 rounds in a row, actually, because I remember it was 6 out of 7. They lost that 1 round. They take a moment, they take a breather, they readjust, and from that point forward, it's nothing but success. And now the timeouts come in as Zipto break that streak of 5. This could be the exact same situation as before with an ending of an 8-4 half. And that wasn't enough for Zipto on the previous map. Again, this is their pick, and KC have decided to start on the defense. So who knows what we're going to see when we swap over. But I'll tell you what you're going to see now, which is a factor that won KC the previous map. Alkia, op in hand, looking for the early fight, and it's on A main. Zipto, they might have a spanner in the works real early. Oh, okay, she's going to be pushed back.
Yeah, I think maybe spotting how many players are there already. Good net. Just having to throw out any utility to try and slow the opponents down. It's actually a fantastic little bit of utility coming out from Glance to make sure that nobody got through that choke point. The C's slowed them completely. But it's understandable. You've got the Viper's Pit on one side, you've got a double stack up in mid. There's a lot of control at the moment. And for Zipto, decisions now need to be made of where they're going to fight from here. They've done well at re-clearing mid. I think that's been one of the major successes. And with Dimensional Drift, instead, their plan is to try and push Safia out of this pit.
They've done that. Unfortunately, there's a bodyguard there. And Asilia with the surveillance catches them. They will let the pit go down, not risking running back into it, and it's the right call with the advantage already theirs. And look at the map control GX is holding. This is a corner that they'll need to clear. With the Viper wall just going down, they should assume that players are further back. It's a beautiful bait! The spray, though! Oh, there's no need for a replay on that one. Alkia under pressure now, falling back as the numbers in favor for Zipto. They've even caught Alkia. She's stuck in the ground, stuck in the mud, but gets 2. Zipto will get the plant out of this, but the retake attempt from Anasilia and Safia all comes down to this first fight, and it will be Piety that wins it. Now there's a safe ground, a safe haven for this squad to hold.
Flash gives the game away. Operator holding on the corner, and that will be enough. Graham's ready for that fight. And an opportunity taken. Some of the utility, I think especially out of Con in that round, those nets were just causing nightmares for Alkia. She still manages to come out with 2. But that's probably the turning point. A very big whiff coming out from GX. And she pretty much could have put that to bed. Scoreline will be equalized. And for KC now, the economy somewhat on the brink. They might be feeling the burn a little bit going into the next, and with both teams, I'd say arguably starting out on their favored half, especially if you look at the last time they played. If it goes in even, that sounds about right.
Bring them down.
From what we've seen so far, certainly. Safi's got that info on the push-up on B, but Zipto, again, this is something that's worked for them, just playing one side of the map and holding on to control with 2 players in A main, 1 holding for that mid push in the form of Grahams. It will be re-cleared early. Of course, just last round, they had a player in an even closer corner, so of course they're going to be clearing it. And Alki even has to use the dash just to get on out of there. And Zipto, they've denied the early control, and that's going to get a push elsewhere. Again, they're waiting for it. Khan just holding patiently, but it's Anasilia to win the fight.
Yeah, they've had these advantages before, though. Glant's going to make sure that they are slow. The spam shot, GX again. Caught out trying to be aggressive. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
And now back into an even scenario. Glance in the corner with a crossfire, needs to do well here and has a little bit of support, but now completely blinded. Grams with another. It's left. Onto the Grim Reaper of the last map. Alkia isn't expected in the corner, and the spam almost does enough. Switches over to a second gun and just spams the smoke, expecting Grahams to be there. They're going to have nightmares about Alkia tonight.
She might not be putting up that same performance as the last map, but it's been more of a group effort this time. Getting them a crucial round, at least guaranteeing that neck and neck to close it out. But that's so unfortunate for Zipto. They don't expect her to be behind that quickly, imagining the rotations happening through the spawn, but the re-aggression after being pushed back on middle, for her to go back down there was a big risk, but one that has paid off now. With KC 6-5, a chance to still lead at the halftime, and they do come in here with the convergence path. They come in here with the null command as well. It's a lot of reactionary ults for the defensive side to work with, and Alkia's already pushing down into their spawn, broken the trip, and kind of boxed Zipto into this A push.
Oh, that's silly under pressure though. No command in place, so they're just gonna have to dry swinger. Do manage to trade. Pretty quick rotation already in from GX, a slightly more passive position than what we've seen in the last few rounds, waiting for the timing on the swing of her teammates. Grahams with a chance, but will fall. However, the trade backs are immediate. Glance now trying to do what she can, and puts it into the 1 versus 1. Already. Her opponent knowing Con's ult doesn't connect. Can she find the shot instead? It's a chance once again, and this time Con will take it home. A 6-6, a deserved one it feels, as this is about as close as a map could get.
Zipto have definitely turned up for their own map pick of Corrode, and they even have a chance to take us all the way to Haven after a 13-4 first map. This is the game we hope to see, but it's not over yet. Plenty more coming after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get into the Coinbase Econ report as we finish the first half, and well, those stats speak for themselves for Glance.
Yeah, she's been performing very well, and especially that 1 versus 3 clutch made a mass difference, but it definitely feels like a much closer game. It's crazy that Mika's regularly on the show, but the second the cam's on her, it's like she's more excited than anybody else in the whole building. Like, oh, you know, big Zipto fan, I can imagine. But nonetheless, it's been a close one. A fight back and forth, a 5-round streak in the middle that made the difference for KC, and now going on to that attack side. I'm interested to see what they've got, because I do feel like the attack side of this map can be brutal, and where a lot of teams, if you're not quite set up correctly, can very quickly fall apart.
For KC, I said it in the last map, and I'll say it again here. I'm excited to see what Alki is going to be able to get up to now here on the attack. It's certainly where she came alive in the previous map, but I think her role here a little different, right? We talked about the benefits that you have when you're playing with this agent, the Waylay getting in and the ability to get out of there. We've already seen the refract used on the defensive side, and there it is. Point of contact, and Anasilia with the trade off the information. But of course, Alkia gets out of there with 18 HP. The refract so useful, and this is going to initiate their lurk through mid. The Prowler, though, will spot Safia.
Yeah, good work from Capricious. That was a gap that could have caused problems if it wasn't quickly sealed. Now, a lot of tagged up players already, but one of them, it's 18 HP, but he still managed to take one to the grave with her. This leaves 2 standing. That double senti that I'm sure they would have hoped was pushed into. It's definitely going to be quite a bit tougher. Now, there is a fair amount of utility still available. The wall, possible to put down. The other is a sensor, which I don't know how useful that's going to be. Piety, though's done well, but bear in mind, Glance was already low, and the remaining 2 were just waiting for that swing to come in. KC will claim the lead, at least for now, but you can't really have too much of an expectation of an investment here for the defense.
I do like the ideas here from KC. You know, initial contact on A, using the refract to basically be a drone and get out of there. Easy to trade, even spray through the smokes. Then you have Safia coming up on mid. Maybe looking at the range, maybe could have tucked in and avoided the Prowler, but decides to destroy it instead, keeping them worried about Connector, and immediately rotates back to cover the flank. So it ended up that they had all their bases covered. It's a good start to the attack from KC in terms of their game plan, and now they end up with a big reward. Only classics that they're up against. I'm excited to see, well, I'm curious more so to see if Zipto are going to have an idea of what they want to do to kind of punish here. It looks like more presence towards that connector, embedding Grains there early. But Safi is on fire. Nice shot onto Capricious to start this one off.
Sheriff might be her gun.
No. Okay, Pity's the one to get it. That was good. That was great game sense.
I like how they were fighting for the Sheriff, like who gets to take it. I feel like Piety kind of earned it, but you know. 2-player group up in towards the connector. They're just going to breeze straight past. Now, bear in mind the remainder do have weapons to lose. That newly upgraded Spectre alongside rifles, so sure the Spectre wouldn't be as much of a loss, but anything else could be a problem. And that's what Zipto can hope for. This is a close enough game that doing damage has its value.
Calm with a chance for it. Sonic sensor active too late.
Spike planted.
Although GX down to 20 with the regen shields, a little healthier. Further damage is going to be difficult to come by. You look at the Sheriff in Heidi's hands, is probably having the best of chances as that flash blinds both easily. And Yumi,
right, okay.
Right click just as strong as ever. Good to see. It's going to be a Spectre recovered, which, you know, in the old days I wouldn't quite care to comment on, but does give Yumi a chance, even on range, to make this a little bit more costly.
I think the remainder are almost just trying to let the time
do
the job, but eventually once one player is distracted, the others can swing from above. It will be a conversion, and it will be the rifles kept forward. That's the main thing for KC. But this is where the buy now comes up for Zipto. This is where you kind of have the expectations that maybe that double sentinel can start to take over a little bit. And well, as always, it's going to be Anasilia taking a little bit of a hit in terms of a pistol for this round, but other than that, it's a fairly stellar third round buy.
Now this is going to be a very important round, and well, it looks like the squad's going to get a bit of a breather before we get into it. Short tech pause down on the stage for Zipto. pressure mounts with that. This is somewhere that
Oh, who spilled a drink?
they want to be coming in with the nut, don't they? That's unfortunate. We can add it to the counter. In EMEA, we had 2 spillages across the year. Actually, a lot less than
I think my favorite of all time was still Zipan, because it's just the straight up panic when the lid came off and he just tipped it down himself.
Oh no, I think number 1 for me has to be the sparkling water in the bottle. When it just
which
exploded.
one?
Well, yeah, there were several actually.
That was
day.
two different players.
Yeah.
That was, I think it happened to both. Yeah, I think my favorite bit was Ruxic opening his and then a little bit of the water landing on Angel's head, and then Angel being like, "What just happened?" Looking over, opening his bottle, and then it exploding as well. Like, I actually have a sticker. Like, you know, you have in like either WhatsApp or in Telegram. I have the sticker of Angel's face when that happens.
You have a really good one of Ian Chambers as well.
I have a few of Ian Chambers. One is safe for air,
favorites.
the other is not.
Oh, he's a very emotive man. I'll
He
say
is.
that. I miss Ian Chambers. But for KC, right now, Tom, I think they're in the swing of things. They've got 2 rounds in a row. They also have a decent buy coming into this next round. I mean, I know we're not in game for the folks at home, but they're coming in with 2 Vandals and 2 Bulldogs. Only one of those Vandals was just bought up. So a very, very strong position. Once that mouse mat is dry, Zipto are going to have a big challenge on their hands.
It's very meticulous.
You got to honestly, the strat here, because I've spilled a lot of stuff on my. I think fizzy drinks is, I can't say the brand, but fizzy drinks especially are the worst. You got to hold it up and flap it around, and then it airs out really quickly, you know? That's the strat. For the folks at home. Or like a hairdryer or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like
that.
there's better, or just...
You can also heat warp it depending on the material, so you want to be careful.
Or, I think in your case, as someone who regularly drops stuff, just have more than 1 mouse pad.
I do, and they're all in need of a wash now, because they've...
Oh.
There's fizzy drinks all over them.
Oh, okay.
I should probably get one of those cups, you know, the ones you can smack and they don't fall over. That feels like it's not real, but...
It's like fake AI ad.
No. They've been around a long time, but it doesn't seem logical.
Okay. You'd find a way to knock it over. Nonetheless, it seems like Glance has done an excellent job of, well, we hope she has, drying her mouse.
We'll find out, won't
if we
we?
see any whiffs, and that's
So
the thing. Now she has an excuse.
13-9 right now,
Okay.
so we know what happens.
Pre-wet mouse mat. What about post?
It could even be a buff. Let's get the data.
I doubt it, but we'll see.
Nice paranoid. That's just saved Graham's from a big push on mid. Needs to be careful there's no re-aggression, because there are a lot of numbers here for KC. Remember, the only player going in here with a weakness is Anasilia. She's the player swinging wide, trying to draw the eye of the defenders, but there's none here. They fully pushed up in B main. There's a rotate to contain coming in from Yumi. And this B site is a trap, but KC are faking it. They're looking to move back towards A. Problem is they have to contend with this Cypher utility.
I like that from GX. It seems like she intentionally activated the trap rather than shooting it. Like, just making it seem like, oh, they've been caught up by something. Now they double back towards Fighty, but she's under some serious pressure. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Capricious, though, makes that one look easy. Early advantage picked up for Zipto.
Spike planted.
Spike will go down. I'm also looking at GX in the spawn, hearing the steps of Yumi. Gun, it's pulled out. Not again. No, this time. She corrects in time. And now Alkia adding another to the pile of bodies. They're starting to build up. Graham's does well, but it's Glance with a double trade. And now Piety. 3 to find. And they are giving her absolutely nothing. The protocol's on point, a crossfire being created. She's managed 1, but the other 2 players are just sitting back, waiting for her to try and tap this spike. There'll be another layer to this as the swing out, and well, it's a nice shot connected, but that was all just bait from GX to waste her time. It is KC now with their 9th and a bonus round victory at that.
Yeah, that's the real killing blow, it seems like. It's only a
got
3
3,
round
by the
lead,
way,
but
just in case you weren't counting.
yeah, the wet mouse mat buff, it might just be the play in future.
For anybody at home, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't try it.
Don't do that. Unless you have excessive amount of money and want to buy a new mouse every once in a
I'm
while.
saying put water on it, not fizzy drinks. Don't do that. But like a bit of water.
I still feel like if you just keep putting a mouse
you have to
over.
wash it. Eventually, you wash your mouse mats. That's what.
Yeah, but I then leave them to dry.
Well, yeah, you gotta dry it afterwards. And don't let your mouse mat get moldy. That's not a good play.
I think we need to move on.
Anyways, 9-6, double digits being sought after, and it's going to be a weak buy from Zipto. The Sheriff's in hand, and KC really playing that last round beautifully. The push and pull, but this round's a different story. They were making noise on B main. They were drawing the eye, but Safia able to double up. It was a risk.
She's just taken A, by the way. She's all the way through.
It was a risk to take this fight. You know, if the pistols take you down, then they get a rifle. They get an upgrade. But instead, 3 kills for Safia, an easy rotational catch for Glance, and well, Piety all alone. This is only a Sheriff buy for Zipto, so it's so-so at best, but double digits for KC. 4 in a row to start this half, 10-6, 3 away from closing out not just the map, but the series as well. For Zipto, this is do or die really coming into the next round.
Yeah, this feels a little bit more damning though, because a lot of rounds where they've had low buys, they've at least been able to do damage here and there, like make it a bit costly. Now you have KC with a lot of credits in the bank, ultimates either online or getting very, very close. Glance already has hers. By the way, it hasn't died since she wet the mouse map. And
the same.
That was so clean. Like that was basically Safia just walking into A, killing everybody, and then saying, all right, everyone come over this way. And for that reason, we have seen a timeout call from Zipto from what was a very, very close map to a streak of rounds that's definitely starting to look quite damning.
It's something special, man, having the blue wall in the venue. It's the same over in EMEA. Every time they show up, it's impossible to miss them, but I feel like they've turned up in bigger numbers here in Seoul. Happy to make the trip, and you can see why. Their team doing them proud down there with a 4-round lead. Zipto, well, KC have 10 rounds here. Zipto have 10 rounds in the series so far. This timeout, a lot of pressure. I think it's the last chance for them to talk to the team unless they can force a timeout out of KC.
Seems like maybe this is, move
pivoting
from
in.
Attack to attack, so a little bit more time to contemplate, but not more time to talk, of course.
I am curious to see, like, because I'm sure it'll be something we ask eventually, because every venue is different, right? And obviously the players have in-ears that cancel out the sound. And I've played with those headsets on in the play test. I think you have as well down on the stage. It's the white noise from those headsets is crazy.
I'll be honest, it's hard to, like, until you've done it, you don't understand how much they genuinely stop you hearing anything around you. So
because you got in-ears with game sound, and you've got the headset on over and over it, which is pumping white noise in. So you can't make out anything. He's still dry in the mouse mat, man. No, stop. It's the perfect amount of dry. It doesn't need any more. But yeah, the thing I'm curious about is, having those fans.
Enough tissues.
I think there might be enough there. Depends how much water was spilled.
For anybody who needs the bathroom, there's no paper in there anymore. It's all currently on Glance's desk.
Yeah, have to request some from down there. But I'm curious to see if the players will give credit to the blue wall, to the fans here, for sort of hyping them up in those moments, because every time there is a timeout, they're getting loud. And although you can't hear it, which is the key thing, you can feel those vibrations down on the stage a lot of the time.
When I was speaking to Daiki about how when she was playing in Brazil, and she was like, you can't hear what's being said, but the floor, you can feel it in the
it's
floor.
The vibrations.
So it's something that's definitely notable, and I think even if you just look up for a second, you'll be able to tell who's making all of the noise. I definitely think it's going to give you that little bit of an extra boost, and I think if you speak to any of the players on the KC side, they're always going to be very complimentary of the support that is brought, but ultimately that comes with pressure, and pressure to deliver. They definitely did in map number 1, with Alkia steaming away, but this has looked like a much closer map up until the last 4 rounds. This is where we see Zipto have run out of gas, or if they've still got more to give.
Yeah, and I suppose whether KC have more to give as well. It's the same aggression towards mid. Oh my goodness, capricious counting her looky stars there that Alki didn't rip her head clean off.
GX isn't spawned again, by the way.
That's the thing. They've spotted these players come up on mid. If noise is made towards this A site, this could be a freebie for GX. She's had a couple of rough sprays so far, but look at this corner. She's dodged the Prowler in the spawn as well. GX is the best position. This was just cleared seconds ago, but the Prowler went right past her. She is behind them, and they are none the wiser, but capricious. The spidey senses were tingling, and she's caught the player behind.
The little bit of body spam as well, just as almost like a, yeah, I caught you. They were definitely wary after they lost that middle control, and it's been a spot on the map that KC have been almost brutally taken away from them every single round. This setup, though, well, speaking of brutal, I don't think I've seen much more utility on the site ever. They're having to run around, try and destroy it. Luckily, the knife's going to help them out a little bit. Con's utility is offline, but Piety, on the other hand, was able to dodge that and now waits patiently on the edge. I think the net also making things a little bit more awkward. Safia just trying to find a spot to actually plant this spike, but it is a full push back in to make sure they deny her. No space garnered. Alkia needs to be a hero. Now Safia is all that remains. 7 seconds. As long as they don't all face her, it shouldn't be a problem, but they'll clear her before anything else can be done. Solid round from Zipto.
And a much needed one at that after the timeout, and the potential to see KC just run away with this. But is it a blip in the radar? Especially with KC coming in with so many ultis in the next. You have to hope not. But I love this from Capricious. Really, that was the round right there. GX, they had this early control. They had already seen that Alkia had pushed fully up on middle, and so they're worried about it the whole time. They had that control for a while. Did they embed a player in spawn? Prowler goes out, goes right past GX. You think, oh, okay, it's all good. We obviously forced them back and everything's fine. But Capricious, that little bit cautious. And thank God she was. 10-7. Zipto on the way back, but plenty of credits there for KC. And look, in the same position as last round, GX says it was so good, I'll do it again. It didn't find a reward in the previous, but it will this time. Yumi's TP'd into spawn and said, how the hell is GX here? And now Con under so much pressure. These players are coming out from every inch of this B site as the TP's faked out by GX and they walk right into her. Piety all alone, a 1v4, and how quickly this round has crumbled by GX, doing the exact same thing as last round. In fact, telegraphing it even more so with the ulti.
It's the most disrespectful IGL I think I've ever seen. I'm just like,
insane.
You kill me in spawn, I'm going to TP there again.
Go again.
I think a lot of the time it's been a conversation around what is the best role to play as an IGL. I don't think GX gives a damn about any of those conversations. It's like, oh yeah, I like the support utility so I can set up my teammates. I can call the play. Well, she is calling the play from the opponent's spawn. I think that's at least 3 rounds of 6 where she's ended up in the opponent's spawn.
Certainly that heat map is going to be confusing for anyone that hasn't watched the game. How did she get there? But maybe Zipto are going to be asking that question a lot. Obviously in the last it was obvious, the others not so much. Safia had a lot of success over towards A main, but this time she will be shut down. And it's what we worried about before. The pistols finding kills and taking those rifles, but I mean, there's no way Grahams gets anything more than that done. Yumi with the only rifle is miles away, but Pity's about to find another, a 2v3. And for Zipto, a chance to deny KC 5 chances to close not just the map, but the series.
Spike planted.
They've got deep spawn control again, though. It's definitely not going to be easy to clear all of these angles. Maybe they expect one from above. The second would be interesting. Just a slight whiff will give it over, and then an immediate swing out from GX to make sure it doesn't go any further. Again, a decent amount of damage for what was invested, but the value of that stops mattering when you've only managed a single round on your defensive half and your opponents have managed 6. Zipto need to buck the trend, and it seems like in their minds maybe the operator of Yumi is what could turn that tide. And to be fair, when you have one side of the map most of the time heavily locked down with Sentinels, maybe it can.
We'll catch them.
5 chances now to lock this down. Oh my goodness, a reveal, beautifully positioned. Alkia finding a second. And from here, Zipto, they see their hopes fade, the spark dying out down on that stage, but they need a hero, and Anacilia's watching the backlines, cutting them down to size as the blue wall stands strong and looks unbreakable. Zipto put their hopes in Piety. On site, holding, dodging the Prowler, but spotted and blinded. Up it ends with a 3K from Alkia, a 13-7 from KC, and a dominant start to their story here in Seoul.
Yeah, the question came with this team after having a quieter performance in the final stage of EMEA. After winning the first two, it was whether or not we are going to see the best of them, and I think we're definitely getting a pretty solid showing here. It doesn't seem to have bothered Zipto too much, though. Obviously still another chance. Not out of this tournament just yet, but that was definitely a display from the side of KC, and especially talking about Alkia, ended up as the top fragger in that map as well, even after a slightly quieter start. But the first map is one of the best performances I think we've seen on a GC stage.
Without a doubt, Tom, especially opening up as well. GX, she's down there shouting to the blue wall. She's hyping them up. That is fantastic to see. And you know what? Their energy was infectious, not just for the players as we got to see there, but I even saw some of the people in the crowd on the other side starting to dance along, enjoying the chant, enjoying the energy. It's exactly what we need down on the stage. And you know what? I think that energy's for both teams. Zipto, they had some great rounds, some promise. The 13-4 in the first map I don't think does them justice, with so many opportunities to put rounds on the board, but denied at the final hurdles by some big plays from KC. They will go on in this tournament, but it's KC who win the day.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's going to be one where definitely a lot to learn. Of course, these are 5 players who have not graced the champ stage before, so I think it's definitely a case of learning. But for a mix of experience and new blood, KC have done very, very well in their opening match. I think they'll be quite happy with how this has turned out, and we'll go marching on in that upper bracket to try and compete with the best.
What a performance here today. And I'm sure there's got to be a lot of happy faces down on that stage. I don't think there's a single player on KC who's wishing that they put a better performance up on the board. But I know that Alkia will be incredibly happy as we go to the Verizon post-match interview.
And give it up for our Blue Queens! Alkia, I'm gonna steal you over here, swoop you up. Right? 네, 카민코프의 알키아 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 가장 먼저 어비스에서 이 비토가 집토 쪽에서 나왔을 때 아무래도 이 솔로 엔트리 Z 상대로 카운터가 들지 않을까라는 생각 때문에 알키아 선수가 상당히 답답할 수도 있겠다라는 생각이 들었는데 전혀요. 오늘 정말 날라다녔습니다. 비토 상대한 부분 좀 어땠는지부터 들어보고 싶네요. Now, congratulations, Alkia, on your first win of GCC 2025. When it comes to Abyss, we thought maybe the veto from the side of Zipto would be a good counter to your solo duelist Jet. Not at all. Honestly, 403 ACS.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's not that bad, right? Yeah. So, was there any moment in that series on Abyss where you felt the presence of veto, or what was it like going up against that agent?
I mean, it was okay. Like I was comfortable. Like we changed the comps, and I said, yeah, I can play Jet, and like everything will be fine. So I was really comfortable.
조합을 KC 쪽에서도 바꿨는데요. 충분히 Z 할 수 있다고 자신감 있게 팀원에게 얘기를 했던 알키아 선수였는데 사실 뭐 비토 상대하는 거 그냥 나쁘지 않았고 무난무난했다라고 얘기를 해줍니다. 그리고 사실 시작부터 끝까지 팬들의 응원 덕분에 정말 든든했을 것 같거든요. 워낙 또 KC 팬들이 열정적인 걸로 유명한데 한마디 해줘야 할 것 같은 분위기입니다. You know, I don't know if you can see. Do you see the cameramen up there? Or up there? Yeah. There's a lot of them. They thought there was an earthquake going on when the fans were building the blue wall. Oh, you were scared. But yeah, I think they deserve a proper shout out. You know.
Thank you.
But Why were you scared? You thought there was an earthquake?
Yeah, I thought there was an earthquake because like in Turkey there's a lot of like earthquakes. Like for example, when I play, it can be earthquake, and I was like, not here again. I was like, everything was shaking, my monitor was shaking, and I looked at them and they were like jumping. So I said, okay, there's not an earthquake. They're also so loud.
먼저 고맙다고 얘기를 했는데 사실 좀 알키아 선수 같은 경우에는 무서웠대요. 왜냐면은 이제 튀르키예에 지진이 많이 일어나기 때문에 가끔 집에서 이렇게 플레이를 하다 보면 뭐 이렇게 책상도 떨리고 모니터도 떨리기 때문에 뭐야 한국에서 지진 났나라고 생각을 했는데 이제 돌아보니까 뒤에 팬들이 열심히 응원을 해줘서 이제 여기서 모니터가 흔들리는 거 보고 아 다행이다. 그래도 우리 팬들 참 시끄러워서 참 좋다라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 알키아 선수 만나봤습니다. And thank you Alkia, and thank you!
Looking now to get a little bit aggressive as the Nightfall comes into play.
No
Those players
way.
are main flanked up on his GX,
way.
pops the ult, gets a double, but somehow Zipto stabilized. The decay starting to fade as Yumi up top and third in the round already. This was looking like KC had snuffed out the flame of Zipto. But still, the spark was there until Glance comes in.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with Valorant Game Changers to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Yeah, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Living for the now, live for the sound. Nice for the dollar, but I'm making a pound. Yeah, worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something real, something raw, not accidental. No, I'm sure you're not needed. Show you the door. What's that? Yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental. Yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying. Yeah, what for? Do what I need to. Always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental. No, I'm sure you're not needed. Show you the door. What's that? Yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental. Yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying. Yeah, what for? But do what I need to. Always sure. Knocking on the door, knocking on it one time, knocking on the door. Always sure. Knocking on the door, one time, knocking on the door. Knock. Hello, something real, something raw, not accidental. No, I'm sure you're not needed. Show you the door. What's that? Yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental. Yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying. Yeah, what you for? Do what I need to. Always sure. Off. That's what you gotta tell them sometime, you know. See you later, mate. All the best. Something real, something raw, not accidental. No, I'm sure something real, something raw, not accidental. No, I'm sure. No, I've never been sorry.
1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. I don't have any favorite.
Welcome back to Game Changers Championship 2025, where it's time for the long-awaited, never-before-seen Visa Bowl. It's Team Liquid Visa versus Visa Crew Blaze. I'm Mimi here, back again on the desk, joined by Potter and in a moment by Dryad. We just wrapped up watching our first series today, and I just want to get initial impressions from you, because Carmen Core looked very good in that.
Yeah, solid. I mean, each player stepping up, but the obvious player to talk about is Alkia. I mean, the fact that she was just able to get away with whatever she wanted, and you love to see when a duelist is able to get into that flow state and just style on their opponents.
Yeah, I want to get Dan back in here and start to talk about our upcoming match, because this is a very exciting one with our second Brazilian team to get to debut. We talked earlier about this, Dan, but Brazil have been so good in Game Changers. 2 different teams in the finals our last 2 years, and now finally 2 representatives here for GCC 25.
Which is something that you talked about before. They are potentially the best region that we have, even if they haven't lifted a trophy just yet. And it just seems like the perfect opportunity. This is a region that is mechanically insane. It's a region that has been putting the work, has also gotten the experience. Both MIBR and Team Liquid, they've gotten the chance to bootcamp in other regions as well. They're bootcamping here early on, trying to adjust themselves to the schedule. So it's little things like that that I feel like adds to the experience and to the comfort going on stage.
The Visa Bowl. I mean, both teams from Brazil, both sponsored by a huge, finance company. It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the investment is huge in this region. And I mean, even when they're playing against a Latin American team, you have 2 Brazilian players in the roster as well. It is clear how much talent is coming from there. But Potter, what is so interesting about them playing today is when you look at this roster, they're playing with a player who was in a final with MIBR. That's Jelly, after making the trade for Bastarda, dropping her in the mid-season, and instead picking up Jelly. It's very interesting to see how, well, both of these teams are still on top. They both made moves to stay in that position.
Yeah, and those moves, I think both teams are really satisfied by. Both teams feeling like they made the correct upgrades coming through. And there's Jelly on your screen. This player has been fantastic. Last year, we got to see her thriving on that initiator, playing roles like Gecko for the MIBR side, like you mentioned. But this year, the duelist role, I gotta say, she's been fantastic on it. And the role playing, I think it bodes well for Liquid. I think their game planning, it's been more refined, and they're able to do a lot more when they've got a player who's able to reach in and lean in onto the higher IQ side of playmaking.
But it was a big question when they made this move. You went from Bastarda, who they had just won their second trophy with, who top fragged in that final, who had been with the team for so long, and they put out some statements. Daiki talked about it, saying that at the beginning of the year, they had basically told Bastarda as well as Isa on the team that they needed to improve their performance or the team would make a change. They didn't feel like the alignment was quite right. And then after making that controversial move, they instead bring Jelly into the mix. Do you think that this is an upgrade for the team to take such a risk in blowing up this roster that was so successful to begin with?
It is absolutely a massive risk to take, but I feel like it all makes sense. Even if these 2 players, both Jelly and Bastarda, had to change roles from what they were playing before, I feel like not only adding Jelly, but making her play the duelist is what really makes the upgrade. I feel like if Jelly was playing another role, still still playing the initiator, maybe it wouldn't have been so much of an upgrade, but I feel like Jelly has always been comfortable. I remember back in the day, 2 years ago or so, before Jelly was part of any team, she was part of a team that was called Jelly and Friends. So it was all around here, and I feel like now she's getting that attention because of that role that she's playing again.
Yeah, and she does it so well as well. I mean, no matter whether she has high HP or low HP, she's playing and reacting exactly as a duelist should. Not afraid, playing fearless, and being a space maker.
And the player who had to make that tough decision and has had to lead this team through the highs of making it to a GCC final, through the lows of completely missing out on a year, not being there last year whatsoever, and having to watch MIBR make that run instead. That's, of course, Daiki Dan, the leader of this team, who I think we've seen grow so much from that very young leader that debuted at their first time to now, years on, having to evolve alongside her top team.
I still think about 2023 and how much we talked about Daiki because she was that rookie IGL. She was that very young IGL player and the youngest that we had back in the day. And now, ever since she's gotten a lot more trophies in Brazil, a lot more experience, and now she's ready to take on the stage. I feel like after we got to see the biggest challenge that they've had yet, previous years, it was a little bit of loud going back and forth in those grand finals. This year, obviously, MIBR. And the fact that they were able to clear the series is all thanks to Daiki.
Yeah, and she's so poised as well. Even thinking back, you said the youngest IGL a couple years ago. She didn't feel like a young IGL.
No.
Very mature and able to reflect that in the server as well. And you saw just a glimpse of how many different agents she's playing. She excels in all the initiator roles, whether it's the scan initiator or just the flashes themselves, consistently setting her team up for success.
In a piece of content that Liquid put out about the team, she talked a lot about how she felt like she needed to prove herself as a leader to the team, to earn the respect. Because I think it's hard to balance being a close teammate, a friend to your players, while still having to be that voice of authority, especially as someone who is younger than some of the other players on her team. And with their changes to the coaching staff, she put that as a priority going into this year, to not let the mistakes of missing out of GCC before happen again. It's been amazing to see her journey as a player and as a leader, and I want to hear even more from her because she's standing by with Jen Lee.
Hey guys, Jen Lee here with Liquids. Daiki! Hey Daiki, welcome to Korea. Third GCC for you with the team already. Now you guys have a great momentum going on that could potentially carry over to champions as well. So from the leadership perspective, what needs to be done to make sure that the phrase "third time's a charm" come true for you?
We had a few changes, and I think it's very important to us to lift the trophy. And I'm a superstitious person, so in 2022 we came for third place, and in 2023 second place. So I think that's time for the first.
Okay, right. You know what they say, break a leg, not literally, but that's a superstition. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's move now from one visa to the other and talk about our Latin American representative, who is, of course, Visa Crew Blaze Den. This team is a mainstay at the Game Changers Championship. They have been here so many different times, but now in slightly different form, bringing some more Brazilian players into the mix and returning to try and do better than those previous iterations.
Keeping most of that core from last year in that championship the same, but the biggest change was, of course, bringing Munch instead of Romy. That was part of that squad since beginning of time. And this is, like you said, a squad that is very experienced. That in Latin America, they've won 14 times. They've won 14 out of 15 potential titles. It was only this year, the first time in stage 2, that they lost against Leviathan and against Romy. Actually, they got a little bit of revenge for that move. But otherwise, they were able to get it back together going to the stage 3, going into the LATAM finals. And they do feel like this is potentially the best chance that they've had to make a deeper run in the championship.
Yeah, I was super surprised to hear about Roby's departure earlier this year, but it definitely seems like it's a step in the right direction. You mentioned the Brazilian players, the Mexican player Monch. I mean, she's absolutely been shining.
Yeah, she has been really outstanding for this team. Here you can see the placements historically for this squad. Dan, the one thing that is missing is a deep placement at GCC. They haven't made it past 5th, 6th. So that's on all of their minds, I think, when they were coming into that year and choosing to make that change.
Yeah, and for all those years that we've seen, it seems like they come really close, they show us a little bit of potential, and then they lose. I mean, last year, for example, they lose to Zipto that was making a little bit of a deeper run. But this is honestly the best version of the squad that we've seen in quite a long time. I feel like Dodds was incredible last year. I wish we got to see a little bit more of her. And now, again, with Munch as an upgrade, I feel like this is everything that the squad needs.
Let's narrow in on Munch, because I think if you're going to sell a reason for them to go beyond 5th, 6th, it goes back to that new player. Why should we be excited about Munch, Potter?
She's got big shoes to fill, certainly, but I think for the whole squad of crew, they've got to be feeling like they haven't been able to play their game on the international stage, maybe a little bit of nerves coming through. So I think this fresh blood, this new player, new perspective coming through from Munch, it will give the kind of push in the right momentum side of things for crew.
And that is both in-game and outside of the game. I feel like when you see her play, she's standing up, she's bringing that energy. And not only when they're playing those matches, but also making sure that the energy is always up. She had to go through some massive changes this year as well. The first ever Mexican player that we have in VCT, both on the official VCT, like challengers, and also to champions, for example, and also in game changers. And that is a drive force that she has to make it far, not only to represent her country, but also to prove herself.
Yeah, it's always been a region that is dominated by LATAM South and by the players further down. So it's very cool to see a Mexican player have that opportunity. Let's keep this conversation moving a little bit as well, because, well, it's Munch going to be making her debut. There's other players who have been here constantly, one of whom is Kanir, who has attended every GCC available. The only players with her are the two most iconic duos in our scene, Potter.
Yeah, I mean, look at that list. Look at the giants in our game next to Konir. That's the OGs of the OG on that list, and it's a special list to be able to put your name up there. So Konir, she's absolutely been a star for the LATAM side of things, and I thought that she was the IGL for so many years because she's got that aura, she's got that presence, but she's definitely the second voice on this team, but a strong one for sure.
Absolutely. She has grown a lot more as a player as well. I remember hearing her in the first year and now being a little bit more of that leader for the team. And she still continues to be aggressive. She was that icon for Latin America back in the day. And now, even though she's not playing the duelist that she started with the OMEN, she's so aggressive, and I love those plays from her.
It's really incredible to watch all of these different iterations of crew continue through, but one thing is constant. Kanir will attend in the biggest events. It was Team Liquid who had the heartbreak of missing out last year. Now, finally, there will be two representatives from Brazil getting to take the stage. And against a familiar opponent in crew, it's going to be a great match. Let's head down to the stage and bring out our squads.
Comfortable, cause any minute now.
This crew blaze.
Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now.
Team Liquid Visa.
It's Visa v Visa in this South American showdown, a team that has made it to the finals of GCC before in Team Liquid versus a squad who is topped out at 5th, 6th, trying to go on a deeper run than they've had before. It's going to be so exciting to not only get to see our second Brazilian team debut, but then to get to see this LATAM squad that is always such a fierce opponent at these events. And looking at the OMEN map select, I'm wondering where you think this one is going, starting on Corrode there for crew.
I didn't really know what to expect when it comes to the match, but I do like what I'm seeing. especially on the side of Crew. I feel like this is Crew's match to win, if anything. The pressure is more on the side of Team Liquid. We talk about the expectations the Brazilian scene has, and I feel like Road and the way that they've been experimenting a little bit with the duelists, with the compositions, it's a good chance to set them up for success early on.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I'm still in the mindset that Liquid, they have a lot to prove. They have to prove that last year they should have been here, and for Crew side of things, they should be more relaxed. I mean, they're looking up, and it's kind of a David versus Goliath type atmosphere that, at least for me, I can put in that perspective for Crew. They've got nothing to lose, so hopefully we can see a nice loose Crew coming through with a strong start.
And I know we always talk about the Brazilian teams, but there's so many Brazilian players in Crew as well, so I feel like that is something that we cannot underestimate. Another point as well is that we know these two teams are probably constantly scrimming each other. They're always playing in that LATAM South in Argentina, where the Crew office is, or in Sao Paulo as well, where Team Liquid is located. And all of the LATAM players, they're always playing in those Brazilian servers, playing ranked as well in the Brazilian servers. So there's definitely a sense of familiarity when it comes to these two, and maybe how much they know about each other.
I'm very excited to see Dodds versus Jelly, the two Brazilian players in the server. We've known Dodds as a star on the Duelists in the past for Crew, but this is the first time Jelly will play an international match on her new role. Last time, as you were mentioning, Potter, she was always on that initiator for MIBR. So I do feel like there's a bit of pressure there to come up and show just how good you can be on the Duelist.
For sure, and I'm gonna go ahead and say that this is a domestic matchup. I know it's not so much on paper, but it kind of is. You know, there's that familiarity that you talked about, Dan, and those domestic matchups, they always hit different. So I'm expecting Dodds to be fully aware of Jelly's shenanigans. So I think this should be the Dodds versus Jelly show.
It's going to be very exciting to see that one. Looking at the leaders as well, you know how badly Daiki wanted to be here again. It must have been absolutely heartbreaking to miss out on GCC last year. Now a chance to finally return to this level of play. Looking at the map select, and I'm excited to see maybe a Sage hover there.
Yeah, coming through from the IGL of Crew side of things, Biazik, I mean, she is known for being a high fragging IGL, always in the mix, always together with the pack on those fights. So I'm glad to see the Sage. I think you've got to be pretty thoughtful on this map to make this Sentinel work, the only Sentinel for the side of Visa Crew Blaze.
They are actually keeping that composition the same as we saw when Crew was facing Akabe in that grand final between LATAM North and LATAM South, and they were playing with the Sage as well. It is, though, also the first time that we see that Waylay versus Waylay in this tournament. We've been talking about it, how strong she really is, but I feel like with these two teams kind of keeping things the same, it's a good point to start. Liquid, even though they had a good amount of time compared to MIBR, they were boot camping for a little bit, they were adjusting, and the fact that both of them keep compositions the same, knowing that this was a good map for them, gives me good signs of maybe a little bit of a back and forth at the beginning.
For sure. I would have liked to see some flashes on the side of Crew, though, to set up Dodds for a little bit of an easier time. You see the KO on the side of Liquid. I'd like to see how Visa Crew Blaze compensate for the fact of having no flashes.
It'll be interesting to see the classic comp on Corrode for Team Liquid versus the Sage in play for Visa Crew. We're hopping into our second series of the day with Doug and Ender.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Yeah, I think this is really one of the perfect early matches that we can get. You've got Team Liquid, who's looking to, again, continue to put the world on notice as one of the best Brazilian teams, arguably the best Brazilian team here at the tournament, against a young Crew squad that, Christy, could shock the world.
Yeah, I mean, Crew is a team, the desk was talking about, Konir has been with this squad through every step of the way, has qualified to every single GCC, and every year doing a little bit better. In that first year, didn't win a map, or didn't win a series. After that, they win one, then they win two. Now, getting stronger and stronger and stronger, but against them, you see on your screen, Team Liquid Visa. The last match this team played on the GCC stage was back home in Brazil. It was in that final Game 5 versus a Shopify Rebellion. That game, that magical moment for this team to win at home was taken away, and now they've got to do it in a whole other place.
And this is really just the first step, right? But you do know, and you know, we've talked about it, the desk touched on it as well, this team has aspirations of playing the big Sunday game.
Oh yeah.
Right? That's really what their eyes are set on. That's what their goal is set on. And
I would go so far as to say that anything less than that would be a disappointment.
I mean, yeah, the number one team coming out of Brazil, that team that was denied that last game previously. After you get a taste of that, after you get a taste of how close you can be, you'll never want anything else. Semifinals, that's not enough. Oh, beating your rivals, that's not enough. You want to be lifting that trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, job's not finished type beat. So we'll see how they perform here again against a Crew Visa squad that comes in with a lot of youth, that comes in with a lot of excitement, and again the ability to play a little loose. I think Potter on the desk was talking about the tried and true David versus Goliath, and there's some truth to that, right? Like they can play with their slingshot and you kind of let things fly and see how they play out.
Yeah, the thing is, Dodds doesn't have to use a slingshot, right?
Dodds,
yeah,
use a gun.
big old gun, right? And
right.
Dodds is an absolute freak in the server. Such a talented young player for this Crew team. We got to see glimpses of it last year. We got to see her dominating as well in LATAM in 2025. Now another shot at the global stage.
Yeah, I think the Crew squad has one of the benefits, which is a bit of a rare thing to say in a competitive environment, but the benefits that there aren't a ton of expectations on the squad, and that can be a very dangerous team to play against, regardless of the setting and regardless of the circumstance. Team Liquid is going to be starting off on the attacking side. We'll see how Crew hold up defensively. The opening map of this series is Corrode. Bind is map 2, and then if we need it, if we do need to go the distance, we will be heading over to Pearl. Thoughts on this composition? Waylay and the KO and the Sova, I imagine, pave the way and let Waylay go, yeah?
Yeah, not too many surprises here from Team Liquid. Saw ideas like this out of NRG, and they're just going to run a fast hit onto B.
Oh, Munch. Yeah, Munch got caught. Munch took a fair amount of damage. TP back out. There are 3 members of the defense that are already close by on the site.
Looking for that fight to elbow.
Yeah, Munch already pretty close by. Jelly will be the first to fall. Talked about Jelly a fair amount.
They're still going. 3 players back towards spawns. This fight comes back into sight. Beautiful work from the IGL.
Yeah, Daiki coming in big for Team Liquid. Issa joining the fray as well. Now just 2 left from the defense. They started to rotate over, and they might get a little bit of timing. 1 kill found. Daiki falls. The second connects. Issa cleans it up, though. Very nicely done. Liquid get the pistol.
Yeah, that little combo duo there of Issa and Daiki firing on all cylinders in the pistol round, and it comes after a cool little idea there with the Viper wall, giving control over elbow, and it's that position, Team Liquid fighting forward into that space, that give them the angle out of heaven. It also allows the players to walk out behind that wall, take so much more space. And like I was saying, a post plant where you have control out of heaven is just beautiful for TL.
Yeah, it's almost, I don't want to say impossible to lose, but it's pretty freaking hard.
It's pretty hard, yeah.
To lose. So we'll see what the investment Liquid bring into this round. 2 Guardians, and a Bulldog. Light armor for everyone. Meanwhile, Dodds, that is cheeky. They're a Bucky in play.
See this a lot from Waylay players nowadays, is just going for that cheesy Bucky on the ecos. Can oftentimes pull that gun out, get a shot off before anyone can react to the double dash over you.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity to talk about the Sage. We haven't really had the opportunity to pick your mind on it. Your thoughts on the pick in this comp?
I mean, I find that Sage can be really punishing on this map in particular. You'll see sort of 2 ways teams like to play the map. One is like on that pistol round, ton of like fast exec ideas, especially when you're rocking a Waylay KO, where the wall comboed with the slows make it really impossible for that fast play to work. And the other idea is the slow rounds, right? Where you take mid control, play the map. And again, a late round Sage wall can just shut down a lot of ideas from an attacking team and sort of force their hand in many ways.
Sure, delay. It is just Biazik on the Sage. It's back towards B. The remaining members of Crew are going to rotate over a little bit late.
Look at Issa down bot mid, though, when this wall comes down.
Let's see if she catches the timing on that. Meanwhile, Bizarre trying to keep them back. The eye cleared out. Issa still playing from a really nice position.
That's cool, though, with Bizarre pushed up here, trying to pinch the players back into mid, keep that threat of the flank going down, but TL, they know they can just fall out of the space. Crew very likely waiting to see if someone will push into them, and then going to try for a little death into the spike. Now with the clock winding down, though, I think Issa's going to peek back into mid and try and grab some orbs.
Yeah, you got to start thinking about the exit strategy here. Quick little pick there out from Issa. A second one found. Maybe even a third. Wall keeps him back, but that's going to provide them an exit out away from the site. The remaining members of Crew will die to the spike, and all good for Team Liquid.
It's a staple of Team Liquid even in the past, but very good control here out of Daiki and the squad on the anti-eco. Easily take up through mid. Have an interesting idea going pretty heavy on the B split, even with a Sage wall on the other side, but already showing good ideas at calling around the Sage that you'd highlighted.
Yeah. We'll see how they continue to lean into that. There are a lot of different options and ways that you can kind of play through it. Again, take a look at some of the investments on the side of Liquid, the Bucky, and then a couple of rifles too. So not a weak buy by any means here in this bonus. Early flash out for the Waylay to take some space. Jelly gets up towards Link.
That's an NRG classic with the flash and a double dive, but Jelly doesn't find anyone. Now, though, you can sort of sit in this position. With the Bucky, you're kind of useless in the round unless you catch players on the rotate, so TL want to make a lot of noise on B.
Yazik up first, gets the best of Isa. Double swings, gets a kill too. Down to 11 HP, almost gets away with the third. Just not quite enough. Meanwhile, Jelly on the prowl, nicely done. Michaela dealt with, disposed of. They're going to get the spike down here. This is looking really good for Liquid.
Yeah, Crew are taking their time, though, because the big pivot player is going to be Dodds. Already back on the flank. And TL are not worried about their flank because of Jelly's positioning in mid. Dodds can catch a great timing, but at the same time Dodds moves in here is exactly when Jujina is turning around and considering the flank as an option.
Eyes behind her head, but not quite right on the site. Daiki and Jelly, the two remaining, trying to keep back the defenses. The retake attempt from Crew. Dodd gets high ground. Dodd gets a third on the round. And Crew are on the board.
Yeah, you're seeing some sweet plays out of Dodds like that. That's setting herself up, right, with the saturate, then a double dash over the top. And a great spray transfer in it as well. So it is not just the mechanics on full display in terms of the gunplay, but also very good presence of mind in the round using the full Waylay kit.
Yeah. And as you mentioned a couple of times, you were talking about Dodds early on. You're right. I think we're going to continue to see plays like that out from the duelists. So much potential and so young, right? But again, the big opportunity to kind of perform here on the stage.
Wow. Who's coming in? First time a LATAM team has squared off against Brazil at GCC.
Kind of crazy to think.
And an opening match, and especially these two teams have such a history on the global stage here. Crew making every single event.
Well, that's fast out from Jelly mid. Certainly gives a threat, and wow, it's more than a threat. There's plenty of bite behind that bark. A second swing out from Jelly. Reckless abandon towards the site. B is theirs for the taking.
Hold on, though. Munch and B main. Without TL having position, they're calling back, taking their time.
Come on, how much damage can you do? Only one, and now position given away. Thing is, no real idea of where the other two members of Crew are. Munch falls, and now the site is theirs.
That's a good double swing. Now firm control, and a 2-on-4. I don't think you're going to play this round from Crew.
Oh, immediate. Well, missed that lineup. All good. Nobody saw it.
Good thing no one's trying to retake. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Immediate call to save on that. As soon as Munch went down, you take a look at the minimap, instantly started rotating back towards A.
And when you look at the money, too, you have only a couple players that have bought down to nothing, right? So Crew need these two guns to survive. If they can do that, they've got a buy into the next round. They've got that Waylay ult as well. So I think good, quick calling there to move out of that one. Of course, if Munch had been able to get a little bit more from B main, they would have had a chance. But I think Team Liquid, those two players coming in through B main, swung nicely together to make sure that wasn't going to be a possibility.
Well, a tough spot to be in, too, right? You're kind of left on an island. There's nobody there to help you, and you know the walls are closing in on your site very quickly. Yeah. So you almost look at Munch and go, well, good on you to get one, almost two. But, I mean, borderline impossible spot to be in.
Liquid fans in the house here. And can we talk about Jelly for a second? The mid-year addition to TL. Of course, getting plucked away from MIBR, dropped onto this roster. And the last time, if you're watching GCC last year, right, with MIBR, make it into the final, you would have known Jelly for the get-go, for initiator ideas. But in this last round, completely unleashed, just blitzing it up mid for the two opening kills.
I got to know Jelly a little bit at the Spotlight tournament at the end of last year.
Yeah.
And that was a ton of fun. You can tell there's a lot of passion and a lot of intelligence for the game. And now that Jelly's able to play in the Waylay spot and play with a little bit more gusto, it's fun to watch.
I like it. Now, I'm a little surprised here. Crew, I think, could have gone for a little bit more of a force up, instead trying to keep that money hovering between 1,000 and 2,000. But still some options here with that Bucky.
That's going to help. A second swing delivered. This is a strong buyout from Liquid. They shouldn't be able to get away with this.
Unfortunately, Biazic, that was a fake wall playing in front of that one, so it boxed herself in. Still with the 2 kills. Now TL need this lurk to activate on A.
Spike sitting across the middle of the map, not quite committed yet. Kind of waiting to see if Issa's able to get the pick, but it's actually Monch who puts a bullet between her eyes. And just like that, the round is really thrown into disarray between Monch and the Bucky. Crew are flirting with the second.
And no room for error in that 1v1 on A site with the Guardian too.
Monch gets some info, takes a step back, throws it in reverse. Once again, gonna be pushed. Once again on an island, but this time has safe passage out.
And even just the fact that she can pump out the snake bite there for a moment allows the team to rotate in. So now Crew are in position to start this retake, not give TL any time to take control over the site, comfortably position themselves in the 2v4.
Whoa, we're investing ults here? Interesting decision out from Dodds.
Locking it down.
Making sure no stone is left unturned. That first pick is going to cause problems. Dodds falls, Monch falls again as well. All of a sudden, this is a 2v2. Now Becerra left in the 1v1. Kinnear waiting on the other side. She's going to stick it. She's stuck it the whole way. It's a stolen round.
Unbelievable. The Crew take that at the end just with a full stick. You know, in prime position to win the round, right? It's a 4-on-2 that Team Liquid, Zara and Daiki somehow give it a chance. Reminder, this was a half buy from Crew. They'd save 2 rifles, then buy some sheriffs and a Bucky. And I think it's critical that the having some fun there at the end, but that jump peek at the end from Becerra didn't get info, didn't actually see that player defusing. So cold hands to win the round.
Dodds waiting for a jump spot or a peek across the middle of the map that does not look like it will come anytime soon. Kinnear, the Devs was talking about it, one of the veterans, household names in the Game Changers scene. Also the hero from the previous round. A decent start so far out here for Crew.
Yeah, especially now with Dodds picking up the operator. Odin in Michaela's hands.
So they gotta find a way to make that thing sing, and it's actually Dodds who delivers. Jelly falls first.
And TL don't really have control on the map, right? Their lurks were sort of taking these ping pong fights as a Sage wall on A link, so very easy for Crew to double up on elbow now.
The thing is, they are outnumbered.
I'm not even sure it matters with the paranoia ready, with slow orbs there as well. Okay.
Or the paranoia doesn't come into play at all.
Yeah, just got caught there on the jiggle.
Quick step back out from Biazic, now huddled in on the site proper with reinforcements arriving at just the right time. Dodds with the op. Tries to get this aggro peek into elbow, which is exactly where they're funneled into because of the wall. Only 1 kill found though. Traded right back and the KO ult popped. Liquid finding space, finding the kills, and getting what they need on the site with the numbers advantage. A slight one, but an advantage nonetheless. Monch up so aggressive. Issa's there to greet. What can Michaela do? Nothing.
Some great control out of Team Liquid right there. Locking down all avenues on the approach, because that was not an easy site to hit.
No,
by any means, with all the stall there, but being able to pick off Kinnear from the get-go. And then I think also the fact you might see in the replay, Dodds gets these kills with the op, but that kill on A site comes right when the callback runs out.
Yeah.
So then the trade comes in. There's nothing Dodds can do. If that is just a difference of 0.25 seconds, Dodds gets the kill, comes back out. Team Liquid are locked in that space, but that slight timing advantage for TL win them the round.
Jelly, a lot there. TP's out. Meanwhile, take a quick glance at the minimap. 3 members of Crew have gone exploring.
Hero rifle on Dodds,
who is one of the 3. What can they really do on the other side of this? They don't have a flash. They're just going to drive peek, but the rifle's the first that falls.
Okay.
Beautiful transfer out from Daiki.
My IGL.
That's the round.
Yeah. You might have forgotten it, but Daiki can light up the server. An absolute beast, even on a supportive role in the initiator. He's been at the top of her game for so long in Brazil, even though, narrowly missing qualification last year. Has now come back in as the #1 team.
It did feel strange not to have Daiki there, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. And frankly, if there was an LCQ last year,
yeah,
maybe we're seeing Team Liquid on the global stage as well.
Right.
Brazil has always had those 2 top teams. I feel like they could compete, finally have a chance to have both of them square off here in Korea.
Knife making sure there's nobody coming up mid. If you're Crew here, I mean, I guess Daiki's the only one you really have to worry about as far as donating orbs or ult points over to Liquid. So they presumably just side of the spike. Daiki is going to go try to hunt. And well, it's a nice shot. Daiki now 2 off of the ult into the next round. A little shock spit, not going to connect. But they're trying their day. Ooh, that might. No, close.
I was going to say, I wouldn't even mind if Munch died here or got a kill.
Damn.
No issues whatsoever. So TL jump up to 5.
Pretty convincingly, too. I think we've had one 1v1 round that came down to the very end. That was the stuck defuse, right? But other than that, everything has felt pretty decisive.
Yeah, I mean, even the stuck defuse, that was a round that TL could have easily won,
2v4,
right?
yeah.
So the close ones are the ones that are getting knocked the other way away from them.
Right. So on the other side of that, Vamos, we do have a timeout courtesy of Crew. Good chance to talk things over. This will be another buy round for them. And so you feel some of the pressure as you're sitting there looking at a 3-round deficit early on your map pick. It's early, yes, but there's a lot of weight behind this round, and I think that explains the timing of this timeout.
Yeah, I mean, I think the unfortunate thing about this for Crew is because the round they lost was the rounds that Dodds got the up and actually got value from that.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, you'd want to be able to build that, have a few off rounds, and really punish an attacking team, force them to play faster, force them to find ways to work around that. But Crew have gotten themselves into a position now where their money is always against the wall. So now they have to find ways to win rounds that are not just let Dodds sort of solo play and get op picks. And that means that it's probably going to become a lot more reliant on them setting up some maybe trap play as ideas around the mains. I don't think we're going to see so much just like mid-fights. We saw them throw that away on the eco round, but I'd love to see Dodds be able to work a little bit more for some forward space, because Crew have been affording Team Liquid a lot of control in A main and B main, and it's let them pivot in the mid rounds pretty easily.
Brother, look at that mini map. 1, 2, 3, 4, what, 5 pings, eh?
Yeah.
Any question on where Liquid's headed?
I mean, they've got 2 great ultimates to rip it into the site.
Early flash, the wall, the dart. That Omen smoke mid, it's not going to matter at all. Biazik's in trouble. Biazik might be dead. Off the second, the third manages to dodge. Very nicely done. But there's more to be dealt with. There's more to find. Oh, yeah. I mean, 0 chance you're getting away with that one. Not with the discipline that Liquid have shown. Daiki commits to getting the plant down. Eye cleared immediately. The Suck's not really going to connect either, but Konir does. Still waiting on the other side. I mean, knocking on the door of trying to retake elbow, and they might just succeed here. All of the ults that Liquid brought into this round have been blown. Dodds down. And they have to go rotate all the way through elbow if they want to try to clear out main. You've got Bizarro, who still can play spoiler from all the way back. The dog confirming their presence. But you still have to swing out and deal with them. You can't afford to leave that alone. Michaela falls once more at that distance.
Okay.
That's wild.
Munch just gets it done. Clears away the back line. Well, Konir just needed the 1 kill on the site. And Konir taking so much time waiting for that fight to come her way. Absolutely needed the rest of her team to open up yard. That's exactly what they do, because the initial approach, right, it looks doom and gloom for Crew.
Yeah.
Team Liquid playing together, especially after that kill on Bizarra. But here, seeing the gun barrel around the other side of the box, and this spin around, the shorty in hand from Daiki ends up punishing her massively. And so, where I think, like, out of the timeout, you'd have hoped to see Crew come up with a better macro answer. Team Liquid were in position to win the round, but the post plant works out for Crew.
Feels like they kind of got away with one there. This time the early pin out from Munch towards B.
This is looking like that round 2 anti-eco protocol, but no control over A main, and the Nightfall stunts everything completely.
Kind of reactionary, but it's so early in the round, and it's not really for any map control.
Well, the idea was, I think, to avoid the Viper's Pit in B main, a hard read coming out from the time between rounds. Now they've threatened that they could have worked someone all the way up into this mid-space past window. So you have the players off A rotating back to try and hold down the fort just a little bit. All the while, in reality, Team Liquid have regathered 4 players into A main where nobody's home.
Yeah, they're filling into that space that they're currently leaving.
Now, something Crew could do is they do have a Sage Res online. They can regroup back into B, res that body over on B, as a matter of fact, and have no issues about that.
Well, if they're going to do it, they kind of got to get the giddy up and get going because, again, the rotations on this map take so freaking long that if that's what they want to commit to, they're going to have to do so soon. As the res goes up, the spike goes down. And now it's going to be a mad dash back to A.
But no control into mid, really, Crew?
Yeah.
We're going to go 5 into spot? No, we're going to leave 1 lurk from Munch. Munch was the hero in the last round. 1v2.
That's a big one across the middle of the map. You mentioned Munch. Has to get this pick here. Jelly getting 3 on the round, but again, it's Munch. Crew getting a ton of space back. Eugenia in a 1v3. That's tough. Now with that Waylay dashing in your face like that, Crew will get to 4.
Yeah. Not a moment to spare either. That round was kind of Jelly versus all of Crew. Jelly gets so many kills, I think 3 there, fighting through against the res. But how about that? I think good mid-rounding there out of Crew, realizing they can just have numbers if they play grouped around the Viper's pit, go for the res. But even then, the flank coming on for Munch denies Daiki the chance to play spoiler there with low time on the clock.
And so Crew put up the last 2 rounds to get back within sniffing distance of this behemoth that is Team Liquid. A way that maybe not many people expected.
Absolutely not. Especially because it's always been Brazil that's been lighting up the global stage.
Right. Still work to be done, though. You see the buyout from Liquid. It's not great. I mean, you got a couple of rifles, but they don't fully invest.
Yeah, and Team Liquid have no control over the map whatsoever. You look at B main, we're playing full contain there on Bizarra.
You know, what's interesting is you've called that out a few times. Liquid's lack of map control early in rounds.
And I think it's because they're playing this comp around the Waylay where you can just pivot back into exec so often. So as long as they're playing pack mentality and they contact back into the mains, they can pop onto a site. But at the same time, Crew when was the last time you saw Crew like playing in front of these lines? Right? They're never taking the forward lines in mains, and maybe that could even be some awareness of Team Liquid. They've seen Crew play this comp twice before.
Passed out B, double dash through. All popped in exchange, and that will slow things down tremendously. Jelly's the only one forward, but that gun still works. Bizarre now filling in, as is the rest of Liquid, trying to take control of the site.
Spike planted.
It's going to be Crew on the retake. They don't have any ults.
Crew are eyeing up these angles pretty quickly. Players on the A side of the map only just now rotating on over. Biozic is delayed in mid too.
Considerably so. Just a dog to pave the way for now. The paranoia and the suck will help. But all the utility instinct clear. Crew are doing it again. A flash in their face. Nicely done out by Daiki. Michaela's got to do it on her own and cannot.
That forward hold really working out for Team Liquid. Not falling back to playoff sight. Comes after a nice first shot, I think, out of Jelly, right? The pathing going over to that right-hand corner. A lot of the times you'll see Waylays go much further forward for the dive, the fight into elbow, sometimes up into heaven. But this time, just Crew seemed completely surprised that a Waylay could be right on the other side of that smoke.
Yeah, just went in and then immediately cut right and got all the space that they needed.
There.
And so after Crew winning 2 rounds, now the momentum is slashed. It's on a half buy from TL2.
Toxins failing.
Knife tagging Munch early in that position that you were highlighting just a round ago.
So Crew have 3 players here, ready to receive this. Some more slow orbs too.
There's Jelly again into the site already with the ult pop, and now a little bit of room to work with Eugenia already back site. The site is Liquid's. And there's really nothing Crew can do, at least right now, to fight back for it.
I mean, the hero rifle is on Dodds, and Dodds is currently waiting for Team Liquid to respawn next round.
Yeah. Not really in a position to contribute.
Caution here.
And Teal again are playing these very forward holds, locking down the choke points on B site. I love this protocol out from them. It's what shut Crew out of the last round. It's going to shut them out of this one.
I mean, do you go for it here? I guess no reason not to. You still have 2 rifles to play around. The flash out good. And connects. Kinnear will fall. Michaela follows, and you mentioned Dodds on the hero rifle. Yes, arrived to the site, but you're absolutely right. A bit tardy. And so off of this, Liquid will get to 7.
Yeah, party's already over. I think you can see some of the fun stuff you can do with the Waylay and the Omen in the comp right here. And one of the ways that you can punish a Sage, quite frankly, right? Because that slow orb goes down onto the choke point in B main. What do we see? Double teleport plus a double dash. Then the Waylay ult from mid-sight to play off of 2. It was pretty cool now from Team Liquid, even against the anti-eco. TL chucking all the ultimates into that one to lock up these rounds.
I don't know what that meant, but there was a lot of passion behind that.
There was passion.
Yeah,
there was
she was fired up.
Yeah. And, you know, it's nice to see Daiki always playing on a big stage once again. Of course, in Brazil, they get to play their finals in that same venue that she lost a Shopify Rebellion with a couple years back.
Note here, the op back in the hands of Dots immediately flashed up with Bucky slowed down too.
Everyone slowed.
Or excuse me, a shorty. Dots, again, they invest into the op. They find no value out of it. Now the last round of the half.
And at the same time, Jujina's ulting back B as well. Has completely exploded the map. Biazik, okay, well the res comes off, so I guess it's a 1-for-1 in a rather different way with another pick in mid. Crew aren't out of this just yet.
Daiki has been stellar for Liquid, and so, yeah, I mean, you kind of take that res.
But for me, it's this fight back spawn. Team Liquid bringing 2 players forward. It's always the forward fight from them that's paid off. Jujina, unspotted.
Michaela has struggled. We'll get challenged here. What can Michaela do? A need to provide a little bit more value than they have been able to before. Meanwhile, Biazik gets the wall up. Near falls. Biazik does too. Michaela's able to get 1, 2 still to find. And if they manage to get through that, you still got to get the defuse. A 1v1, ankles broken, 4 bullets left, and Daiki's there to greet. An 8-round half for Liquid.
Jelly. Sticking her tongue out. And, well, I just want to say, absolutely nasty shot from Bazera. What a round from Team Liquid to lead 8-4.
Nah, mate.
Welcome back to the second series of the day between Team Liquid and Crew. There was a lot of talk as we take a look at the Coinbase Econ report around whether or not Crew are going to be able to punch back. But honestly, when Daiki's playing the way that she is for Liquid, it's hard for really anyone to stand up against that.
I mean, how are you going to stand up when they're busting out the full pack of shinies as well from TL? Been looking a little bit too sharp, and Daiki, I mean, leading in server, fragging out. This has been such a staple. Like, she might be one of the most consistent players in GC. An absolute beast year after year after year. Now coming in here and getting the team off to a great start up against Crew.
Yeah, top fragging at 15 and 8 on the KO, and now gonna get tested on the defensive side. I think we talked a little bit about the Sage on defense, but now your thoughts on what Biazik will be able to contribute on the attacking side.
I mean, on the attacking side, I sort of always say it when we're seeing like Sages or Deadlocks, but if you can get it into a post plant, you're one of the best agents possible in the game, creating some funky new angles. The slow orbs too are great at that, but of course it does mean that you're a little bit more vulnerable to flanks in the mid rounds without the hard info sent to utility or anything like that, although we'll say the slow orb can also be a nice tool for gaining some early space and can also be used as part of execs. What you'll see a lot from Crew is using the Sage slow orb, dropping that right here on the exit from players rotating through mid to make that strong.
3 towards B currently. The spike, the important one, not there though. Very nice setup. Dodds is playing anti though, and just like that, advantage Crew.
Yeah, good stuff. High flash over the top is something that you always have to be prepared for when the KO's in the server, and B main, probably the most popular place to look for that. But check out Team Liquid, down numbers creeping forward.
Where are y'all headed? There's gonna be a little challenge. It's just lunch though. Wow. Immediately down.
Zera ended the half with a gnarly shot.
Yeah.
A sliver angle here just to a hard clear.
And there's really no way to swing off of that or trade if you're Crew.
So you'll have an interesting Viper wall in terms of how it cuts up the A site.
That's one of my favorite, actually.
Yeah.
Forced to clear it so many times, but Crew not really flirting with that wall at all. They get all the way up towards main. They're going to clear up into elbow. They've gotten this far, but haven't committed on the other side of it, at least yet.
I mean, TL are really divided up here, except for the players on site.
Yeah, and I mean, the wall's going to push back off towards spawn. Jujina falls.
Yeah, Daiki's out of the round, having to break that down with her knife.
And now they're going to swing her on the other side of it. Perhaps they'll advise, but Dodds gets 3. 2v2 now. It's going to have to be an ace. Becerra's waiting on the other side. Healthy, and it's the ace for Crew. It's the ace for Dodds.
Welcome to Korea, Dodds. Stand up, take a bow. Fiery way to kick off this second half for Crew. When things are starting to look dire, Dodds is going to step up and get the job done all on her own. Starting off playing anti, right against the wall. Takes out her counterpart on the waylay. And then here, so flicky with it. Coming in for the trade, playing behind her teammates.
One enemy remaining.
Sharp. Yeah, really sharp on 4th and 5th kill.
Not wasting too many bullets.
Very efficient. Take a look at the purchase for Crew, an Outlaw, Bulldog, a Bucky too for Kinnear. Heavy investment. And it's just Manchu hasn't purchased.
Yeah, important to keep things clean, and I'm worried. Especially 5 players in mid from TL, right behind their Viper wall.
Note here, no Bucky or anything like that, much like we saw from Crew in this exact same scenario just a couple of rounds ago.
Just Becerra with the Sheriff. Hit a good spot from bot, or hit a good shot from bot mid last round. But I think that Crew, after hearing nothing, not seeing anyone walk up into either A or B main, it is a great tell that something funky is going down in mid.
Yeah, those alarm bells are ringing right now. Or at least they should be, and you presume they will be, given the Crew's pathing towards B.
They're just going to have to run a pretty standard exec out of this one. Sage slow doesn't go down, but there does. A little bit slow on that one, but now with the wall over into elbow, stopping any sort of fast flood ideas from TL.
Planted.
So TL go for the flank, but there's a Viper waiting for him all the way back in spawn.
How many? Quick.
3.
3? That's 1.
Could have been.
Could have been. Still might be. I mean, even just Munch pathing back makes it so annoying.
Yeah, you always have to be worried about your flank. Munch is going to go into mid to wrap those players eventually.
It's taking her time.
Headshot.
Seems like it's going to matter. Jelly upgrades a weapon. Daiki's the last one left in 1v2. Now weapon upgraded, a Bulldog in hand.
Oh dear. Wait, she could full stick?
Yeah, Munch is so far away. It's not planted for her.
Oh my god.
Daiki's going to stick it.
It's a full stick.
Oh, stops. Daiki gets the kill anyway.
She gets it.
I don't know that she does. She does. What a play from Daiki.
Oh no. And now Daiki and the whole crew from Team Liquid clowning on Dodds after the last round when Dodds got up after the ace. Let the other side of the stage know about it with a Red Bull clutch out of Daiki.
Insane to think that this plays out the way it does because of the pathing that Munch took after getting the pick.
It's also just those kills coming in. And Team Liquid wait until the wire.
Yeah.
Daiki's now sitting 19-9 on the KO.
And if there was a chance to get back into this map, I think that was it.
It just blows it up. Econ ruined for the half. Now we're trying to run a fast B idea, but the stall is going to be infinite. Daiki still has the knife to come right when the snake bite runs out. So there's another 10 seconds where you're not doing anything. 4 agents suppressed.
Insane to think that she had the knife when she did. They still have a dart too. I mean, they're not using any of their early scan utility.
Yeah, different ideas with the nerfs to the cooldown of that. Instead of just running it off of a cycle on defense, can be a lot better to just wait for the info.
Yeah.
And use it as stall.
enemy down.
And I say scan utility. Obviously, the knife is pseudo scan.
It scans the area and tells you if people are there or not. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
And so Crew will go down from this round with a bit of a whimper after the heroics from the pistol, which seemed like a distantly fading memory.
Yeah. I mean, then we're talking 10 to 5, double digits.
Right.
You're looking at not too many chances, not too many rounds with room for error remaining.
No. And I think that window has been slammed shut already. And it might have been slammed shut in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, Daiki's just kind of in her flow state right now.
Yeah.
Calling a great game. Fired up in the server. Leaps out to 21-9.
Very pedestrian performance from one of the GOATs.
2 years since we've seen her on the global stage. Putting up numbers like that back then. From the breach, the sky, KO as well. Seems like she hasn't really missed a beat.
No, and I do think too, this isn't important as it seems so heavily dominant on the side of Liquid. I do think this is really important for them to get through this the way that they are, because it's only the first map. We'll see. We presume this is going to close out, and then we'll see how they look combined. But if you are a team that's coming into this tournament with intentions of raising hardware at the end of it, you need to get through teams like Crew in this fashion.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you're a fan of Team Liquid, and you know there are all of these hopes and there are all of these expectations, for them to get through this first speed bump without really having to let the foot off the gas at all really bodes well.
Absolutely, and you say if you're a fan Team Liquid, it's boding well. There's a whole corner of this audience that is making a racket here in favor of Team Liquid. It was fun to see Carmine Corp with the whole fan squad come out. I mean, hard to compete with Carmine Corp when it comes to that one, but to see so many fans make the trek from different corners of the world. I do feel like a bit of a dead horse while saying it, but like the last time Liquid were playing in GCC, it was a full house for them and for them only. And they've still got people coming all the way halfway around the world to support them.
Was the dead horse for Liquid thing on purpose?
No.
That was unintentional?
Yeah.
Wow.
They were the dead horse last time.
I mean, nicely done.
Now they're alive and kicking.
Yeah. Very nicely done. Full rifles for Crew, light armor on 2. And a desperate need for answers, for a way to stop some of this momentum that feels borderline insurmountable here.
Yeah, it's a win or bust now. And Team Liquid are going for a forward fight.
So there's that same Viper wall that you pointed out a couple of rounds ago. I love it because if you do want to try this mid-split through A, you have to clear the wall 1, 2, 3, 4 times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And it's just so suffocating to deal with because either you use the very few bits of utility that you have to clear the wall, or you face check it.
Yeah.
Both of those suck.
It does, of course, give up the full bot mid Viper wall we saw so much on the defense side, but it pulls that wall a little bit deeper.
Right.
Gives you a little bit more room to play around it, or, as you're saying, fight those players after they're coming through it.
Right. Really big fan. And I like how Liquid are kind of playing around that, too. Generally, you see the Viper on B.
Doug.
Hang on.
B main. Jelly must be dealt with. Outlaw here is going to eat him up.
Remember, there are 2 members with light armor. That's not one of them. Do they double down on this? Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but now there's 3 players here from TL.
So quick. I mean, they make the map feel small, and it's the biggest one in the game.
And this is 40 seconds left on the clock. Crew don't have any other options.
The rotates take 30 seconds themselves. You're right. They're kind of forced into this fight.
Yeah, they couldn't do anything with Daiki's ult coming down. And then the knife after it as well.
Oh, my gosh. And Liquid, no. They've already rotated through. I mean, what, do you brute force your way in?
You have to. You can't save. You must win this round if you're Crew.
Feeling some of the urgency behind the moment they go, or at least attempt to. And it's bloody murder. A flawless round for Liquid.
Yes, sir. Daiki flow state continues. If it's not her getting the kills, it's her just full cycling the ultimate with the knife. Endless stall against Crew. And she's allowed to do that because, of course, you've got Jelly playing the forward line, so gets that info down early.
That's what I was starting to touch on, too, is they cover the fact generally you see the Viper over towards B, and so you don't have to worry about main as much, but Jelly taking that line allows the Viper wall to come from A and makes it miserable. Now, the Viper wall is moved. Now it's coming over from B, and Crew have to solve another problem on the fly. With scraps. I mean, they're back on Sheriffs.
They're on the Sheriffs, like you're saying. I mean, they're going to be looking at having to win 7 in a row to force OT. Dodds can't pull off a miracle.
She might need
By the way,
5.
look at B main. Daiki's walked fully all the way up. There's this jump peek idea from the Omen as well. They should have been ready for the mid fight. Dodds a little bit better.
Still have to deliver more.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is the round still isn't easy for Crew. Without control of B main, you can't really go into B. There's too many angles still left to clear.
Right.
So they're going to wait for TL to try and recheck them in mid. We're going to work down on time, and no one's looking at Bizarra.
That's okay.
Oh, dear.
That's all right.
The full read.
I would just kind of let this one.
Yeah. Well, TL obviously know it's a fake.
Right.
So now they can lean back into the A site. This informs Daiki to start making that dash out from B. Start closing in on Crew.
And if you try, I mean, Crew have no real choice but to go forward. Jelly gets picked. They're investing the ult, again, with no real guns to kind of play around.
No time either.
The double dash slams their face into a wall. And, I mean, you're able to get a little bit of value with the Sheriffs, but it's just not enough.
And again, what I want to highlight there is how perfectly Team Liquid have control over the map. Just like the last round where they have the forward line to consult. This time it's even more. Daiki walked all the way through B main, so every single exchange that happened in this round, even this one here, every member of Team Liquid knew where the next fight was coming. They just got beat on the first one, but even that fight there, you know there's nowhere else this team can be except walking through A-Link into you. So all you have to do is set up your crosshair and then simply left click as they walk in.
Thoughts on the investment of the Sage ult there?
I think with it's do or die time, crunch time, I say send it.
Well, Liquid get up to map point, and Jelly has an op. Full mid control as well.
Yeah, after the full walk-ups,
this
time they're playing a little bit more passive. Because again, Crew are taking so much time into the rounds. Now if they deny them fights, what they can do is say, hey, okay, you're going to be down to 40, 30 seconds on the clock without really have done anything.
Dire straits here for the team out from LATAM.
I think, too, Crew are going to try and sell a fake towards A after the walk-up. You get a pick, maybe you can have an idea to dash, and then that allows the spike to slip in.
I ain't buying it.
Nope.
I don't think Liquid are either, yeah. Nisa's going to spot one. You know if the Omen is here, the rest of the team likely is as well.
And, I don't think the drone...
I don't think so either.
Well, they are high-lowing for it, so it could have seen a shoulder.
That high-low's moved.
Yeah.
Still nicely done. Bizarra gets a trade.
And now B-main knife thrown from Daiki sees nothing, and Crew have always been playing so far forward in mains for those pops that pretty obvious. Should be setting up to A.
Even the discipline from Bizarra here to be jump spotting.
Yep. Oh, there's a Hunter's Fury, by the way, Doug.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we're just going to light up A main. Sure.
And the op is here. Michaela falls. Biazik's the last up.
10 seconds left.
I think the slow hit, too. What can Biazik really do? Just one found. Just enough to kind of keep you on the hook that there might be a chance, but other than that, that's a damn statement out from Liquid in their opening map of this run.
And maybe the energy gets a little bit lower towards the end of the game as Team Liquid just sort of go on cruise control through it all, but I'm just like sitting here. Joy is what I'm feeling. I'm like, Daiki is playing on the global stage again. Just the amount of control is beautiful to see, and we're going to see more on the other side of this break. Wait, she could full stick?
Yeah, once you're so far away, it's not planted for her.
Oh my god.
Daiki's gonna stick it.
It's a full stick.
Oh, stops. Daiki gets the kill anyway.
She gets it.
I don't know that she does. She does. What a play from Daiki.
Let's go. I'm untouchable, yeah. I'm untouchable, yeah. I'm untouchable, yeah.
si lo te tao, se lo pega en el fly, ya no tiene el papachao, está cojito, pobrecito, te gustó el carajito, pues le falta madurar, está libre como tigre, listo para un binge, no te vayas Tinder, cómete ese kinder, no querrás un looky, pop bombi, and a what, eh, no let you know, but I'll let you know, wanna te lo tele, no sea cochino, tengo estilo, mucho estilo, tu palito ya no hablo español, saca el pinol, dame el kilo, cómete las papas con el alocito, tú me entiendes, no me entiendes, ok, hablamos francés.
Well, the first bout of our South American battle goes the way of Team Liquid Visa, a dominant map #1 win to put them up in this series. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Mimi, back with Potter and Dan, and I want to jump right into this because, well, it started a little slow. There was a little whiff in an early round. This was the Daiki flow state game, Dan. She absolutely took over in the second half.
She was incredible. I mean, even going into the first half, we got to see a few of those multi-kills, a few of those highlights, but going into the second half, it was really all about the way that they were holding those sides and the way that they were communicating, because Crew was taking so long. They didn't have any map control later on. And so any sort of contact into those last 20 seconds gave that key for Daiki to be in that side at the right place, to delay even more, to make sure that Crew don't take any space. And I mean, it was just incredible. She was really doing it all.
Yeah, and she was breaking hearts out there as well. This clutch that we're watching on the screen right here.
That was everything.
That was right after an ace coming through for Dodds, coming into the second half, and you're thinking, here we go. Crew, they're gonna start a momentum swing, huge swing round, and then here's Daiki just doing Daiki things and closing it out.
Yeah, 2 years since she last got the opportunity to play on a stage like this. Doesn't look like she skipped a beat whatsoever. Another excellent game from her. But something we talked a lot about going into that game, Potter, was how there was that slight difference in comp. Not seeing the flashes on one side, bringing that Sage instead. And once we switched over, it felt like Team Liquid had a complete shutdown on this B site.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're about to see a little glimpse of it here. Any time that Crew wanted to execute onto the sites, the value coming through for the recon, hardly any scans, whereas on the other side of things for Liquid, the retake protocols, if they wanted to flood back in, Daiki just needed to long range pop a flash and just activate the rest of her teammates. So for the defense and on the attack side, this KO was getting max value on Throat.
And even you think about how much value that Sage was really bringing. Yeah, a few of the slows early on, but later into the round, that wall was getting broken right away. And also on top of that, because they couldn't take that space, because they couldn't get that spike planted, that Sage was not really doing much in the post plants because we didn't really see any coming in for the side of Crew. So it is a scenario where they were struggling a little bit with that composition, that in the region, they were able to find success, but here it was a Liquid that understood what that win condition had to be with the flashes.
Yeah, the awareness coming through. I mean, I can think back of just our last scrim in my last for my team, and a Sage was busted out. And if you're not aware of the shenanigans of Sage hiding behind a wall in those post plants, being super sneaky and full clearing, it can really catch you off guard. But not a single time Team Liquid crossing their T's and dotting their I's.
Yeah, they always played on-site, got ahead of that utility on their defense and not let that Sage be a factor. There wasn't a ton of rounds for...
You're done.
Dodge. It felt like it could have been the moment to bring them back into the game.
And it should have been, to be honest, at least to make it a little bit closer. They win this pistol. I believe it was a 3v5 as well. It seems like Team Liquid, they were going to get away with the pistol. And out of nowhere, Duds is able to get this ace. But going into the second one is that highlight as well that we saw for Daiki, where she is able to get that defuse just in time. But nonetheless, I mean, Duds, incredible player. We continue to see some great highlights.
Yeah, such a good moment for her. We're heading to Bind now. That'll be map number 2 of this series. And Potter, something we were talking about was how Monch, that long-awaited Mexican player coming into this roster that was so good regionally, felt like she had a bit of a slower game on the Lurk map 1, and that's going to be very important here.
Absolutely, and we talked about what those big shoes were to fill. For Monch, she's gonna have to get a lot more active on Bind, especially on the attack side of things. We witnessed a little bit of it yesterday, but if you're working B and you're slowly starting to default, the worst thing that can happen to you as a team is when you run all the way back over to the A or take your TP, if your Viper hasn't gotten any of that short A space, it's so hard to gain any sort of map control or get yourself into a post plant. So Viper, the awareness, the game IQ, it's gotta be there. You've got to be able to gather the information and take space whenever the gap is there.
Okay, agent select in, and I'm seeing an interesting hover there from Bizarra.
This is really, really exciting if they're able to play that veto. We've seen for both of these teams, they have been playing this double duelist on the side of Crew, and also for Team Liquid, they have been playing this Yoru and Raze. But that veto, that is something new, and Potter, we've been talking about, especially on this map. I feel like yesterday we didn't really get the chance to see how much value it can really bring.
We didn't, and it's perfect right now because we just got done talking about Monch. She's gonna have to be extra aware of where this veto is setting up that interceptor, because the worst thing that can happen to you as a Viper is you're throwing that Q up under short A or towards that long B and it just gets eaten up. So the agent names for the start of the rounds, when those barriers go down, they've got to get that information relayed over to Monch so she knows exactly what this defense setup is looking like.
And we talk about that aggression for Munch. She just had an interview as well with Verdi, and she was talking about how much she likes being that player that gets that space, that player that gets the perfect timing. And in that map of Corrode, we didn't get the chance to see it, but Crew, they're trying to stay alive. They're trying to start strong in this championship where in the past couple of years, they haven't been able to do so. So I feel like it's all going to be depending on what this Viper can do to counter.
Well, we have to find out if this one will go the distance between Team Liquid Visa and Visa Crew Blaze. We're headed back over to Doug Visa and Ender Visa for the call.
Thank you so much, Mimi Visa. Yeah, there's a lot to be excited about here. We've got Liquid going back to a map that they chose, so you presume they're going to look really good on it. They've got the veto that we're going to get the opportunity to talk about, and this is still early days in the tournament, but for Crew, you have got to put up a better performance than what we just saw in Corrode if you want to give any shred of hope for the rest of this tournament run.
Yeah, it sort of felt like the wind left their sails after the Dodds ace and then losing that anti-eco in the second round. But this is Crew's first time getting a chance to fight up against Brazilian squad here, and maybe now they can reset themselves, come back in. But this is also Team Liquid's map pick. They're the ones bringing out the more funky ideas here with the veto. A lot here that Crew are going to have to understand on the fly.
Yeah, on the defensive side too. Also interesting to note, you've got some of the utility set up A, but almost all of Liquid is B.
Yeah.
ESO the one exception there.
I mean, Potter was talking about on the desk, the ideas you can do to eat up the Viper Orb default that you're throwing down to the bottom of a main. We'll see if there's similar ideas throughout this game.
Aggro, the flash. Yazik TP's away, but doesn't TP far.
Yeah, common little fight down long, but interesting that Team Liquid have Jujina left back on site in case people are coming into hookah. It's only one for TL on A. The job for Issa is to hold on to Shower's control. Don't die, we're going to teleport on in, and then pressure onto the site. And now with two teleports, Crew are going to think that B is a little bit lighter, but there's still two players here.
They're kind of committing. They're scaling up into U-Haul, but the spike is headed back B.
I love this macro from Crew. They got out-red in the last game, but it's a good dog from Daiki. Still only saw one player.
They still have no idea that the spike is headed B either. An attack on two fronts. They're already up onto elbow. Biazik falls.
Yeah, but the problem is the spike is over on B where, well, there could be some serious trouble as Mikaela has no way to get out. The spike comes back to try and help their Fade get out of the space, but Bazera locks it down.
Now they're going to try to rotate back and scoop that thing back up. Dodge down to 10 HP. No real way to get in.
It was another wall bang from Bazera. A masterclass round from her.
Don't even have the spike in hand yet. That's the big one. And Daiki, assassination towel, best dodge. That's another pistol for Liquid.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that round is a very fun round to watch the macro play out. It was one of those slow rounds on Bind where IGLs can really test their mettle. I think both teams had very good reads up until Crew get themselves in the situation where the spike comes back here to try and get their Fade out of the corner.
Yeah.
And, well, you just get 1v2 straight up.
Okay.
Nice! Excellent start out for Liquid. Exactly what they want. Now keep note, you know, the Deaths talked about it, so we're going to keep an eye on it. The move of Veto Utility, this time back towards B.
Which is actually is exactly where Crew is not headed.
Right.
A couple of Sheriffs on them. Jujina even has support behind her with Issa.
Drop that smoke quick. The spit will keep him back too.
Yeah, good little defensive protocol here on the weak side, having the spit ready to go.
Now Crew will stall out outside of showers.
Yeah, now, so after showing the early showers presence, Team Liquid regroup over onto U-Haul. Last round they saw players sneak up behind the wall, so they used the Boombot first.
Right.
Now 2 players can step up and try to clear out Munch or anyone else.
Little jump spot out from Issa.
The reposition from Jelly, too, can act as a different angle Crew have to deal with. 3 smokes, though, means that there's no angles Crew have to deal with.
Well, none that they can see, anyway. Very nice tracking out from Issa. The transfer to get the second. Just 2 remaining now between Monch and Konir. They still, again, they're in this awkward spot. I mean, at least they grab the spike back. But what options do you have here for your Crew?
I mean, gamble on a teleport is probably the best one. Right. I think Team Liquid's macro has just been a perfect read, how they've controlled the backside of A, repositioned, and now Daiki, who never flinched, was always ready in case the teleport came in. Now fall back and hold the line. There's only 15 seconds here.
They're stalling out here, too.
And there's an interceptor ready to shut down any util. Very nice.
Kind of. I mean, if you're Daiki there, are you a little pressed that you were the one who stayed to control the side and
no, if I'm Daiki,
who gets the kills?
No, if I'm Daiki, I'm like, dude, my duelist just got 5 kills. 4 kills, is ready for the showstopper just about. I don't think Daiki's got the ego to farm the kill. She got plenty in the last.
That's true. Yes, she did get more than her fill, didn't she? And jokes aside, you really do want Jelly to get going, get closer to having the showstopper online. Just 2 off now.
They are mine.
Ooh, and an aggro idea from Team Liquid with a flash outside hookah.
Jelly deciding to invest
Okay, Mikaela.
Guardian, but yeah, big advantage there.
Just shuts it down completely.
There was a flash too that I didn't catch exactly where Mikaela was perhaps standing that didn't get flashed or what the situation was, but there was a flash idea set up through the hole in heaven.
The thing is, you're playing a pixel angle, that Sky Flash is never going to touch you. Sky Flash, while it is really good at working through smokes and working through Viper balls, it's one of the best agents you can have, I think, when it's a Viper meta and you're seeing double smokes.
Well, there you see the interceptor providing a little bit of value. Dod's getting tagged. Very nice swing. Very nicely done by Bazera. 3 kills found.
Last player standing.
There's a shot at this. Daiki's been good. Daiki's been good. Oh, but just not good enough there.
And yet she still makes you believe it.
Yeah.
Crew absolutely pleased to be able to scrape by a win there, but it's almost the cost of everything.
And take a look at that one more time. There's the yeah, you're right. The flash just doesn't connect at all.
And the problem is, if you do like a flash right around the corner that would hit that angle, there's then so many other spots that wouldn't get hit. Right, yeah, so Sky Flash, really good on an angle like B-Long, not so much there.
Hi, Valeu.
Yeah, that was a really good try. Just not quite enough. Meanwhile, back into the next round we go. A flash already down long. some info tagged, and yeah, that kind of sucks to play against.
Yes, it does. Interceptor behind that smoke just means that you get the orb for absolutely free.
There.
Seems like they want to double down towards B here. Dog will clear out hookah.
High-low setup.
Right here.
Eugene is a player that we haven't talked about a ton, but I mean, arguably just as important as every other piece on this Liquid squad.
Yeah, it's been a part here for so long. This stack of 4 going back to that run in 23. Jelly, the only new addition midway through this year.
And so far, it looks like a pretty damn good one.
I mean, absolutely. One of the strongest players in Brazil, no doubt. Made it finals with MIBR just last year.
A little bit of fake info there. The flash down long got a tag, but the spike and 3 members of crew are headed A.
I mean, that's a nice shot from Daiki.
They're so disciplined. Liquid never move off of early info. It's actually really impressive to watch. It's a ton of fun to watch.
And there's still now 3 players on the A site, now shifting over, making a 4th.
Issa falls, but the TP comes through.
The smoke's just a half second too late. Means Dodds gets traded out there. And there's no time, Doug.
No, there's not. Nope.
10 seconds
Yeah,
left.
by the way, if we were sprinting onto B site to plant,
right.
Daiki's still there.
Right. Jelly had the rocket.
Come on. And one of the things that I was sort of tracking, didn't get a chance to talk about it, Bizarra's had that Veto ultimate the entire round, right? Didn't choose to use it. And I'm wondering if that is an idea to use it for a heal if you get chunked out later on, or if Bizarra's holding on to that for a round where there is a Fade ult in play, or there is a Raze ult in play, just to tank it up and full hard out counter. Anything crew might throw their way.
Honestly, I expected it to be in that round. After Issa falls and Bizarra TPs back towards A, I thought, yeah, go full Thanos and take the fight, but hangs on to it for now.
One of the other things you'll see Bizarra do is set up teleports to quickly rotate back through spawn. Means that Team Liquid are always having at least 3 players on a site, it seems.
You hear the interceptor. Oh, yeah. Not fun.
It's chopped.
Not fun to play against at all.
By the way, look outside of Hookah right now. The full walk-up from Team Liquid, so they can stack 4 players on A.
Caution here.
Jelly's already found a kill with the op. We'll get a chance in a second, and we'll deliver on the second.
Beautiful.
A death from 1,000 cuts. I mean, Liquid can do no wrong.
The control from TL's macro on this map is just immense. And obviously it's assisted because they're just winning a lot of the forward fights they're taking unassisted, whether it's Jelly with the op or Jujina posted out of showers. But even if players like this fall, I don't think the round explodes from TL because they always are stacking into the right sides.
Right.
Playing more reserved typically, but then off of some information, it allows a solo player to take space outside B. We saw it from Daiki a few rounds ago, and she almost won the clutch. See it from Issa this round.
Oh, that nade doesn't feel good. Konir down to nothing on HP. Daiki's there for the swing. There's just one left now for Michaela. Michaela falls, and that's the round.
Even those little fights there, it's just a beautiful bait and switch.
Yeah, we'll see what really crew can do to try to adjust and try to figure things out here as they're down 4-1. There's that replay one more time. Any sort of utility gets caught on the rollout, and then Jelly's there with the op. You're like stuck between a rock and a hard place. And so what options do you really have? I guess call a timeout and then hope that with the injection of the conversation of your coach, you can solve something on the fly, but a tough start here once more.
Yeah,
for crew.
It absolutely is. You know, I think crew have actually gotten themselves in good positions sometimes, like especially down A short. Mainly because Team Liquid are giving them all that space, but I mean, crew's issues would solve themselves a little bit more if their work players were just finding these kills. If you could just will that into existence, okay, all of a sudden the macro simplifies, but if you can't do that, and especially now that Jelly has the operator on the field, you can no longer say, okay, Munch, you're free to go do your thing, because 9 times out of 10, you're not just diffing the op. You're not just hard clearing that, so.
Yeah, especially with the way Jelly's been playing. I mean, the op alone is formidable as it is, but when you've got a player of Jelly's caliber swinging that thing,
Yeah, I would also say it's highly unlucky for Crew that they don't have a player that is just straight up popping off in the game so far. Like, you were looking at 1-2 kills across the board, and what that's meant is they haven't gotten ultimates online. Like, how is that possible? The fact that Crew were 5 rounds in, they haven't ticked up to an ult just yet. Their big heavy hitters aren't there.
You were talking about Bizarre hanging on to that ult for an ult.
Yes.
Potentially, we still haven't seen it.
And Team Liquid have been controlling the orb, so Crew are fighting for orb control over Showers this round. It's important if they can get Dodds within 1.
They invested a little bit of utility, Liquid did, through Showers to threaten the crunch. But Biazic will get the
There you go.
orb and have the ult online. What's the plan? What's the plan on the other side of this? Well, what are they going to do with this? Do they rotate all the way back B and then try to grab an orb there too? I mean they don't have the
map.
line.
Yeah, if you're looking at the map, yes, but I mean at that point you still have some tools to clear down B long.
Right, sure.
My concern is that Jelly could just turn back away from a flash and repost back up here, and Biazic probably doesn't want to ult from so deep. Is going to go into hookah, so they're going to clear into hookah first, and that dimensional drift is going to have to go back in to B long.
Who's next?
To deal with Jelly.
The dog does latch. Jelly still pops a shot. Biazic getting up close and personal, and Jelly wins it out anyway. Bizarre does too, and again, Crew find no success.
30 seconds left.
It is a disaster. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong.
Murphy in full effect here. And again, they have no time. They have nowhere they can go. They have no space on the site.
10 seconds
I mean,
left.
you don't even want to play this round out anymore.
No. I mean,
that type of round like that could be a scrim ender if
yeah.
if you weren't playing for actual stakes. I mean, that's just brutal.
And it just got a little bit worse. Eugenia just got the Brim ult online because of those last 2 kills.
I mean, look, Biazic had the moment to get that kill. Jelly was full, nearsighted, and then is able to switch over to the shorty. Went knife first, then shorty.
Gosh, that looked worse the second time I saw it.
Yep.
Right, okay. So, Crew have ults. Now, they got 2 ults,
Sure.
and Dodds is one off of hers, and so...
Some things are going well, yes. Unfortunately, the money department, you got so distracted by the bright shiny that you realized they don't have any of the bright shiny. None of the green.
And to pile it on a little bit more, the little things that are going well are going well by sheer virtue of how the game works, not necessarily because of anything they're converting themselves.
Again, even the lucky breaks aren't going their way.
No.
Konir is waiting for the op and actually diffed the op, got the headshot. It's a sheriff though, so left on 5 HP.
Yep. And Jelly with 5 HP is often more than enough.
I think, though, if you just want a good look at how to play a defense side of bind, though, go no further than watching this game. The way that Team Liquid are cycling their utility on the holds to the little push and pull fights they can take, right? Like every single... Jelly's the first one to take the fight. That sets up for the side on the other side.
5 HP, by the way. 2 kills found. Op still in play. Dodds finally puts Jelly down, and the ult has been popped, perhaps premature. Daiki just narrowly missing the shot. Dodds 28 HP, and now they have the pit they can play around.
But this is a beautiful position for Crew.
Yeah, Daiki has ult, though. And the Seekers are intended to sniff Munch out. Cabbages connect. Dodds falls. What can Munch do? Highly touted on the international stage. Tagged up immediately. 85 HP. Position given away as well. Just dipping back into the pit. Just trying to provide the cover. And Issa swings out behind it. That's another round loss for Crew.
That was a round they nearly were going to win. 2 even with just the pistols, even with going down early. I think the fight's down on A short. They found a lot of solid trades.
Insane that Jelly gets 2 kills with 5 HP there.
Yep. And again, could have been out of the round at the
right,
beginning.
Exactly. Yeah. And so the woes continue for Crew.
It hurts because it feels doom and gloom because of how locked in Team Liquid have been. So
Right.
a round like that where Crew do everything they could possibly do to win it, adds a little bit of extra heartbreak.
Oh, that
Okay.
That was a little. That was perhaps
Yeah,
cheeky.
Jelly was
cheeky.
still moving, right?
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah.
even have a chance to shoot the gun.
And the flash idea was cool, but you know,
Okay.
perhaps maybe overreached.
Hold
there.
on. Okay, what if Crew just keep winning the showers fight? What
Right.
if that's the solve? I said you couldn't just diff the op on attack, but maybe they just can.
I think part of the issue, though, here, if your Crew is Liquid, surely they just don't play that as aggressively
Sure,
in the following rounds. And
But even in the previous round, that wasn't like, you know, like Jelly was going crazy. That was just posting up on a line where the Sheriff gets a nice shot down.
sure.
Now, Team Liquid have only left the one player on B, as they often will when they fall down numbers. It's Issa on the forward line out of Hookah. And the positioning, I think, was just out of range for her to hear the footsteps.
They just made some noise there.
Yep. And now the shift will come in from Daiki.
The Nightfall's not going to tag anybody.
And
30
no one's
seconds
coming
left.
for Hookah either. Issa could be massive.
Eugenia has ult, too. Issa strikes just as you call her name. You can use the ult to deny the plant. Launch falls. There's the tap off the swing. The orbital strike in just the right time. And the slaughter shows no signs of slowing down. Brother, they're having fun.
Yeah.
They're having
Yeah,
they're
they
just like-
are.
they're chilling up there.
I
They're
mean,
having a
the
good
teal
time.
fans over here are also having a whole lot of fun. Watching it all go down. The fact that Issa goes, you know, nuisanced in Hookah, no one trying to come in from behind there is really what opens up the round. And it's that small piece of sound she hears because she's forward, hears them messing around on B long. That means Daiki and her teammates can start running over.
Outlaw for Jelly. Perfect weapon here. Light armor or no armor in the case of Kinnear, and so just one pop of those will clean him up. Jelly already has ult as well, and an early pit down B long. I'm going to do that thing where you and I are casting a game that has a pretty impossible situation where it looks like there's no freaking way. And I'm going to do that thing where I ask you the question, what can Crew do to get back into this game?
Doug, this is not a question I want to be asked. Like, I do not want to be Coach Bebe. I don't want to be in her position in this one.
Yeah.
Trailing 7-1. The chance to make it 8. The concern is that the obvious solves just aren't there, right?
Well, we did just watch Liquid miss on 3 kills.
Sure, sure.
And so,
That's not a solve, though. That's
listen,
you know, a handout.
yeah, take what you can get.
Yeah. You don't have the ults to play with. I think hard execing versus Vita was real tough, too.
They're rotating out towards B. Daiki's here. The wall and the spit already.
It's a rare strat, the hard exec down A short to go into B.
Right, with the satchel through the telly as well.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it means you're left without anything to actually get into the site. Good lord.
Did Vizera ult? No, Vizera died. Had already used the ult in the previous round. Issa's able to get 2. Daiki gets another. And once again, the door is slammed in the face of Crew. This time, they didn't really have the guns. They didn't really have the opportunities, but the outcome's the same.
Yeah. Full sending it with the Brim ult there with so little time, the Sheriffs as well. Even though they get a kill with the distraction it adds to, just means that's another ult pulled out of the picture. And again, you'll hear a lot of people sort of talking about how snowbally it can feel like Valorant is with ultimates. I think almost because the ult cost has increased over time. Especially when it becomes a little bit stompy in the first 4 or 5 rounds. You know, Team Liquid are going to be ulting twice before Crew have finished all 5 of their players getting an ult off.
Sure.
You know? And when you're throwing away ults on an eco round like that, it just means that when it comes to a critical swing round, this next round we don't have that.
Exactly.
You're just outmatched on every single front.
I think that's the key. That's the big differentiator right there, is the way that Crew have used some of their ults in these disadvantageous positions to try to will them back onto equal footing. But the problem is, it's not just one step. between these two in these situations. It's often a whole expanse that they're trying to clear up with one stride, and that's just not enough. And so we headed this next round. Crew have burned their last time out, and a quick lay of the land. Jelly has the ult still, and the op to boot.
Okay, Doug, it's bad. It's bad. I get it.
Yep.
I get it's bad. You asked me the impossible question. I'm going to try to answer it, and I'm looking at their setup right now.
Okay.
Crew, I just want a good old-fashioned B exec, right? And it's going to start off with Biazic doing some lurk pressure into showers, make some noise, maybe take a fight there if it's going to be there. Diff the Raze. Can we kill the Raze 1v1? Get the showstopper out of the equation. It's a simple task. Please do that, then teleport back over to the team.
So they've been able to win this fight because Jelly has been peeking through the Showers telly. But this time, it's a much more passive line.
Okay, so then I would ask Jelly to take the more forward line.
Right, and
then,
then,
please,
right.
do something. Now, what I'm concerned with is how much noise crews are making into Hookah means that what they're trying to do is set up Biazic for the lurk, but no one rotates ever on Team Liquid, so this fight is just too simple.
We talked about this a couple of rounds ago. The discipline that they've shown on the defensive side is I mean, astounding. And you see it there. And the truth is, that was nice. Out from Dodds, that was also nice.
What?
Out from Dodds. Turns out, for as bad as the situation might be, Dodds can still fry.
Oh, Jelly still wants to fight.
Just barely missing that. Send a shiver down their spine.
Hey, look, Crew are in a winning position. I like how Dodds is playing this.
And that has been the spark. The ult's just off the mark. Dodds gets 3. Swings into the 4th, doesn't connect, and Liquid again. Punch right back. Kinnear's left in the 1v1, and Kinnear delivers.
That round won through the will, the simple will of Dodds and Kinnear. That entry onto the B site after losing multiple players on the map. Dodds, I think, has some pretty slick movement with the satchel here. I want to watch it again.
That was snappy, but then, yeah, the satchel to displace. I don't know if that was necessarily the intention at the beginning.
I think it like sort of stuttered her a little bit, even backwards too.
Yeah.
Could maybe even reset the aim accidentally. But we're about to have a big fight on Showers, Doug.
No op here. But they take the line. The spit's aggressive. Jelly has to satchel back, and you can only do this for so long. Dodds again strikes. There's the rocket popped. But Dodds kind of takes herself down with it.
That's a toughie. 1 for 1 here.
Turns the flash.
Snap trip.
Biazic has the spike too. You can't fall down there in Showers.
No, that would be round ending.
Wait, did she see her? She did. So Crew again with the numbers advantage. Biazic gets ult by planting the spike.
Spike planted.
Isa has a big play to make there. Do you continue to swing into this? 34 HP, the flash, the stimmy too. And Isa can't really do anything. It's Daiki. We've been a little quiet on Daiki the last couple of rounds. And Kinnear once again gets away with 1v1 to get Crew to 3.
Okay, back to back there. Not too bad from Crew. And you sort of see some of the hope in these last 2 rounds, where if those heartbreakers a few rounds ago had gone their way, it slipped that, we'd have a tight half. So I think it was a 3rd in a row here. I could convince myself to start believing a second half.
They're going to have a couple of tools here. I'm concerned about the Biazic situation. Has ult. Has a shorty.
It's going to be a similar idea to be as the last time they had this dimensional drift. Biazic choked it the last time. Must be good on this one.
And that's why I'm concerned. Almost the exact same idea. You are right.
I'll handle this.
Biazic will pop the ult. Jelly's there. Do you dare try to swing that again? Dodds again. Crispy, snappy. Onto Daiki, and now Biazic tries to get the best of Bizarra, but it's the same outcome. They're trying to hold off this attack as long as they can, and so far so good. Reinforcements arriving. Jelly strikes with the op. They can't flip the map. They have no info of Showers.
There.
So they have to stall. They have to freeze. They have to slow it down. Dyer straight for the attacking side once more, a 2v4. And Bizarra's popped the ult.
Bring them.
Won't matter there. Bizarra getting the info with a glowing Vandal to boot. 2 more kills to find. That's 1. That's 2. A 9-3 half for Liquid.
It is a glorious evolution from Bizarra. Finding 4 at the end. taken over in this game. First game was the Daiki show. This time, Bazera. There's a player on the tip of your tongue.
A
Beautiful work out of the squad.
A 9-3 half for Liquid. If there's any hope, any prayer for Crew, they'll have to find it on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Like they say, I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. Some sort of an addiction. They all have a prediction. I think it's just some fiction. That I have an addiction, baby. That I have an addiction. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate.
I don't know that the Straits get any more dire than the current position that Crew find themselves. They're down 3-9 on their opponent's map pick in the second map of this opening best-of-3 tournament run for them, and unfortunately, this is not an opponent that is weak by any means. We're talking about a team that is has aspirations, has hopes, has predictions of being in the Sunday game, and so they've got to figure something out here, and they've got to do it really freaking fast. Doug with Christy here on the call, and Dodds has been a bright spot, but that's really been the only one.
He was pistol round to the second half of last game. That was the Dodds ace. Don't ask what happened after that.
Right.
Don't ask what happened after that. You don't.
Yeah.
Nothing happened after that.
Nope.
We just loaded up into the next game. Team Liquid got the win. Maybe we can channel some of that magic. Channel a touch of the arcane.
Take a look at the Yazik there. Gonna get some of that early challenge. Again, has struggled, to be honest. I mean, I hate to say it, but the truth is, all of Crew have.
I mean, it just felt suffocating.
Yeah, it
playing
really
against
did.
the deep holds from Team Liquid. Picture perfect macro.
Shelly has a chance to hit a belter there, just a tag.
Nice.
Yeah, doesn't feel good.
I mean, Crew have given up so much of the A site.
For nothing, really.
Yeah.
It's kind of astounding to think about how Liquid find themselves in this position to begin with, where they have so much agency on the site for no value, I mean, for no cost.
Yeah, and I mean, you also see Bazera with a full lurk through onto B because Crew have given up so much space, because they're taking so much time. Bazera might actually have some serious impact this round.
The timing on that will be everything. The flashback site, no fight.
It's just stall, stall, stall.
Yeah.
Let this lurk come online.
Jelly flush forward. That nade's not going to feel good. Down to 4 HP. Somehow weaker than the last heroic round that we saw.
Bazera is here.
Daiki playing on the other side of the smoke. Bazera strides value. Daiki does two kills found. And Kinnear has been very good in the 1v1s, but not really going to get an opportunity to get to the 1v1 in the first place.
And you know what? Here I think is a great way of dissecting two ways that the teams played similar on their defensive halves and how it's vastly different as well. Because you look at that at face value, it's like, well, what's wrong with how Crew played that? They played it passive. They gave a lot of space. You know, they're playing back behind their site, but they weren't even playing on site. The way that Team Liquid would play, even in a passive hold like that, they'd have utility going down on the spike. They'd be contesting over lamps territory pretty consistently, they'd be ready and always putting the pressure down. Whereas Crew, they're playing up in heaven, they were playing back in pipes. They didn't have anyone contesting the spike plant, and that gave Team Liquid a calm lockdown, as they find again in this round.
10-3 half, or 10-3 score, and they don't invest here. They don't force. Really interesting out from Crew.
And you know, I said a million words there. The simple one is be passive doesn't mean do nothing. And I think Crew did a little bit of nothing in the last round, whereas Team Liquid were doing so much even in the passive play.
Very well said. I think that might have been a bit of an FPX play.
Enemy
Assuming, yeah, GG
It was,
must
yeah.
have invested, and so Issa picks up the rifle. Daiki can still go play and see what she can find, but Kinnear is on the other side of the map by herself.
Spike planted.
What's your preferred way to go down here? You're the Brimstone in 1-on-4?
If this was Abyss, I would say for the sake of the broadcast, jump off the map and let us keep going.
Do you think the spike exploding tickles?
In the
like as it zaps through your body?
I think tickles in like the whole like melting and the explosion type sense of the word tickles, where you're just kind of getting disintegrated. Then yeah, tickles.
But for a moment, it's like, oh, that's nice. As the Radiant gets ripped out of your body?
Right. I'm going to be really candid with you here. I've never...
oh, that's just me.
I've never been disintegrated, and so I don't know.
Okay,
but my guess is doesn't tickle.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people that played against Jelly have experienced being disintegrated before.
Right. And doesn't tickle, I'm sure.
It does not tickle that. That packs a punch.
17-6. Swing of a punch right now.
Enemy remaining.
For me.
And so now they're going to buy. They have to play perfect the rest of the way, at least Crew do. And that's tough. That's a tough situation to be in when, I mean, even some of the 50-50 situations haven't been going your way. We'll get a chance to see how they choose to play the veto on the attacking side, at least in this round. The interceptor right outside of Showers.
Yeah, stopping any sort of crunch play ideas from the defense. I think you'll see that a lot when you're playing for the attack, unless you're trying to save the post plant.
Jelly is unbelievable.
Launching.
Yeah, Daiki's gonna get caught there. All good. 4v3 for Crew. I mean, 4v2.5. Jujina has 5 HP.
I don't know if she's really in the equation here. So Team Liquid, Daiki gonna call freestyle round. Everybody go your own way, get something done. We find a pick or something, maybe we have a chance, but Crew seem to have done exactly what's required of them in this round. Conir just with the jiggle here. See a body, drop a smoke down on site. And again, this is what I was saying, where playing passive doesn't mean do nothing. Put down the smoke in the middle of sight. That's from the defense.
Right.
Just to say that the planter can never feel comfortable to tap spike, because with that brim smoke being
30 seconds
a
left.
true honest smoke,
Right.
player could be lurking in and around anywhere. You
Right.
can put down the molly as well. Like, this is a good hold from Crew.
Yeah, even just playing on site is different from what we saw in the pistol in the first place. And you're right, the investment of utility does that as well. They were thinking about it. 13 seconds left, gonna play default instead.
Kind of like the idea to play for
10
back
seconds
sight, but
left.
nice spam from
Spike
Issa
planted.
responds. This play from Bazera.
They should not have been able to get the spike down. Now Bazera's playing up really aggressively. Michaela on the other side with Munch not far off. Bazera gets away with another.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh. They cannot stumble into a win right now. I don't know that I've ever seen a team kind of play things out the way Crew have been playing, where it seems like they finally have an advantage, they finally have an opportunity, and something happens to throw all of that to the wind.
It can be as simple as trying to spam out the planter, missing, and the return fire gets you. We saw that on full force. It can be as simple as Bazera simply dominating you. And that's what happened with the walk-up into pipes. The fact that it's done with a Guardian as well. This shot then turning back around to kill the player backside. Like, how quickly are you ready for that? Biozic thinks there's no way she's going to be turning around and looking for it.
Cacete. Bezerra, casa comigo, Bezerra. Bezerra.
I love that.
Trap destroyed.
a Judge, a Guardian, 2 Guardians, and a Bulldog. And a 12-3 half. Biazik's now down. I think, again, if we're talking about a team like Liquid that should be competing for a championship, this is what you want. This is what you need to see out from them. And yeah, they look just as good as people have said.
13-5. Possibility of a 13-3. Let's see how this goes. This retake. Chance for Crew to
Spike plant.
come up with a fight here. Showstop from Joey.
Oh, the flash setup was really nice, but no Joy on the other side. Jujina trying to swing forward. That Judge doesn't feel good. But Bizarra is still in play, and now the ult, the TP out. Still a 3v3. With the spike ticking away. It hasn't been super long yet, but you still have the final boss on the other side. They have full short control.
Bizarra healed up.
1 for 1. Launch gets another. Daiki. It would be poetic, wouldn't it? But not the case this time around. Munch gets 3, Dodds gets the defuse, and we're going to play at least one more.
Yeah, let's run it back. See how deep Crew can take this one.
I ever tell you about the time that there was a team that was down 12-3 and then came all the way back and played perfect Valorant?
I'm just going to let you keep digging this hole. No, dog, you never told me about that one.
Story.
Gosh, I love a good bedtime story.
Yeah, I mean,
I love fantasy.
Give me
what I love.
give me a little bit and I'll tell you the whole story. I don't remember how it goes exactly, but I think it'll keep coming back to me round over round if we get the chance to talk it out. Kinnear does have ult. Couple of orbs traded. Down long. Yeah, sure. I mean, why not, I guess. And Michaela gets back. Hey, nicely done.
Numbers advantage now?
Daiki has 35 HP.
Okay.
I'm remembering more of the story.
Stop it. Don't be ridiculous, Doug. It's too early. Because the thing about stories like that, even if 80% of the story feels good, can never stick the landing.
No, yeah.
Never. The ending is always a disappointment.
I mean, I got to give the people hope, right?
Oh, my goodness.
No, that's not, the eye's not going to do anything for you there. I'm afraid not.
You know what happens when you give people hope, Doug?
No.
They lose it.
Not quite lost yet, at least this round.
30 seconds left.
Bizarra's going to go exploring. Making a ton of noise, but the spike's headed the other way. The TP through. Monch, what can you do? Remember, Daiki's weak, has been weak for the majority of the round, and is going to be the first out onto the site. Got to clear back. Cannot yet. 10 seconds left. The spike's still not down. Rotations and reinforcements arriving. Jujina somehow still gets the spike down. You don't want to lose this in a 2v4. Please don't lose this in a 2v4. Jujina dropping down, looking for the second. Still the Judge in play. Connects. Biazik and Munch, the 2 that remain. And it's all in Jujina now. Manages to find just enough time to reload. That's a clone. Don't shoot at that one. Munch gets 3. Crew get 5.
Yeah, you know, Munch there is able to play a great little anchor position with the cross-map smoke chucked in from Kinnear. On the left side of default. Really like that coming out from Crew just to stay alive on backside. Keep that pressure down, makes it almost impossible to plant the spike. That's what I'm talking about. You see the smoke on the left side. So that's what Daiki's looking at. Is a player waiting inside that? Or are they going to pop through when you try to plant?
Down and out.
Munch sort of plays against expectations there by just simply being out in the open. Right.
And so we've made light of the situation, but I really do. I love this timeout from Naps, the head coach of Liquid. They've gotten a couple of rounds. Hey guys, we're at 12. Can we close this out?
Let's just cook up a round and win it. Yeah. And honestly, I'm not even sure if Team Liquid need to reinvent the wheel.
No.
With something like this here, this could be as simple as just talking together, getting all the timings down, exactly what we're going to do on our next exec into a site. Team Liquid have been playing a little bit more of the map. It seemed like even last round you're letting Bizarra sort of work solo, try and get something done, but I also just was very pleased with how Team Liquid were playing in the last game on their execs and just sort of running it that way, setting up very nicely in post plants. I thought was a big success point of theirs. So instead of playing to chip away at their opponents, play a little bit more macro style. Could always just go back and keep things simple.
Yeah, the classic slam a site and see if you win.
I think even a part of this one was talking about the money when you see Guardians and a lot of regen or light shields coming in, discussing whether or not just a full save is the name of the game. End up deciding to go for this one.
And so if they lose this, there's a good chance that Crew will be able to put another round together as well, given that Liquid will be on a busted bye.
And we were talking so much about ults in the first half. The fact that Dodds has a showstopper here. Went out on a swing around is big.
What are you going to do with that judge there?
Probably shoot some people.
Jelly will be first. Easy now. Yeah, they didn't like how that smelled. A
little strange. But if you don't like what that smells like, are you going to go back towards the pit?
Got the spray.
I mean,
it's stanky.
Yeah, the pit's not going to be much better.
Do you just do nothing?
Nah, I mean, I still think you don't want to play towards the pit.
Okay, no, so it's going to be a dog in from Daiki through the pit to put pressure and push the Viper back. Maybe force Crew to think about that space a little bit more. But with the Prowler going through the TP, not seeing anyone showers, all of a sudden the B is a little bit more obvious.
Yeah, they're going to speed up onto this, aren't they? Michaela's going to drop a little bit of util. A smoke drops 2. And Dodge is starting to rotate over. Going to arrive at the scene, has 2 satchels and the ult and the nade. A full belt of utility. The nade's already out. Pizarro falls. And now the Nightfall invested. The rocket connects. And they keep everyone back. Isa's left in a 1v3. No shot.
I think that's just a good round out from Crew. And Team Liquid taking a little bit too much time at the end of things. That first shot out from Michaela, getting the kill, unlocking the Nightfall. Sure, it costs Crew 2 ultimates, but makes that B site completely impenetrable. This shot here, thing of beauty. And then wasting no time, even pivoting back into that site smoke. That smoke they're always throwing down. Yeah. So Crew can flood out from spawn really easily.
Yeah, if not for that smoke, that she gets killed before the Nightfall even goes off. And
very
just
different
like
situation.
That.
Yeah, absolutely. Dodge probably doesn't get out from spawn with the showstopper either.
Right. The problem is, we've seen situations like this end in an eco many times, and that is what Liquid find themselves in right now. A Bucky and a hero rifle for Bizarra. And this time, a lot of attention towards A.
Here still has the judge, by the way. Oh no.
Dodds falls. There's the judge, spotted by the Roomba, 70 HP. That shouldn't happen. A Bucky from that distance will clean it up. We'll get the kill.
Jelly.
With a nade as well. It's a game of chicken. Who goes first? Who swings first? It's Jelly. Kunir down, a 5v3.
It's a double flank too, Doug. That's being held by Jujina.
And the flash, even the presence of mind from Daiki to flash there, confirming there's a flank. A little bit of damage dealt, not quite enough to do much else. And Isa strikes, Biazik falls. 2 guns left for the defense, 2 guns left for Crew.
Caution here.
And 2 final opportunities to extend this once more. It's just out on to Munch. Munch gets 3 on the round, still 2 more to find. Time is short. Time is incredibly short. And so are the hopes of Crew. 13-6, the way of Liquid, and a pretty complete showing, all things considered.
Just like that, that story writes itself.
Yeah.
Team Liquid, they were the main characters, taking that one after fumbling a couple of rounds there, just on the eco. Take it right back.
Do it for the culture.
Yeah. I mean, the players of the moment there, Bizarra and Jelly, 22 kills, 21 kills respectively. Beasting it up there for their first showing on the big stage since they jumped to Shopify 2 years ago. This is the start of what's going to look like a great tournament for Brazil's #1.
Yeah, I mean, even if they play it at half of what they look like today, there's a lot to be excited about.
I just love the macro. This team, Daiki, plays such a great game. Team Liquid have been the top of their game for so long, having the crowd out here in force to support them too. This is exactly what you want to see from them.
Yeah, Daiki looked incredible. We talked about Bizarra a number of times, and for good reason. But what just a beautiful way for this to end, with Bizarra being the first.
Yeah, and to win on the Mastercard Thrifty as well.
Yeah.
Whether it's sheriff shots or a little fun step up on the Bucky.
Player standing.
Team Liquid always making things a little bit more interesting at the end.
Yeah, this has got to feel so freaking good if you're Liquid to come out this way, to swing the way you were for to not really have to show a ton either. I mean, you start to think about this is more of a marathon than a sprint, and for Liquid to get through it again the way they did just is really, really nice. So.
Alongside me to talk about today's win. 네, 팀 리퀴드 브라질의 젤리 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 오늘 다이키 선수도 굉장히 많이 일어서서 도발을 열심히 했고 또 젤리 선수도 진짜 이 곰돌이로 귀엽게 도발하는 모습도 보여줬는데요. 먼저 이런 도발 자연스럽게 분위기를 타서 나온 건지 아니면 조금 더 의식적으로 흐름을 가져오기 위해서 조금 더 신경 썼던 건지 그리고 이 도발의 비하인드 스토리도 한번 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Jelly. Now, Daiki was standing up, yelling, right? You had your fair share of trash talking with your flex toy as well. So what kind of message were you trying to send with the little bear hanging out its tongue? And was this something that happened naturally, or were you guys more doing it on purpose to get the vibes up?
I think the little squeaky toy, I try to it's more of like getting attention and like, you want to take their focus away from what they're seeing and what they're thinking. So they're gonna be like, what the fuck is that? So sorry. But they're gonna be like, what the hell is that? So, that kind of takes their attention off. And also, I like it, so it's fun. But it gets the vibes up. But like you said, trash talking is, especially in Brazil, very common. So it gets our vibes up and, just gets us hyped up.
워낙 또 브라질 지역이 이렇게 트래시 토킹을 좋아하고 또 분위기를 끌어올리기 위해서 트래시 토킹을 많이 하는 지역이기도 하지만 그리고 오늘 특별히 저 곰을 들고 나와서 보여준 이유는 상대 선수들이 그걸 보고 뭐야 뭐 하는 거야 하면서 약간 집중력을 빼앗을 수 있는 그런 고도의 마인드 게임이었다고 얘기를 하면서 또 이렇게 의식적으로 조금 더 트래시 토킹을 해주면 뭔가 분위기도 더 좋아지고 흐름을 더 가져올 수 있을 것 같다고 그렇기 때문에 오늘 열심히 트래시 토킹을 했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 자, 그리고 사실 젤리 선수는 리퀴드 이적하면서 첫 후대에서 타격대로 포변을 한 거거든요. 그래서 국제대회에서 타격대로 경기를 치른 건 이번 경기가 처음인데 이 포변이 선수로서의 성장에는 또 어떤 영향을 줬는지 물어보고 싶네요. And you switched roles. Joining Team Liquid, you went from that initiator role to the duelist, and I was told that this was actually your first international match on the duelist role. What was that transition like for you, and how did it kind of help you grow as a player?
At first, the transition was kind of hard, honestly. It changes a lot of how about you think. Initiator is more info-focused, so I was thinking a lot more about the game. So, like macro, micro stuff. But coming on to the duelist, I can actually focus a lot more on my individual plays and like stuff that I want to do. So it gets the main focus that we try to have is getting me comfortable, getting people comfortable with what we're doing. So it's a pretty big change, but honestly, I've been adapting very well. But it cannot be understated how much my team has helped me. Since it's a role I've played before, but in the international stage, it's something I've never done before. So my team also has a huge amount of work put into it.
처음에는 너무 힘들었다고 합니다. 사실 첫 후대를 하면서 그냥 주위에 정보 수집과 그리고 약간 어떤 상황인지를 파악하는 게 메인이 됐었기 때문에 그런 부분을 신경 쓰느라 운영 위주의 시각을 갖고 경기를 하느라 이 포변이 쉽지 않았는데 그 이후에는 조금 더 샷에 집중을 할 수 있었고 훨씬 더 이제 개인 기량을 뽐내 보일 수 있었기 때문에 타격대도 너무너무 좋은 역할이고 잘 맞는 것 같다고 얘기를 하고요. 이렇게 힘들었는데도 그래도 특히 오늘 이렇게 국제전에서 처음으로 타격대 경기를 치렀는데 팀원들이 너무 많이 도와줘서 그동안 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수도 있었고 이번 승리에도 또 팀원들이 도와줬기 때문에 이런 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 수 있지 않았나라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 젤리 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Jelly, and best of luck.
I think everyone was in the other team, so it was like
Well, hi, we're live. Thank you so much for joining us here. Daiki from Team Liquid, hot off that win. We were just chatting already about some of the experience of getting to come here and play at GCC again. But I want to start with that because 2 years, Daiki, the last time that we got to see you play at an international event, just barely missed out last year. How does it feel to be back competing with this team internationally?
I feel like it was meant to be here. Like it's I'm glad to be here on the stage playing against those teams. So I'm happy.
Yeah, it's so cool to see. And I think the first thing to talk about, I know you've been asked about it a ton playing in Brazil, but for an international audience, the big change is Bastarda now wearing an MIBR jersey and you guys competing with Jelly in the team. Can you talk a little bit about the decision to make that change and then what it's been like to have Jelly in the roster now?
I think we needed to have some changes because in 2023 we lost, and it was almost close to we want to lift the trophy, but we needed to make changes, and we didn't in 2024. So I think it was a big mistake for us because we already achieved our top in 2023, and I think it was a mistake not change anything to 2024.
You think because you performed so well, it made you wait to make the changes you felt like you needed to?
And we had a big ego in 2024 in the beginning because top 2 of the championship, and we almost qualified to VALORANT Challengers Brazil. So we are like, we are the best, and then we lost the 2 split. So I think all those it was a big mistakes. Like we had to practice more, and we weren't. So I think those 2 was 2 big mistakes.
How has speaking of Jelly, how has the communications changed? Because I know Jelly was an initiator last year. Now she's a duelist. So I'm curious what the differences are like in the comms for that. Is she more talkative because she was an initiator, or is she like chilling because she's a duelist?
No, she's clearly more talkative.
Yeah,
you said. So she communicated more. She asked for more resources. So I think it's better, but it's not better than the start. I wouldn't say that. Like it's just different.
Just different.
Yes.
Learning each other. Perfect. Speaking of learning each other, I know you also have a new coach this year in Naps, and you guys have spoken a lot about the discipline that it brings to the table. Your pistol round win rates. Here we go. Your pistol round win rates is insane. These stats are crazy. Who's orchestrating the pistol rounds? How has it been working with your new coach?
She know. He's very dedicated, and it changed a lot, like our situations, like 5v4, 5v3. It changed a lot because we used to lose these rounds.
Okay.
And so it changed it, and those pistols, like we watch some VODs, and most of the times we just copy other teams.
Of course.
But I don't know, just adaptation. Because sometimes you will do a pistol that other team did, but it won't work, and you have to adapt it. And I think our adaptation is really good.
Who's spearheading those adaptations for your team to make a new pistol your own and make everyone comfortable with that pistol?
I think everyone can talk a little. Like we have the freedom to everyone. So if Bizarra sees a gap in the map, she can call it, and me or Isa or Jelly, everyone.
All your players are stepping up to do that. I want to ask you personally, as an IGL, as a leader, because the first time we saw you competed at GCC, you were so young when you came to Berlin, and now 3 years on from that first tournament. I was watching a lot of the vlogs that your team puts out, and you were talking about how you felt like you needed to be more strict. You needed to step up and be more of a leader after losing in 2024. I want you to reflect on that now and talk to me about how you've changed and how you feel you've improved as an IGL, as a leader for your team.
Happiness, I think it happened because I don't know, I'm more like more rude or something like that.
Like
I
stern,
think,
maybe?
Yeah, no, I'm like, I think my team just feel comfortable with me and trust me every time. So I think that was the captain I wanted to be every time. So I think I could achievement it.
But you're getting a lot closer to being that captain that you want to be.
Yes,
and
yes.
that's going to be so cool to watch develop throughout that one. Thank you so much for joining us, Daiki. Let's get ready to talk about what's happening next in this tournament, because with that win, you guys have secured yourselves a match that fans of GCC going to be fairly familiar with there, as you see Team Liquid moving up to the winner of Nova versus G2. I think a lot of people would expect G2 to win that match. I know that you've played them so many times in the past as well. Would you be excited to get another opportunity, or do you think there's a chance for Nova to come and upset there?
Nova surprised me because I thought Ninetales would win, but I don't know, maybe Nova wins. I don't know how it is G2 now, because they lost a couple of splits. So, but I don't know. Maybe G2, maybe Nova. I don't know.
Do you care who you play? Is there a team you'd prefer?
Maybe G2 because I'm used to, but I have no problems to face Nova.
Just want to play anyone in the tournament.
Yes.
That's the right mentality. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Daiki. The matches coming up tomorrow are that G2 Nova game, as well as our former world champions. Back-to-back Shopify playing against MIBR. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. And one more time, thank you, Daiki, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
We'll see you back tomorrow at the same time and the same place for Game Changers Championship live in Seoul. Good night. The next generation of Game Changers takes the stage in our opening match today between Zipto and Carmine Core.
Capricious out of the round. They've lost the Astra, and going in for more is Anasilia. GX is pushing down very slowly on mid, but there might be no one left to brawl with by then. The stars shining bright for KC in round number 3. Zipto, GX, going hella aggressive. They know she's up close, but dealing with her is another thing altogether. GX, back to her old ways down there on mid. She's having a whale of a time in this map. Looking now to get a little bit aggressive as the Nightfall comes into play. Those players at main flank dump on us. GX pops the ult, gets a double, but somehow Zipto stabilized. The decay starting to fade as Yumi up top to third in the round already. This was looking like KC had snuffed out the flame of Zipto. But still, the spark was there until Glance comes in. A 13-7 from KC, and a dominant start to their story here in Seoul.
It's Visa v Visa in this South American showdown.
Kinnear waiting on the other side. She's gonna stick it. She stuck it the whole way. It's a stolen round.
Unbelievable. Wait, she could full stick?
Yeah, Munch is so far away. It's not planted for her.
Oh my god.
Daiki's gonna stick it.
It's a full stick.
Oh, stops. Daiki gets a kill anyway.
She gets it.
I don't know that she does. She does. What a play from Daiki. Jelly still pops a shot. Gyaza getting up close and personal. And Jelly wins it out anyway.
Unfortunately means you're left without anything to actually get into the site. Good lord.
Did Vizera ult? No, Vizera died. Had already used the ult in the previous round. East is able to get 2. Daiki gets another. And once again, the door is slammed in the face of Crew. This time, they didn't really have the guns. They didn't really have the opportunities, but the outcome's the same. That has been the spark. The ult just off the mark. Dons gets 3. Swings into the 4th, doesn't connect, and Liquid again. Punch right back. Kinnear's left in the 1v1, and Kinnear delivers. With Munch not far off, Vizera gets away with another. Oh my gosh. 13-6, the way of Liquid, and a pretty complete showing, all things considered.
cause any minute now. Don't get comfortable cause any minute now. Too bad, so sad, don't turn your back. We halfway crossed the map, we're making it. Yeah, watch us flip that switch. No, you won't put a leash on this. All my ladies take position. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. We'll dip and dash. Got the car with my girls in the back. Ready up, let's get that bag. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Gonna go